The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God.
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. It all starts with the pilgrimage to the Easter Rally on the shores of the Southern Ocean. Bells will ring out loud and history will be written at the 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
It is a Good Friday here at Bells Beach in the beautiful state of Victoria. Welcome to Wadawurrung country. The world's best, entering the Red Bull Athlete Zone. World number 1 with some great feelings coming to his brain of that first win over Mick Fanning that kicked off everything in his career. Jack Rabo's looking loose and relaxed, hanging with his fam. And how about this guy? The big man's ready for another bell, fresh off the win in El Salvador. Well, trying to get fresh. Jet lag has been an issue. But look at that morning light. Molly Picklum happy to be home in Australia. Ellie Harrison back in the draw again. A quarterfinalist last year representing this beautiful surf coast. What a nice morning here on Good Friday. Thanks for being with us this morning. The classic Bells Bowl you can see there, showing some nice little lines from the Southwest. All the greats have been here before. The longest running event on the calendar with so much history. You can hear it just echoing in these sandstone cliffs. And how about our company here on set? Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett. The Eddie feels like it was yesterday. Your CT career amazing. A man who surfed in over 100 events. Let's talk surfing. Flick, how have you been?
Oh, I'm just trying to fire up the surf brain right now. I'm like, I think, in a couple of months, but I'm so excited. We know that we're down here at Bells. It's a little bit colder. Breaking out that winter wardrobe. Got some pants on this morning, and I'm looking forward to some power surfing this week.
So much to discuss, Rick. Yeah, just for you, going through all those years you were putting on the jersey yourself, coming here to Bells, looking over the bluff. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's good feels coming down here. There's an energy around the place, no doubt about it. And you can see it. The smiles on the tours, championship tours surfers. They love coming to Australia. It's the start of the Aussie leg, and to kick it off with Bells, that's iconic.
So we're moving quickly this season. We were just in Central America, flying all the way over here to this great island continent of Australia, the state of Victoria. It's about a hour-ish drive from the great city of Melbourne, and you get down to the surf coast. Lots of different waves to choose from, a few quite world-class. We're always set up here right at Bells Beach, and that Southwest just fills in this area so beautifully, doesn't it, Flick?
Oh, it does. I think of this region, I just think it's absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. We've got those big cliffs here. It's rugged, it's open, and it's exposed. You're obviously looking at Bells Beach there. You've got the takeoff area, which is the bowl, which we all know and we all love. And then further down the line, you've got Winky Pop, which is a backup location.
That's right. 2 great choices here, and different approaches as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So many personalities between the two breaks, even just focusing on bells. You know, it's so tidal, it's so susceptible to different swells and conditions. So you really need to bring your A game. You need to be versatile. You need to be able to adapt to be the winner of the Bells Beach Classic.
Gosh, it's all about finding the pace and rhythm here at the Bells Bowl or even at Winky Pop, as it's a beautiful opening day. Let's get to the call from two surfers that put the jersey on for many years at the Bells Bowl. Rosie Hodge with Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It feels so good to be back. Jesse, the longest running professional event. How great does it feel to be back on the stairs and feel that energy again?
Oh, we all love hearing Hell's Bells on the stairs, and you know, it's special to be able to walk out in a heat and to hear it. Even better if you're in the lineup when it starts to play. So, I mean, everyone loves bells. Who doesn't?
And then now to our call. We've been talking up the swell for a number of days. There's energy in the lineup. What are we going to get done today?
Yeah, we've got a big day today, so we're going to start straight away with women's opening round, going into the men's opening round, and then women's elimination round. So we've got swell. It's probably not quite as big as we thought it was going to be, but definitely looks pretty good out there. And then there's a great chance as well that Rincon comes into play at some stage today. So it'll be a long day no matter what.
I love it. 20 heats on deck potentially, guys. Get ready for a big day of action.
Let's go. Opening day. Good Friday morning sunrise. How about that? We get to watch pro surfing today. Our favorite things all coming together. Starting things off right out front of Bells Beach. Quickly, just to update the heat draw. Looking at who's in and who's out. Morgan Siblick. Oh, yeah. Former top 5 in the world. He did that in his rookie season. Wild card performance was stellar last year. He's back. Xavier Huxtable coming out of the trials. He is surfing better than ever. And also a debut for Carly Shanahan representing this coastline. Medina still recovering from the pec injury. DeFay on maternity leave. Tatiana taking the rest of the year off. We got Gentile back. Nadia Aero Star Bay enjoyed El Salvador and a few stops this year. She's ready to go for the Basque Country. And oh my goodness, Ellie Harrison, quarterfinalist last year. She's in the water with Vahine Fierro and Molly Picklum in heat number 2. Lot to talk about this morning on Dawn Patrol, focusing on a rookie performance that brought down the house last year. We'll be right back.
Nice one, Joe.
What an event. Stop number 4, Punta Roca, getting us all emotional. Jordy Smith in fine form. A right-hand point break. Unbelievable cars, getting barreled. Made his first J-Bay reference of his career to this Latin right-hander, picking up that 7th win after such a hiatus from Bells back in 2017, Rich.
Yeah, amazing to see Jordy back in the spotlight, back in the winner's chair. And you have to think it's maybe ignited some real fire in the belly, and let's see if Jordy can just keep running.
That was massive, dedicating this win to his father, riding aboard to that victory shaped by Graham Smith, and also his wonderful wife for all the dedication and support. Look what's ahead for Jordy. The wisest surfer on tour with the most experience. He's had a final on the Gold Coast, multiple. He's had a final in the West, winning Trestles, winning in Rio, back-to-back at J-Bay. Those were his first 2 wins of his career, and he's built to a great performance at Teahupo at the end of the road. Will this be the year for Jordy Smith to go all the way to win that first world title? 2-time runner-up, coming into Bells Beach as a past champion. Going back to 2017, he's got that winning feeling again, and he's ready to rock. Pretty special to see him in this kind of form, and most definitely impacting the rankings with a serious jump with 10,000 points, now up to number 5 in the world.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? And, you know, the stats speak for themselves. Going into the rest of the events for the year, with the experience he has, undeniable, really. You'd say that he's going to finish in that top 5.
Pretty crazy. Look at the top 10 now. It's top 5.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Really good mix of competitors there. A couple of usual suspects up the top, and then down towards the bottom. Look at 9 and 10, Jack and Kanoa. That's pretty uncharacteristic at this time of the tour. Those guys will be looking to make a jump up the ratings, and yeah, but it's great to see Jordy in that top 5. He'll be feeling that energy and wanting to keep that that top 5 momentum going.
Oh, I've got to echo what you're saying, Rich. I mean, I look at Jack there, but coming into the Oz leg, I mean, his strength's coming up, you know, and I think he's got a little bit of work to do. I mean, we can start to think about final 5. We can start to think about the cut now. It's looming. So there's some surfers with some work to do, and there's some surfers that have really jumped up in the last couple of events.
And also Cole Hauschman, a guy who's coming in as the reigning champ, jumped up to just 13th, just outside of the top 10. He said, yeah, maybe feeling that we had 7 events before the Cup. He kind of had to wake up a little bit. He certainly did in Punta Roca.
Yeah, he absolutely did. So he's starting to find some form here. But looking back at Bells from last year, you know, this was the breakout event for Cole. You know, he wasn't doing too well on the ratings, and he really had to perform under pressure, which he did. So I feel like he needs to engage that mindset again this time around. But there's a new pressure, being the defending champion. Is he going to be able to handle that pressure?
What a list that he gets to enjoy, being part of unbelievable Goofy Foot company. These are some of the all-time greats right there that Cole's a part of.
They're some of the best, right? But it's that age-old question, you know, the Goofy v regular out here, and I think it comes with a set of challenges. I mean, there's only 7 winners there, and I think you know, it's just hard to get that point of difference sometimes. So I think Cole coming back, defending champ, comes with pressure, it comes with confidence, and it's going to be exciting to see how he cuts it, especially off a good result in El Sal. The backhand's warmed up.
It certainly is. He's fired up too, moving up to number 13 in the world, and I just have to get to the point here. You know, it's early in the show, it's early in the event, but I want to hear the winners. Who are your favorites, starting with you, Flick, on the men's side?
I can't go past Jordy. I got to go for it. I know, he's in fine form. He's got that winning feeling again, and I think, you know, the last event he did win prior to that was here at Bells, rang that bell, and I think of Jordy, think of him as a big, powerful surfer who loves to draw those big lines out here on the bowl. And I mean, the forecast though, a little bit tricky. There's a few swells, a little bit of question mark with the wind and things like that, but I can't go past Jordy.
I like that call. Great call. He's in fine form. World number 5. Rick, what about you?
Felipe, all the way. I feel like we haven't seen him really fire up in his comeback year. I think back to El Salvador, he did some of the best surfing that I thought was on offer, throwing down some big scores, and I feel like he's fired up because the results haven't quite come yet. A couple of 9s, a 5th and a 17th. That's really weird for Felipe. He's had the win out here before. He knows the break, and he's really versatile. So again, given the forecast and the winds, I feel like he's fired up and ready to go.
Great picks. I'm thinking the quiet one, number 2 in the world, Ethan Ewing, might pick up another bell this season here in 2025. Coming up next on Dawn Patrol, the focus is on this teenage phenom. Katie Simmers returns to Bells as the reigning champ and also the reigning world champ. We'll be right back.
17-year-old Katie Simmers
3, 2, and 1.
wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Exciting rookie on tour. She's already won an event.
How's this gem for Caitlin Simmers as she goes off the lip? How about Caitlin Simmers, Vivo Rio Pro champion?
Goes Katie Simmers pulling in. Huge backdoor section.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pike Pro. Katie Simmers has a section to work with, hits it off the top and rides away. She turns the final.
Smashes that lip. Katie Simmers is your champ. Back to back here in Saquarema.
Kate Simmers, world champ. Transition, that was a hammer. Scores in for Kate Simmers. She's queen of the desert here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Katie Simmers, this is your sunrise. This is your playground. You won this event last year. You are ruling the world, and you're still a teenager. She's just completely taken everything over. And how can you be so pressure-free all the time when there's so much pressure at these events? It's something that we're just loving, the Katie Simmers show. How she just brings her brilliance and really kind of breaks down the whole story of having experience at Bells that takes you to wins, and we can throw that book out because she's already one of the best out here, Flick.
Oh, she is. I think last year she blew me away. Just, we talk about it all the time. She's got a different approach to surfing, right? Those different sort of lines, and I think it's refreshing to see on the bowl. And last year, with the way she took that win from Joanne, Joanne had one hand on the trophy, you know, and it was all down to those last few seconds, and Katie had that roll at the dice, and she made it count.
Wow. As we check out the rankings into stop number 5, Katie Simmers wearing bright yellow, just owning the tour into this part of the season, Rick.
Yeah, it's a really interesting ratings. Katie up the top, she's full of confidence. Gabriella Bryan, still a little green arrow up there. She's moving up the ratings, and you know, she really is in fine form at the moment. Obviously Molly right there as well. A little bit of work to do for, say, Erin Brooks down there at number 8. You know, I would have thought she would have been a bit higher. Rookie year, but still coming in with a ton of confidence as well. But really well set up, these ratings, as we come into the Aussie leg.
And then a big one there for the rookie, Bella Kenworthy. If you guys missed that heat over in El Salvador, you can go to worldsurfleague.com. Look at the heat she lost to Gabriella Bryan. One of my favorite performance heats so far this season. So a nice little rookie buffer there, hoping that she'll capitalize now here at Bells Beach.
I think so. I think another name to note too, Isabella Nichols, just with that second place. She jumped up, I think, 5 spots. So, and we spoke about it before, but, you know, that cut's coming up. And you know, people that are trending up, I guess they're kind of finding their groove, and maybe they're a bit on a roll, a bit of a purple patch, so to say. So we'll see if that keeps going here in Australia.
I can't wait to hear your picks for the women's side. Starting with you, Richie Lovett.
Gabriella Bryan's going to go back-to-back. I can't remember seeing a surfer, men or women, on the tour who has improved in 12 months. Just her improvement has been incredible. Obviously getting really good vibes with that whole camp, with Richard Marsh, with Connor and Arcal hanging out there. But her form has been incredible. So much power, so much style. And I just think she's going to be performing really well down here at Bells.
Solid. Broken board on the Magic Stick in the finals. Backup board looked just as dangerous. That's what she was warming up on this morning. Flick, what about you?
For me, it's Katie. I know, okay, world number 1, yeah, okay. But I just feel that difference in her surfing with those different lines, it's just so beautiful to watch. It's refreshing. And I also wonder, will she join that list of surfers like Stephanie Gilmore, Courtney Connolog, Sally Fitzgibbons, the ones that have gone back-to-back here at Bells? I just think it's hard to go past her, because it's just, for me, that's the best part of her surfing. I know she brings progression, but for me, it's those transitions between the turns that makes it pleasing to watch, and I just can't go past it.
I love that. She's in a good role. Jet lag, probably, but I don't even know if she needs to really warm up. She seems so pressure-free. Great choices. I'm thinking Caroline Marks, with how consistent she is with her backhand this year. Think about your fantasy picks. Set that up on worldsurfleague.com. Download the WSL app. You'll have time to change your team throughout the opening round and elimination round. Who's going to do best on the bowl? Join that conversation. When we come back, we're going to really talk about the GWM Aussie Treble, and breaking down the favorites will be surfing's favorite sibling rivalry, the Blakey brothers. Coming up next on Dawn Patrol. belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie Treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events. Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Exciting news. Here we are at stop 5 of the season, but the first stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. Bells to Burleigh to Margaret River to see who's the best in this great country. Wow, and that's exciting too, with the shift from Snapper with that big trench and the sands gone, moving over to Burleigh Heads, which has just have a ton of surfing history over the years. I'm pretty excited we're heading back to Burleigh for a CT competition, Flick.
I'm excited. I lived there for 6 years, right? And one thing I will say is it can hold more swell than Snapper. So if you get a big south swell, has the potential to be super exciting. Obviously, rock bottom, different to Snapper. Obviously, it's a little bit sand dependent too, but I think we can expect something different, something we haven't seen in a while.
How do you like the wave, Rick?
I love it. Last time I surfed Burleigh was in my heat against Pedersen Rosa 100 years ago, but it really is. It's not as straightforward as Snapper. You know, you really need to understand that wave. It can barrel out. You can get a crazy tube. It's got high performance written all over it, so it's going to be super interesting to be at Burleigh.
Yeah, fantastic move. So it's about a 25-minute drive from Snapper over to Burleigh Heads. For more insight and picks on this great leg of the tour, let's say good day to the Blakey brothers, Ronnie and Vano.
Yes, Joey, Flick, Rich, how are you guys? Vaughno, good morning. Happy Good Friday.
Oh, happy Good Friday to you.
Good to be back here at Bells, mate, but we're lucky. We get to kick off, launch the GWM Aussie Treble. How exciting is it going to be? Because for two people, the highest rated men and women over those 3 events who collect the most points are taking home one of these babies, the Tank 300 from GWM.
Hey, what a weapon. I can't believe I'm so frothing that we've got this series cranking, because there's nothing better than having a series within a series, especially in a country like Australia where, you know, we've had these series before in other locations around the world, but it's so good to bring it home considering how strong the Aussie leg is now.
For sure. I mean, usually this time of year we're talking about the cut. This is going to give us something really fun to talk about over these 3 events. I've got to ask you, who are your favourites to take these cars?
I think I'm looking at Ethan Ewing in the men's, just purely because he's number 2 in the world and it doesn't even really look like he's caught fire yet. This leg just suits his strengths so much, you know, bred on a beautiful sandy point, but the open ocean power suits him to a T. And then in the women's, Gabrielle O'Brien is hard to go past. She's got form at Margaret's. I think she'll love Burleigh and Bells. It seems like a good fit as well, so they're my choices.
Yeah, smart choices, and obviously on rights through all 3 events, they're going to have a fantastic chance. For me, Italo's just in unbeatable form at the moment. He's had great success here in Oz in the past, so I'd expect him to turn in some great results through the Aussie Treble. And on the women's side, Tyler Wright. She loves it down here at Bells Beach. She loves Margaret River. She's had a victory also on the Gold Coast, so they're my picks. It's going to be awesome to watch, but we're really close to kicking off this first heat, so we'll throw it back to the booth.
Yeah, Ronnie and Vano, we love it. 2 great brothers that have incredible surfing brains, just surf stories just filled their head, and they get to share them with us this entire waiting period and throughout the GWM Aussie Treble. Well, it's time to kick off this event. The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, the longest running surfing event in history of the game. Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Brisa Hennessy, and the first ride of the morning goes to Nadia Arostarbe from the Basque Country. We're going to let Richie Lovett take a quick break, enjoy a cup of tea. He'll get his eyes on the horizon and start getting really excited for some big heats today. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, who enjoyed some time on the championship tour, loves her big waves this day, loves her competition. This one's always a nice one to get started. You know, it's a non-elimination round, but there is a lot on the line. If you can avoid the ER, that elimination round later on today, could really set yourself up well into the round of 16.
Oh, completely. If you're skipping around, I mean, hallelujah. It's making your job a hell of a lot easier. But I think this morning, right, we've had a look at it. We've had eyes on it since, you know, dawn, and it's looking a bit tricky. I will say that. I think I think maybe I thought we were going to rock up this morning. It was going to be a little bit more groomed. I think we're seeing a little bit of that wind come into play into effect here. A couple of surfers in the free surf getting a little bit hung up the top. You can kind of see that whitewash just blowing straight off the back there. I think today is going to be quite tricky to get a read on it. Bells is notoriously tricky, but I think it...
And just with the quick change from El Salvador, even just hanging out with some of the crew at the press conference yesterday, everyone was kind of a little delirious, you know, just shaking off the cobwebs of all these flights and trying to get to sleep at the right time. So it's a rapid pace this year on tour. Gabriella Bryan, though, fresh off a second World Tour victory, just had that kind of winning energy this year. And, you know, backed with Matt Biolos' equipment where she said it's just all magic in her quiver. Gabby just had enough time from El Salvador to go to Southern California. She had about a 12-hour layover and got about 5-6 more boards from Matt that all look similar in that driver 3.0 model. But it was very important because she's here for the long haul. You know, we're talking 6 weeks in Oz now. So she needed backups for the backups and for the backups for the next 3 stops on tour.
Well, you even think, I mean, just the contrast from coming from El Salvador, you know, outside of the continent, you know, you're talking as hot as it gets. It's absolutely stinking there. And then you're coming to Bells. Okay, today we're going to see a bit of sun, but it's notoriously a bit cold. Everyone's got their full suits on, their steamers. And I mean, it's the same. Everyone's sort of in that same boat, though, that same position. And I guess it's just kind of who can not let that head noise sort of get to them and be like, oh, it's all right. Let's just roll with the punches here. Everyone's in the same boat.
Water's pretty warm for this time of the year. Jumped in yesterday over at Winky Pop. Matty McGilvray looked fresh over there. He's kind of hiding from everyone who was ripping up the Bells Bowl in the practice session, but it's about 65 degrees Fahrenheit, about 18.5 degrees Celsius. That's a really nice warm water temp for Bells Beach.
For sure. I mean, it's definitely warm. I think, you know, we're looking into the forecast this week. I think we're going to have a bit of a mixed bag, and I feel like it's going to be kind of hard to pick the eyes out of it. Obviously today, no brainer, we're on. But when you look forward to the forecast, I think we're going to see a little bit more storm action. There's a couple of swells on the horizon, one in a few days, and then one right at the end of the waiting period, which is kind of looming there, dangling that carrot. That one kind of looks like it might have, you know, maybe better conditions to come with it. So I think we could be in for the long haul here, Joey.
I love it. Let's not go anywhere. Here on the Surf Coast, loving life here in the state of Victoria. Brisa Hennessy had one of the best starts to her year last year, where she was so consistent. Even when she burst her eardrum in Portugal, she just wasn't flappable at all last year. This year starting off a little bit different. We've got a couple of different narratives in the top 5, but Brisa's frontside power carve looks lethal here at Bells Beach, and looks like it will be the Costa Rican getting her opening ride. Nice flow and rhythm into that first arc of the pocket on the Channel Island surfboards this season. Nice pace surfing, pushing harder on that open face hook. And now you can see it filling up with water right there. She'll hop out. Nadia just had the 0.5, so best wave we've seen so far this morning, ridden by Brisa.
My first takeaway is that she just did such a good job. Right now, when you watch at home and you're looking at this, it kind of looks, okay, it's beautiful, it's corduroy lines, but there's actually quite a lot of chatter on the face. And my first takeaway is her read on this was exceptional. This isn't an easy wave to surf, and she makes it look really easy. Her placement of turns is really good. Her choice of turns as well for the sections. That, I mean, that right there, that third carve. We also know that, you know, this is a strength. She finished 3rd here last year, so she's got, you know, she's made finals day out here before. So, I mean, I loved that personally. 5
previous starts at Bells Beach for Brisa Hennessy. 2 times she's made the semifinals at this venue. And the gorgeous sunrise here on Good Friday. Seeing Nadia Aristarbe getting that backhand warmed up. 2 turns on a chunky section. She'll ride away. Lip landing on her heels stops that ride. And now Gabby Bryant absolutely flying. How about that speed? First turn, it was a wild little section, but she hangs on. Great under the lip hook. Now out in front, lays down that back foot with some power and a big open face sweep. The momentum is with Gabby Bryant all the way from Central America. here to the state of Victoria in Australia. What a brilliant start.
Whoa, and wow, Brisa.
Brisa already throwing down her second scoring ride. Now Patience here on the inside track, hoping that she'll be able to tag that oncoming section. She'll step on it, belly flop out. And we've already got some numbers to chew on to kick off the first heat of the event. Gabby Bryan, oh my goodness, just the speed really popped out to me after the takeoff.
Yeah, she took off and there was a different sort of approach there. You could see the intention. You could see the aggression. I mean, there was just a different approach. It just straight away, it just really just continuing with that momentum from Alsau. I mean, these couple of turns, she puts it right up in the pocket and good placement not to bring it so far around because she realizes that this wave is peeling off down the line. She gets to lay into it there a couple of times, but already the approach from me, I mean, Rich picked it earlier in the morning show. He said, hey, watch out for Gabby, and I mean, for good reason. She looks so fired up. Let's have a look here. So just straight up into that really bowly section. I mean, she did good there, not to overcook that turn. If she went any higher, just with that wind this morning, I feel like she could have been finding herself getting a little bit caught up the top. So just placing those first two really nicely. And it was this moment here for me, just lays that back arm back, really jams it. I mean, just look at the amount of spray and water displaced there. She did such a good job. And straight behind her, I really like this approach from Brisa to quickly get out there and get another one in this set, because already she's got 2 waves on the board. It puts her in a great position, applying so much more pressure to these other 2 girls. So it's just really smart, you know, just, okay, let's get 2 on the board, because notoriously out here, you have long lulls, right? So, I mean, right now, maybe another set on the way, but she's already putting herself in a great position.
And then Nadia's second wave of the heat.
Yes, and Nadia getting a little bit more damage done here on the backhand. She gets a little bit, I mean, she went for it on that second turn. Maybe a little bit too much because she gets a bit caught there.
Nice start to the first heat of the event. Nadia Arostarve happy to get the call up after a tough moment at Saquarema last year on the Challenger Series, where she thought she was just 1 spot out of qualification. But with Joanne Defay being pregnant and having an exciting time for her family, she's going to take some time off, and so that opened up the spot for another surfer from Europe to get the call up. Nadia 3.17 on that last wave, and here she goes again. Nice attacking type style, but incomplete. Nadia enjoyed her time in El Salvador. She was staying right in front of that wave Sunzal. It's like 150-yard San Onofre or something, you know, with a little point in it. She was riding longboards. She was ripping on her shortboards, and just really just knows how to handle herself on tour already as a replacement. Having so much fun. Had a beautiful vacation until she transitioned here to Bells Beach.
She impressed me. I think the first look I had at her on the Challenger Series, she'd only done she did only the minimum that you needed to do. Like, she didn't have any backup events, any events to drop. And the results spoke for themselves, you know. She was already putting herself, she just kind of, her, I guess, approach and her surfing beyond her years. I think there was a real maturity to her surfing and the way she structures heats. I mean, obviously she's got this great backhand, but just her approach in heats and knowing what to do when certain scenarios played out really impressed me. And I'm really great, like, it's exciting that we get to see her on tour replacing Joanne, because I feel, you know, obviously that women's tour deserves to be a bit bigger, and it will be next year. So that is something to be very excited about. But yeah, she deserves to be on there, and I'm excited to see her this year unfold.
Oh, such great news with the expansion of the women's tour starting in 2026. The cut line's always at 10, but it'll be the top 14 that will be returning to the tour, along with some wild card spots as well. Now with 19:30 on the clock, big score locking in for the favorite coming off the win from Punta Roca. Gabriella Bryan locks in a 7.17. And we always talk separation, so the next best score is Brisa's 5.67. That was her opener. So they definitely saw a bit of difference there from Gabby Bryan's opening wave and Brisa's opening wave.
For me, the difference was the positioning on the takeoff, because where Gabby positioned herself, she was able to come around the section, and I think her turns therefore were a bit more critical, whereas Brisa was a bit more out on that open face. I mean, it was still great surfing from Brisa, and obviously just that approach from Gabby, just straight up, so aggressive, so fast. It was sort of night and day for me. It was clear distinction there. So we sort of see maybe a couple of sets starting to roll through again. Maybe another roll of the dice. Looks like Gabby maybe having a look here.
You know, when you're in rhythm, you've got priority, you've got the best score, and you've got a lot of time. That's Gabby Bryan. But on the inside, under priority, Nadia will take a look up and down. Already getting some messages, though, from people at WSL and social media asking about the expansion of the women's tour. And just to get more clear on that, 2026, the field will include the top 14 from the CT, top 7 qualifiers from the Challengers Series, 2 WSL season wildcards, and then there'll also be 1 event wildcard next year in 2026. Can't wait.
Oh, it's so cool. I think we've been, you know, it's been a conversation for a long time that the tour on the women's side deserves to be that bit bigger, so super pumped.
I'm always thrilled when we have big moments. We already got a giant turn as we have the Stone and Wood slow-mo bringing Gabby Bryan's power to our screen here.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see how deep that bottom turn is. I mean, half the board was, you know, in the bottom of the wave there, and she just, I love the variation here throughout this carve. I mean, she makes that decision to throw her arm back because I think she forecasts into the future, okay, I can really lay this on rail, this wave slowing up a bit. So just that foresight, beautiful to watch. And for me, the aggression in her surfing, the speed, it was night and day, and I love it. I mean, she's continuing on with that form from Alsal, and yeah, it's just, she's looking really, really good.
That power is never going to go out of style on tour. You can break down all sorts of things, different skill sets, and someone who's so engaged with their power rail work and knows how to switch gears. It's not the same turn every time from Gabby Bryan. She can lean back, drop her back shoulder, frame it in a more slopey section, and then when it bowls, she can really capitalize. And she's already entered the talk of maybe being the most powerful surfer on the top 17 at the moment.
I think without a doubt she is. I mean, just physically she's so strong, and I mean, even those conversations, we were having them last year too, but just when you see her lay that board on rail and the amount of spray that's displaced, I mean, she just does such a good job, and the read on the wave as well. And I think for me last year, where she got her win at Margaret River, that stood out to me. Obviously the win, amazing, but just her read and how well her relationship developed with that right-hander at Margs, I think, I don't know, it just really stood out to me as just a moment for her. And I think coming into this Aussie treble, I mean, it's a good pick. I think it was Vorna that was picking her, or was it Ronnie? But I think she's a good pick. I mean, great memories at Margie's, here at Bells on the bowl, matching power to power. I mean, I'm excited to see what she does at Burleigh, but great pick.
The Southern Ocean giving us a beautiful sight lines to the horizon. Which one do you want? It's up to Gabby Bryan. And she is just going to hold court. First wave goes unridden, but a couple of more choices really starting to stand up. And this was that call from the Surfline forecast. Seeing some bigger sets than we saw yesterday through the practice. Tide still dropping for about another hour this morning. And another one that's just going to wipe them out. This one already breaking way out the back. It would have been hard to anticipate this set and position yourself in the right place.
The bowl is so hard, right? And we haven't seen a set that big this morning, I don't think. Like we've had eyes on it since, you know, sun up, sunrise, and I haven't seen a set that big, so you can't blame them for not being in position there.
We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and just get excited for the back half of opening round, heat number 1. So much to talk about here on opening day, especially the power surfing from Gabriella Bryan. Big thanks to Surfline giving us the official forecast for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Let us know that opening day would be a fun one.
Well, it definitely is provided. I mean, we just saw one of the biggest sets in the morning push through, and I mean, that's that big storm that's there. And I think the question mark is just the winds and what will they do. I didn't think we'd kind of expect maybe that little bit of devil wind at the moment, but things are supposed to swing around more to the south this afternoon. But I mean, that's that big blob there that you're watching. I think for me, this forecast and this waiting period, it's going to be a hard one to slice and dice. I think we've got this, let's look at today first. We've got 6 to 8 foot faces, trending down a little bit in the afternoon, offshore wind, and then this afternoon, a little bit of a question mark. We're just going to see that onshore kick up a few knots, but really contestable first day of competition. We're going to get through 20 heats today, so it's going to be a big, big day. And then this is what I'm looking at the next couple of days. A bit of Saturday, tomorrow, might have a little bit of competition in the morning, afternoon, question mark, moving forward through to that week. Obviously see the swell Tuesday there, but it comes with onshore winds. And then if you look even further into the forecast, there's something luring, a bit of a carrot dangling right there at the end of the waiting period, which looks like it's coming with maybe a little bit of better winds. So a few ways to slice it and a few ways to dice it the next couple of 10 days. And I don't know how, I'm grateful that's not my job, Joey. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, great job for Charlotte Perry and the crew. Thanks so much for that. So kind of by the looks at that, just, you know, it's always an educated guess. The ocean always has the last say, but it looks like, yeah, very busy day today, very busy day tomorrow, and then maybe a few days off. And we'll really see how things connect with the bowl later on in the waiting period. A little bit dicey with winds, but plenty activity in the Southern Ocean, that's for sure. Coming off the break, Brisa Hennessy still has the lead with 2 waves ridden, but the best is still with Gabriella Bryan. 7.17 start and still holds priority. Nadiero Starbe with a 3.17, and she did get eliminated in the elimination round at Punta Roca, so she is really trying to avoid that 3rd place position in this one. So top 2 are reseeded into the round of 16. There is some incentive to getting 1st over 2nd just in your seeding brackets. It's funny. The idea is like maybe you'll get a more favorable matchup, but these days on tour, I don't think there's a such thing, especially when you come to Bells. You have a wild card named Ellie Harrison. Oof. Waiting to flex her local knowledge again.
You know, last year, I mean, Ellie, she was a wild card here and she finished 5th, right? She got a quarterfinal finish. I actually just had this funny feeling. I was like, I feel like she's going to win the whole thing. Just her groove last year, the vibe, just the energy. She was so happy. She was excited. And I mean, she's joining us here again as another wild card. So, I mean, I'm excited to watch her get underway. But I mean, it's hard for Nadia coming here. You know, it's a tricky wave to surf. And already this morning, I felt, you know, her being on the backhand too, a little bit harder. I mean, her positioning when she's been taking off, she's been pretty deep, so she's getting caught a little bit behind the section. So a bit of work to do here with only 9.5 on the clock.
Nadiero Starbe got to represent her country in the Olympic Games last year as we start to see some beautiful waves coming through first thing in the morning. Still the first heat, 9:30 on the clock. It's up to Gabriella Bryan if she wants to back up her 7.17. Here she goes. The top seed laying into a vicious first turn. Powering into the next section. Flawless rail work from Gabriella. Driving out front, just a nice little setup turn as the wave fills up, but still in perfect sync and flow. Winding up for a brilliant tag on the inside section. Local hero Adam Robertson always tells me, hey, this is a paced type of wave, and Gabby Bryan certainly has it this morning.
Oh, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming. I mean, that was so beautiful. I mean, those big 3 arcing maneuvers. She's really, you know, sealing the deal here. I mean, she's already got that 7.17. This is going to be another great score. Got a couple of lines on the horizon. Brisa, you know, Brisa's still there. She's obviously got that lead at the moment, but I think that's going to change quickly as we see another big set starting to roll through the lineup. Will Brisa get there in time?
Nadiero Starbe with priority at the moment.
Oh.
And that one rolling through. So Bells Beach keeping these surfers honest. Hard to anticipate these waves. We didn't see these types of sets in the morning warm-up. So catching them off guard. now a couple of times in this heat.
Yeah, and I think Rich touched on it before. You know, we had we'll just break down this one. Let's have a look. He's got Brisa, snaps it in the pocket. And wow, I mean, that was a great two-turn combo. And I think, let's have a look. I mean, for Gabby right now, I mean, she's really put that nail in the coffin here. I mean, just look at that whip that she gets through those turns, the tight arc. You can just see the intention in her body, how fired up she is, just waiting for this last section to present itself. And I mean, it kind of gets a bit sleepy here, but she definitely doesn't. I mean, look at the aggression that she hits that with. There's just no doubt in my mind that she's just going to stomp that last turn. She just looks so confident and sure of herself.
That was so impressive from Gabrielle O'Brien. It's not a backup for the 717. The 7's now the backup for the 8.33. 15.5 total. She's not stopping. Fresh off that win at Punta Roca. She's barely slept, believe it or not. And she is proud of her sleep score.
Yeah.
Her friends say that she could sleep for like 16 hours if she wants to. And so it's been a mad hustle to get here for Gabby Bryan, and still just giving us a powerhouse show. 833, 717, 6:30 to go. Now, Brisa needs a 9 for the win. Nadia needs a 9 just to avoid the elimination round. What a heat.
Whew, I mean, an excellent score on the first heat. That's what you want to see. And I mean, what a great way to, it's just like textbook, right? That's how you want to surf a heat. I mean, it's really good surfing. It's a really good feeling for the surfer. As a viewer, you want those crazy intense moments at the end, but as a surfer and an athlete, that's exactly how you want to put together a heat. I mean, it just feels good. The pressure's off. You know your surfing's doing the talking. And also her wave selection too. Just, I noticed that she let that first one go and then she went the second one intentionally. Just that read on the bowl and knowing that there is that bit of wind, that bit of wobble on the face of the waves this morning. Like, let's go the second one. It's going to be clean. I mean, she's dialed in.
She certainly is. The rapid rise of Gabrielle O'Brien, her second CT victory. We just saw that at stop 4 in El Salvador. Her first win was last season at Margaret River, taking out the Rookie of the Year honor, winning the Challenger Series to qualify. It's just been strength to strength, and we mention how she improves at events all the times. Runner-up at Margaret River before she won it. Same in El Salvador. Here she's gone from 9th and then last year a 5th. She knows how to improve and not make the same mistakes. A beautiful ride for Nadia Arostarbe. Had a lot of open face to enjoy there. A little bit cleaner rails than the wave she was choosing in the first half of the matchup. And the surfer from the Basque Country will whip that section. Little bonus ending turn for Nadia. And she is fighting for the finish. She'll get it there. Well done.
Wow, that was great surfing. And already for me, her positioning when she took off, I thought she was a bit deep on those other waves. That was great. We'll get back to that.
Brisa's turn to light this thing up. Looking for a 9 for the lead. Wide open face. Lays that thing down. Beautiful start. Attacking a bigger section. Kind of grew in front of her for a 2-turn combo. She can also protect second by improving on a 5.67 there.
Will she improve on the 5.67? I'm not sure. I mean, there were two. She might very well do that. I mean, there were 2 well-timed turns on, especially that last section was a bit bigger, a bit more powerful. Maybe making that requirement, you know, pushing that requirement up into the double digits for Nadia and saying, hey, no, there's no way you're taking this second place off me. But let's break down Nadia's because I absolutely loved this. It was a cleaner wave, really well-timed turns on the backhand. This moment here, I loved it. And then this third turn straight up into the lip. Goes 12 o'clock. And, I mean, you know what? Is it going to be the best wave of the heat chasing a 9? Potentially no, but it's going to be her best wave. And, you know, here at Bells, it's going to be good to just get a good feeling on the board here as we look at Brisa. Is she improving on the 5.67 and protecting second? I mean, there were 2 well-turned turns. I think so.
I'm with you, Flick. I think that's a serious improvement. And then you could also see the difference in flow from those last 2 waves. Brisa in attack mode, carved a tail release. And then it was kind of an awkward tall section, and she did well to get there in time for a big finish. Brisa 6.5 on her wave before. 5.67 is her low score. That's what they're comparing it to see if it's improving her top two. Nadia's last in at a 5.67, her best so far. In just a short time being a replacement, Nadia's best number this season, a 6.27, almost getting there on her last wave. And Brisa just hoping that she can protect that second spot and avoid the elimination round. 2:30 on the clock and waves on the way. Priority with our heat leader with a 15.5 total. Current world number 2.
Wow.
Duck diving and way out the back. Almost getting into that one. Looked like Nadia. Brisa duck diving as well. Sometimes you could time it well off the water patrol assist and just lock into a wave and just get lucky. Even without priority, you could sneak past. Let's now go into the GWM recap of the opening heat of the contest. It's the Gabby Bryan Show.
She's picking up right where she left off in El Sal. Just so much fire, so much aggression. I mean, straight away, this 717 was beautiful to watch. For me, that was the highlight, just that layback jam in the pocket. And then she wasn't done. She backs it up with an 8.33. I mean, these 3 beautifully timed carves, I think, you know what? I feel that she has more to give. And that's so exciting, you know, this is her opening round heat, just straight off, fresh jet lag from El Sal. I mean, Brees has done some damage too. She's dropped that 6.5 back, you know, that's her highest score there. So just the 2 turns, but that shows that, hey, you can get it done in just 2 turns. This combo right here, I mean, you can score up into that good range, that 6.5, and just defending that second place from Nadia right now.
Brisa Hennessy showed off her frontside power carve back at Honolulu Bay as a wild card and upset the world title race when she took out Sally Fitzgibbons, who was wearing yellow back then. And then we started featuring that maneuver all the time in highlight reels over the last few years. So it's kind of fun when you got 2 frontsiders famous for their rail game here in the Bells Bowl. Nadia at the moment is improving. She's a quick study at all these CT venues. She needs more than her 5.67 now, and she's gonna try to hunt it down now. First turn, she'll throw it in the pocket. Nice clean over the top of the end section, but the frustration there, seeing it flatten out on her. Knowing that wave selection's very important. You can tell she's in sync with her equipment. Throwing down some nice turns, but just the wave not being the one to really turn this heat. Gabby Bryan and Brisa Hennessy owning the top 2 spots as we're into the countdown.
I mean, wow, I'm so impressed with Gabby. I mean, that was an absolute heater. It's exactly how you want it. Only 2 waves, that's all you need. Excellent, and a 717.
I think they enjoyed themselves this morning. Happy smiles for Brisa, Gabby Bryan moving on together into the round of 16. They'll get the rest of the day off, maybe catch up on some sleep.
Most definitely.
And prepare for the round of 16. Nadia Arastarbe, we'll see her later on today in the elimination round as she tries to avoid another equal 17th here at stop number 5 of the season. Things still settling down off the rails of Gabby Bryan's power surfing. Up next, heat number 2. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Good morning, everybody. We're into Heat 2 of the opening round. It's Molly Picklum taking on Vahine Fierro and Ellie Harrison, and the waves look incredibly fun. Tide's going to bottom out in about a half an hour, but we've seen some of the biggest sets in that last heat that Gabby Bryan just took over. The Goofy Foot's a rookie representing French Polynesia. Vahine tags it there in the pocket. Big, messy section, slowing her down. But she'll lay low. Nice little slice on the open face and hopping out, working closely with surfers like Jeremy Flores and Barton Lynch in the past. And looks like the red jersey of Molly Picklum getting tangled up on her finishing move.
Yeah, Molly going that second wave of the set, but I mean, it's looking tricky. That's my takeaway. I think it's giving the illusion, it's nice, right? There's corduroy lines wrapping into the bay here on the bowl, but I think where you place your turns and where you position this morning on the takeoff is just playing crucial. I mean, I think back to that first heat with Nadia versus Gabby, and Nadia just being that little bit too deep. If you get that pace and that timing wrong, I mean, see how hard Vahine fought for that inside position with Molly there. She does well to get an early entry and sort of gets a bit hung on that first section, that first turn. And then the rest of the wave pace and timing is kind of off. I feel like it's just, this wave keeps you honest. And if you, for lack of a better words, just kook that first section, the rest of the wave doesn't flow. And like, we didn't kook it, but it's like, the rest of the wave just doesn't sync up. Let's have a look what Molly did here. Lays into that first section with one big hammer. She would have got that second turn and rode out clean there. I think she could have been on her way to a good score. I think back to Brisa, 6-5 for the two big turns in that opening heat. But back to what I was saying before, I just feel like if that timing is off, it keeps you so honest. And it's hard to still justify in the judges' minds that that's going to be a good score. Just the whole wave looks a bit off.
It's so true. It's so well said. And I think that's what makes this wave so insane to watch when you see the surfers that are great out here with timing. It's almost one continuous turn where you get to really enjoy flow and positioning and timing, where like Gabby Bryan was on the right waves and made it look easy. You know, 15.5 total because she had her timing down where she could release big power turns. Brisa looked great. So being on the right waves, very important here. And also being in rhythm with the tempo of the Bells Bowl. Numbers coming in for Molly Picklum, a little short after the fall, after that speedy top turn. As we have more waves lining up here, getting a start from a local hero named Ellie Harrison. Nice fade, wow, just clean lines. Nice whip there, a little awkward coming off the top as it went off speed. But those first connections made the Victorians proud this morning. All set up work as Ellie will light up the finish nice and easy. She's ridden waves here at Bells, maybe over 10,000 times. We'll see. We'll try to get a number on that. But yeah, spending a lot of time here, experience paying off. Nice clean decisions on those first two hooks. Remember, she got a quarterfinal last year against the best surfers in the world, and all she wants is more this year.
That was a great wave. I think there was one single turn on there where, I mean, I don't know if anyone's laid into one single turn harder. I mean, let's have a look. Just great positioning from the takeoff, great read on the wave, great wave selection. It's this turn here for me where she just really lays into half the board was buried into the wall of the wave there. A little bit caught here and a little bit loosey-goosey. But what I really liked here is she just doesn't oversurf this section. I think she just plays with it. She knows. So like you said, Joe, she surfed this wave thousands of times. She knows really paced approach here. And I think it's just pleasing to the eye to watch. You know, you don't want to be bunny hopping through that. She's just weaving her way through it. Let's get another look. I love this angle because this second turn here, which is my favorite, you can really see how much just really you put a lot on the line when you lay so much of the rail of the board in the face of the ocean. And I mean, right there, I mean, it's just textbook. And to pivot that tight on a dime in that section, really difficult to do, really technical. So, I mean, that's going to feel really good for Ellie.
Nice lift there for Ellie Harrison. Getting this event. Awesome to see her back in the draw again after so much success last season. Ellie Harrison, the highest surfer on the Challenger Series rankings. That wasn't in competition yet when that spot opened up with Tatiana Weston-Webb's announcement. Harrison was third in line from Australia on the CS rankings. Macy Callahan, #1, already had her wild card in Abu Dhabi. #2 spot was actually Bronte McCauley, but they agreed to swap spots. Ellie getting the start here, so Bronte will be getting the start in Margaret River. Ellie with a 6.17, Molly Picklum 3.67, and Vahine with a 3.5 start.
Yeah, I mean, Ellie Harrison obviously getting the jump there, and I think a majority of those points are coming from that one turn. I think she's got a lot more to give. There was a couple of other moments where I think she'll know herself that things didn't feel like it was flowing, but great start. She's got some good feelings, and let's get into the rest of the heat, Joey.
That's right. First heat won by Gabrielle O'Brien, 15.5 combined total. She's hanging out with Rosie Hodge.
What an amazing heat win, Gabby, fresh off El Salvador, and you've quickly become one of the favorites coming into this event. How are you enjoying that energy?
It's so awesome. Like you said, last heat in El Salvador, first heat in Bells is kind of crazy. It happens so fast. But yeah, I'm just taking all the momentum and just kind of doing the same thing I've been doing, not really changing anything. But yeah, it's a lot. It's such a quick turnaround, but I'm enjoying it. And I'm so happy to be back at Bells and get the first heat at the Bells Bowl.
And one of the most successful women surfers out at Bells also happens to be one of your best friends, Carissa Moore. Has she been giving you any inside track?
Yeah, Riss is the best. I love her so much, and she is one of the best out here. And yeah, she inspires me, and she gives me some really good words of wisdom that I'm really grateful for. And just to have her as a friend is so awesome, and I miss her so much. So if you're watching, hi Riss, and yeah.
Did she give you any advice for this event specifically, or are you going to keep that close to your chest?
That's close to my chest. Yeah.
Keep that competitive edge, guys. So wonderful to see Gabby moving through.
Oh, we love it, Rosie. Yeah, and I like Rosie. Try to get those secrets out there. But yeah, Gabby Bryan knows how to play the game. And Carissa Moore gave us a ring in El Salvador. And she's like, yeah, Gabby Bryan, you know, Bella Kenworthy, those are the reasons why she's watching. Really loves what Gabby Bryan's doing as a surfer on tour, but also as a human being. They're super tight, spent some time together in the off season. And wow, she's just going from strength to strength. Great performance this morning, 15.5 total. Looking like the surfer to beat.
Rich was not wrong. I mean, he'll be loving that. Absolutely loving seeing that heat win with from Gabby. As we look out to the horizon, looks like Molly's having a look.
3.67 start for Molly Picklum. She's got a lot of speed. Where's she going to lay it down? And attack mode on that oncoming section. A different type of approach, not trying to fit in too many turns. It was all about one big quality hammer to go with her 3.67. And she's got a lot of different ways she could have hit that. I love that she just hit it with power, confidence, single maneuver opportunity to maybe take the lead off Harrison.
Those oncoming sections are really tricky to hit. I mean, she went into this with a lot of speed too, so it actually shows us like the degree of difficulty here is really hard. I mean, and her read, the control that she had coming out of that as we look to Vahine.
Fierro now into her second move, throwing some water. Well done on that connection. As she fades out on the Channel Island surfboards. Looking great this year as a rookie on tour as the paddle battle continues for second priority. Molly just a little bit out in front. Ellie Harrison already hanging out with first priority and that 6.17, the biggest number of the heat so far. So surfers do have an option of getting the water patrol to give them a ride back into the lineup. Got 3 operators out there for assistance during heats. For the initial paddle out, surfers have to just paddle out on their own ability and check themselves out of the lineup before the heat begins, make sure they're clear of the heat that's already underway. For surfers getting picked up, if they're finishing a ride near the shoreline, if it's low tide, a closeout section, they've got to paddle past those waves to the pickup zone. But it's a great system. We want to see more wave riding, especially when this place pulses. It can be sometimes a paddle contest, but you get a little bit of both, as always, like we just saw there. Molly Picklum winning the paddle battle for second prio over Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, I think to this event, and I think back to some of the greatest paddle battles I've ever seen. One that comes to mind, it was Carissa Moore and Courtney Conalong. And you go to Courtney's house in Santa Ana, and she's actually got a photo framed of that very moment, because she always thought that Carissa was one of the surfers that brought the best out of her. And she just, you know, we know Courtney, she lives for those moments, those competitive moments where it's in the arena. And she always, said Carissa brought the best out of her. It was one of her favorite moments in competition.
Wow, I love that we got a nice early mention of Courtney Conlog, one of the greats at Bells. And she really put so much into this event. The bell, you know, still means so much to her, and to win it multiple times. Even having injuries here that pulled her out of competition when she was on the way to win. Hope you're doing great, Courtney. We miss you on tour, but your legacy is all over this event.
Yeah, I sort of got goosebumps thinking about that. I think she has a special affinity with this wave. Her surfing speaks to it. She can fit her turns really well in the bowl here. And yeah, we miss you, Court.
And she probably loved that performance from that first heat, Gabby Bryan, making it rain. Last heat at Punta Roca because she won it.
That was a little nervous moment where
I almost came in and switched it. But
Did you see me on the beach?
No, I
ran down to Connor and I'm like, you're gonna have to paddle this out. You're gonna have to paddle this out. He's looking at me, I'm looking at you, and I'm like, no, she's gonna make it work. There's gonna be a set. Believe. But in my head, I was like, I thought
about coming in and switching, but there's 9 minutes left, and my slow arms and getting in and out, I was like dying.
You should have, after you got that one wave that felt a bit long, you could have jumped in. Because I was literally on the beach waiting for you. I was hoping. I was doing these.
Those came out.
That's not a good sign. Get changed and let's debrief with Mark so he can just see us do it.
Love the breakdown with Dog Marsh and Gabby Bryan, and love the performance from Ellie Harrison, lighting that one up from start to finish. Big bottom turn at open face, kind of fade for Vahine, almost getting stuck there and feeling that awkward carve. She'll step out and look for some clean water, and then the finish of Molly. So we've got some catching up to do here in Heat 2. And Dog and Gabby will continue to catch up. So it looked like there was a thought maybe to change a board, maybe seeing that it felt a little long. Dog saying she did have the opportunity to do so and had plenty of time after that opener. And it's funny, from where I'm watching, she did grow to an 8.33. I thought the board looked great, and they just identified maybe a little room to put more points up on the board.
For sure. I think they were thinking, you know, there's those bigger sets coming through, but it's so hard to position for them. We saw them get caught by 2 of them. I mean, Bells has a funny thing of just luring you into the wrong, like a false sense of security as we look at the damage that got done by this wild card. I mean, picking the absolute eyes out of it this morning, just absolutely cranking that board on the rail. She is looking really good. I also heard the crowd go pretty crazy for this one, so a lot of local support for her as well. And she's dominating this heat, really. As we look behind her, Molly gets up. Let's have a look what she got done. We saw the tail end of this. So a little bit foamy on the face of this one, a bit hard to read. More of a sort of a horizontal approach here in the beginning as she works it through to the inside. And it did look like she got a finish. So she does, gets that fin release. And one more there for Molly. So completion, full wave, and out the back, Vahine on the backhand. She's looking a little bit off kilter here. She realizes that, she kicks out quick smart. She's like, no, let's keep priority. And smart decision by her.
You can see the lap and the buoy out there that they got to take before they drop their surfers off back in the lineup. Always great operators on the Red Bull skis for the Championship Tour events. They can catch their breath. Sometimes they get really lucky and just jump off straight into a set. We've seen that happen a lot at this event. Ellie on a roll. 6-1-7 and a 6-8-3. And you know, it's a key thing too when you come off the Challenger Series. We've seen some surfers that don't have much experience on jet skis, and some who definitely have a ton. And just even getting up, pulling yourself up the sled, making sure your fins aren't getting damaged or leash isn't wrapped around anything, and just looking comfortable, you can kind of pick out who spent some time on skis, you know, in between events.
For sure. And then I also think that no matter how good you are, they keep you honest. Like even I think back to, was it Griff that stepped off the ski at Cloud Break last year and like fell off into the water? It's just so funny, you know. It just adds a whole nother element. I mean, I've thought of some crazy moments at Snapper when Snapper was, you know, just, oh man, I mean, some people have had some big stacks, and it's a full art. It really is an art. And so, you know, some of these surfers have their own skis, so they're getting reps on the board, just on and off that sled. You know, they're doing step offs, that familiarity with the ski. But other surfers don't have them. And, you know, it's just, even if you have the experience, though, it'll keep you honest.
I think it's a part of your equipment these days. If you're on tour, you kind of need to have one in your garage. Ellie Harrison owning this heat so far, representing Victoria. Wild card in back-to-back seasons, is putting pressure on the full-timers on tour. We're back for more at heat number 2 after this. Always great to be in the beautiful state of Victoria here on the Surf Coast with the Victoria Flight Cam, giving us a great vision of all these amazing setups where we want to surf all day long. Winky Pop and Bell's Bowl, the 2 venues for this great event. Right now at Bell's this morning to kick off the competition. Winky Pop looking fun too for the best surfers in the world to try out aboard before their matchups today. So much fun watching great sports in this part of the world. They're obsessed with AFL in this region. It's basically like a religion. Aussie rules footy.
It is, Joey. I'm an AFL girl, hailing from Western Australia.
That's
we
right.
also appreciate the AFL. Yeah.
I'm a Geelong Cat supporter.
Yeah,
I got put on the spot my first trip here years ago.
So much money.
Cleanup on aisle 3. We've got Tommy Whitaker doing all kinds of things as a great coach. Just making sure the bottom of that Chris Borst design is ultra slick and ready to rip for Katie Simmers, world number 1, taking on Lakey Peterson, who's kind of a local around here. Her husband's from this part of the world. So she spends all kinds of time surfing bells, and the veteran will be enjoying that heat with Carly Shanahan. Carly making her debut coming out of the trials.
Yeah, a super special moment for Carly. I had a chance to speak to her, and she was just saying, you know, she grew up competing her whole life, like Pro Junior Series, and it was always her dream to get a start in a CT. And now it's happening, and in the trial she had a lot of local support. She said the night before a couple of her friends tapped on her window and they had a cake for her. They just were so excited to see her potentially get the win in the trials, and now she's done it, and now she gets to live out that dream.
Ah, it's the best ever. We love stories like that. We get a lot of them here at Bells. Vahine Fierro, nice patience. Clean re-entry this time on her start. Second turn, she'll feel her way through it. Sitting in third at the moment, needs a 4.81. Milking it all the way through the inside. Opens up a bit, nice timing all the way through. A little whitewater section that she'll ride away from. One of her longer rides of the matchup. Looking for a 4.81 to take second off Molly Picklum.
Ooh, I think this could be close. I think she's going to know that that wave felt good. I think it was the best timed wave that she's surfed so far. I mean, you could just see it from the takeoff. Her pace was nice, the approach, and I think this potentially could be putting a bit of pressure on Molly right now. She's only chasing 4.81. It'd be Vahine's best wave. Was it Vahine's best wave already? In my opinion, yes, it was. So you got to be thinking that Molly isn't safe in second. Let's have a look. Just beautifully timed this first turn. Just, I love Vahine's backhand. For me, obviously, we love her in consequential ways, but her backhand's deadly. It is spicy. She gets it up in the lip there and then brings it around. Just nothing crazy on the inside, but she gets the finish. And in my opinion, it is her best wave. So I think Molly is not going to be feeling too safe right now. I think Molly might have a bit more work to do. I'm excited to see what happens here.
Red Bull ski activated for a nice lap around the buoy for Vahine Fierro, so she has time to think about her strategy. A 4.33 coming in for Vahine Fierro. 4.43 is her top score, so very similar type of range, but she's going to know that she's still in third. And with some time, 6:30 to find a 4.81, so expecting a little more from Vahine on her next try here at Bells. Molly still second, Ellie Harrison out in front. Katie coming up next, Lakey Peterson, Carly Shanahan focusing on the greats here at Bells. Tyler Wright in the mix again, a very important wave for her and her career. Plan is to run the opening round for the men's and also finish off with the women's elimination round. Planning on a 20 heat day. That was the call this morning from the surfers, along with Jessie Miley Dyer making that decision. As we now head into the GWM recap for heat number 2. It's all about Ellie Harrison going from strength to strength, making the Victorians proud this morning.
Yeah, she's looking deadly, and she got that quarterfinal finish here last year. I had a feeling she was going to go all the way. I mean, she's picking up right where she left off. Her wave selection has been great. The choice of turns has been epic. I think she's got a really beautifully paced approach and just a good read. I mean, she's going to be hard to beat again out here, and putting the pressure on the veterans right now. I mean, let's have a look. Molly, she's also got some work done too. She's been a little bit on the back foot. I mean, this way she's got a couple of fours in the bank. She is holding that second place in front of Vahine right now, but only ever so slightly. I mean, Molly's out there with a total of 9.23. Vahine's just chasing her. I mean, we have seen moments from Molly, though. I mean, that one turn that comes to mind, she looked so good. I mean, she dropped a 4.4 for just that one singular maneuver that we saw. I mean, she does a couple of those. She's on her way to an excellent score. But it's Vahine Fierro right now with the work to do, chasing that 4.81. So looking for something slightly better than that last wave. Obviously, I thought it might go there, but judges obviously wanting a bit more up in the lip action. There was only kind of that one real moment on that wave, so she's still searching.
Frida Zamba, the surfer representing the backsiders, the goofy footers that has won this event in the past. Frida winning it 2 times in Bell's history. Vahine trying to push off that inspiration. So we check in with Darren Hanley, having a nice talk with Ryan Fletcher this morning. DHD has helped win a lot of bells. You think Steph Gilmore, you think Mick Fanning, you think Ethan Ewing. It's impressive. He's always reliable, and a big chance for him to give Matt Biolos a fight in the Shaper rankings. Matt with an enormous lead heading into his top 5 of the season, but Darren's held that yellow Shapers jersey for a moment in the past. One of the best in the business. Always love catching up with Darren, making boards for Molly Picklum, who's had a stellar year, just quietly kind of sliding by. She's been #1 of the world in Oz before, and so I think she's enjoying kind of sneaking her way in this world title race this season. She's kind of learned a lot. Remember, Flick, Molly would show up in yellow. She's done it twice. You know, she's going to the F1. She's on TV shows. She's trying to warm up at the same time, and it was just a very busy program for Molly, which she embraced. However, I think it did add a little bit of anxiousness as she was trying to prep for heats, and I think she's quietly just enjoying this space that she's having, and she's just right there behind the top spots on the rankings.
Yeah, as good as it is to obviously you want to be in that #1 spot and hold that yellow jersey, but it comes with a lot of expectations and a lot of commitments, and I mean, you want to make the most of it, of course, but I prefer the under the radar approach. Let's just let my surfing do the talking. Let's focus on getting into the groove down here. What's my routine? And sort of just take a little bit of that expectation off your shoulders.
Waves on the way, 2:10 on the clock. Priority with Ellie Harrison. The wild card rolling into some clean water. Beautiful roundhouse cutback from Ellie. Smooth off the bottom, easy on her timing. Making it look simple. She'll just stuff that carve before it goes flat on her. And she'll get dropped off on the inside corner. Vahine swinging. Chunky section, she'll climb over it. Vahine's 6th wave ridden in this 30-minute heat. We'll just tag it and now start fading on her forehand, and might be calling it a heat here. Left chasing a 4.81. They also let Molly Picklum out the back with priority.
Yeah, 1:20 on the clock. I mean, Vahina had to go. She has to roll the dice, right? Let's see what she got done. Let's have a look at Ellie first. Even though this probably is not going to be in her top 2, I just love a roundhouse cutback. For me, it's my favorite turn. I mean, the barrel's good, but I don't think it gets better than that. It's just something so pleasing to the eye. Katie Simmers does it well. I mean, she did them in Abu Dhabi, and I was so impressed. Let's have a look what Vahine got down out the back. This is the moments I wanted to see. Is it going to be the 4.81? I mean, that last turn there, she definitely went up into the lip. Her body language right now maybe seems to think, maybe I wish there was a little bit more there. I mean, she does her best. She gets the finish. And then out the back, Molly.
30 seconds on the clock. Molly trying to get this victory off Ellie Harrison. A big fin throw, throws it away on a chunky section. Why not? Last chance in a heat. Going for broke there. Picklum unable to pick it back up. And standing by for numbers for all 3 athletes, and more surfing happening out in front. Little down carve slice for Ellie Harrison. Clean little rip into the pocket. The wild card belting it so clean on the finish, making it look nice and easy. Surfers will be studying the timing and the approach from Ellie Harrison with perfect rhythm at Bells Beach. Quarterfinalist last year, getting the call up because she had a high Challenger Series ranking. Representing herself, this area, Australia. And she is so happy coming into the beach. Waiting on a couple of numbers for Harrison, and we'll wrap up this heat, but looking like Ellie's looking very safe to go right into the round of 16.
I mean, that was a beautiful heat that she put together. I mean, even that little bonus wave that she got at the end, is it going to be in the top 2? No, but it's just such great surfing and just demonstrates the read that she has on this wave.
Molly Picklum looking comfy this morning. She'll take the 2nd spot and advance underneath the wild card Ellie Harrison into the round of 16. Vahine Fierro will have to surf again later on today in the elimination round. So a bit of trouble for the backsiders this morning, with Nadia and Vahine into the ER later on this evening here at Bells. Coming up next is Heat 3, features world #1 and defending Bells champ Katie Simmers. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Rosie Hodge for the call.
'17-year-old Katie Simmers 3, 2, and 1 wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Exciting rookie on tour. She's already won an event.
How's this gem for Caitlin Simmers as she goes off the lip? How about Caitlin Simmers, Vivo Rio Pro champion?
Goes Katie Simmers pulling in. Huge backdoor section.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Bike Pro. Katie Simmers has a section to work with, hits it off the top and rides away. She turns the final.
Smashes that lip. Katie Simmers is your champ. Back-to-back here in Saquarema.
Kate Simmers, world champ. Transition, that was a hammer. Scores it, Kate Simmers. She's queen of the desert here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
The world champ, Katie Simmers, last year's Bells champion, will be back out there here in heat #3 up against Lakey Peterson and Carly Shanahan. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Rosie Hodge, Richie Lovett for the call. This is going to be a lot of fun, Ro. Katie Simmers on fire again this year, already a victory. And certainly with the way she surfed a couple of her waves in El Salvador, you'd back her to back that title up.
Oh, definitely. Katie's coming in as a favourite. Can she go back-to-back here at Bells? That's the question. We've had such a quick turnaround from event to event, so it's been a little bit challenging.
Yeah, she was a little jet lagged yesterday in the press conference, but she'll fire up quick. She's got youthfulness behind her, and she knows the wave.
It's a fantastic heat on paper. It's the Hydrolite heat of the round, and really, there's no reason why this shouldn't be. Lakey Peterson does a lot of time down here in Victoria. She's an adopted local. And Carly Shanahan from the Jan Juck Board Riders Club winning through the trials and earning her place in the draw. Big heat for Carly, the biggest heat of her life to date. And we'll see how she fares against these two champions.
Yeah, tricky ask. I mean, Carly coming in as that wild card. She's got that kind of hometown feel. Just listening to Felicity saying that, you know, her friends baked her cake. She's got a lot of support. There's a lot of people like wanting to see her do well out here. Let's see if she can rise to that occasion coming up against some big names.
I remember my first heat as a wild card. It was actually here. I won the Bells trials and got in. I was petrified, absolutely petrified. And it's a real hurdle coming up against your heroes.
We did have a wave during the break. It was Lakey Peterson getting started. Nice whip off the top, getting a bit of release in the tail of the board, driving through that carve. Lakey chasing a big result to get a year back on track here at Bells. And this is a good start, Rosie.
Yeah, just really good start from Lakey. I think she's coming out of El Salvador and she's got something to prove. She had a really close heat against Sawyer Lindblad over there, and I think she's coming in with a lot of fire, and I think that's really going to suit Lakey to get angry, to get fired up, to turn that season around.
Yeah, I mean, she kicked off the year in fine form. A semi-final at Pipe is nothing to scoff at, but she, hasn't been able to break out of, that third round since then. So a string of ninth place finishes, but a 6 is a really positive start. Really attack that wave too.
Yeah, really good way to start the heat. And, she has obviously a ton of experience in this heat compared to her competitors. So, Lakey will feel good. Always a great moment. If you start the heat, you start strong. That sets the tone for you. Your confidence automatically rises in that first 5 minutes, and you're sort of off and running. So great start for Lakey. Let's see if she can continue on.
We've seen it in the past, Rosie, when someone is emotionally attached to a venue, sometimes there's extra pressure. And, Lakey, having grown up on a right-hand point break, it just seems like she should have broken through for the big win here already. She is one of the veterans on the championship tour, but, Katie Simmers proving that, you don't necessarily need a whole lot of experience at this venue. I think the stats are pretty kind to those that have it, but it is a place that takes a while to figure out sometimes.
Definitely, like knowing those little intricacies of a location as we see our first look at the wild card.
Well, Carly from the East Coast, originally up there at Wooleye, just sort of on the coast near Grafton, halfway up the New South Wales coast, and she's been living down here for some time now. And Jan Jack Board Riders is who she represents. They're absolutely thrilled to see her into the main event. A real buzz around town, but a fall on her first wave, unfortunately.
What? Sorry, Rosie, I was just about to say, hopefully that fall actually does something positive for her and just shake off the nerves. Now she goes, okay, you know what? I've been to my feet. I can't go any worse right now. So the next wave, I'll just settle down and just get into this heat.
I totally agree with you. And just having a little look at her walking up the stairs after the free surfing this morning, it was just such a good point from you. That first experience as a wild card on this big stage, it's a whole other arena. It doesn't matter if this is your home break and you surf it every day. There's a different feeling and pressure and nerves that come to mind when you're competing as a wild card, and yeah, it's just completely different.
You feel like you don't belong.
Yeah,
everything's foreign. You can do your Jan Juck Board Riders, and she can be the queen down there. She rules it, but this is a different stage. This is the World Tour, added pressure up against her heroes. She needs to shake it off and get into it.
Looking forward to seeing Katie's opening ride for her Bells title defence. She's just so fun to watch. She was amazing in the finals last year, Rosie. You got to call a lot of those moments. She just has that sort of freedom, even with the jersey on, where you kind of get the feeling that she's free surfing. And at Bells, when you're referencing the greats out here, they all kind of share that. It sort of seems like they're out there just, expressing themselves on those big, long walls, as opposed to sort of hitting marks on the criteria.
Yeah, it's intuitive for Katie. She's really surfing by feel, and that kind of leans itself to Bells, because sometimes you have this something mapped out in your mind, this perfect run, but Bells, you're always having to adjust to what the Bells ball is throwing at you, or the rincon section.
Yeah, some really unique creative lines that Katie possesses. She's just been patient, didn't get in the hustle for the inside position here. So she wants to make this first ride count, just like Lakey Peterson did.
Yeah, perhaps could have just been sitting out just a touch too far for that the wave that Carly took off on. That could have been Katie's. But you can see now this wind it's changing right before our eyes right now. It's just starting to drop down a little bit. It is going to check around more to the offshore position as the morning goes on, but there is this surface texture, and we saw that on Lakey's wave. Although she did surf it very well to a 6, it was possibly a 7.5, potentially even an 8 if she had surfed it perfectly.
Well, here we go, the world champ. She's going to get her first run at a scoring ride here at Bells Beach. Straight into it, nice carve, and in lumpy sections keeps those rails very clean. Driving up into the pocket again. The wave does have some ribs that she negotiates reasonably well. And now eyes a finish on the inside, flowing through to that shore break section. A little tweak on the tail there, just trying to add any extras she can. But again, doesn't look rushed, doesn't get impatient with the wave, just waits for it to stand up and delivers. Nice little finish on the inside. And Katie Simmers will get her first score on the board here.
I'll call that a good settler. There was some good moments on that wave for sure. Really engaged with the rail through some of those carves, but there were a couple of little hiccup moments. But again, it's a settler wave. She'll get into this heat. Let's take it through the replay, Rosie.
I like this from Katie. I think her body language at the moment, she's very engaged in what she's doing. She looks fired up. The rails are looking clean through those first 2 turns. Waiting on the bottom. There it gets a little bit lumpy, but there's a definite step in that wave. They're a little, you know, on that bottom turn. It's not easy out there. There's lots of ribs up the face, but even ending off this wave with a little bit of flair right there, has to kick out those rocks popping up. I like it. I think it's a good answer back to the 6 of Lakey Peterson.
Great speed and acceleration right off that first bottom turn. And those first 2 turns were very, very smooth. As you said, clean rails. Lots of power for such a little lass. And yeah, looking good.
Looking sharp. Yeah, it was a tricky wave to negotiate. Not exactly a groomed canvas. A lot of bumps, so she was careful not to overcommit to a couple of those opening rail turns. Just smooth, measured, waiting on the numbers to come through. We'll see how it stacks up against Lakey Peterson's 6 in just a moment. One thing that we know here at Bells Beach is generally if you figure out the formula for victory, you know, there's a pretty high chance you'll get it again here. I think we're in maybe the 52nd year for the women of this CT event. I think there's only been around 21 winners. So obviously Gail Cooper taking the lion's share of those victories. But, you know, it's certainly, I think, a venue that the winners really fall in love with. And obviously the most iconic trophy that we probably have on the schedule.
Well, in this women's draw that we have on the championship tour, we've got 3 winners in the mix. We've got Tyler Wright, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Katie Simmers. But Tyler and Sally, multiple wins out here.
Yeah. So that number's just dropped for Katie Simmers, 6.5. So just edges ahead of Lakey there, Rich.
Yeah, I like it. It's bang on. I think the judging was perfect. The spread only 0.5, but Katie's wave to me just had that little speed edge to it. The 2 rail turns were a little bit crisper right at the start, and Lakey did get hung up on that 3rd turn. I think it was the 3rd turn on her wave. But those 2, they would be feeling good about that. A 6 and a 6.5, well ahead.
Yeah, maybe the two events on the Australian schedule, you know, the judges always love a good finish, but at Bells Beach, Margaret River in particular, you know, they really need you to finish those rides off right on the inside. But the judging components on the Bells Bowl on screen for you there. Take us through it, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of high-speed, powerful maneuvers, you're really looking at the surface to attack those bigger sections. You want to see the variety coming into it, the critical major maneuvers, all those wow factors, commitment and degree of difficulty. They really have zeroed in on that component for me of late. And they're knowing like the technical difficulty of the maneuvers that you're laying down. And then you really want to throw that all together with a bit of flow, the speed, the flow.
Yeah, flow's a very special thing and something that you absolutely need out here on the Bells Bowl. As we look here, deep bottom turn for Katie. Gets nice and high on the lip. Look at that rail engagement. And quickly cuts it short because she wants to get to this next turn here. You can see those ridges on the wave, and she picks this little moment in between both of those. And again, nice clean snap off the top. Beautiful style, staying nice and low. She does this little double shimmy bottom turn right there. Pumps nice and hard. Great speed. Gets a little caught here. You can just see that heel side rail just dug in a little deep, but she cleaned it up really well, and back to that flow element, she had it.
And now she's going to sneak one here at the bottom end of the priority order. Caitlin Simmons is up on a second wave in attack mode through those opening sections. Cuts down beautifully there, banking off the bottom and not seeing a whole lot she can dig into, so she gets out of there. On the outside, Lakey Peterson, good size set waves, promising signs. This swell starting to fill in. Lakey doesn't quite connect the way she would have liked on the first turn, but really makes up for it on the second. grinding through those rail turns, taking it right back to the bottom of the wall for sizing up her options here on the inside. That's all she's going to get out of that wave, but a couple of nice turns, the second and third in particular.
And interesting there because she almost had to register where Katie was going to duck dive, and that almost set her up because that second turn for me was the money turn.
That's beautiful.
And even though she had to negotiate that little, you know, her competitor right there, it actually turned into a little bit of an advantage of where she met that lip line and really set that rail.
I think one thing that Lakey has been working on is the speed. It almost looks like there's urgency into the way she's approaching the waves this year. So clean snap to start things off. His second turn, as you said, Ro, that was beautiful. Just clean rail engagement all the way around through the turn. A third one through the bowl section. She comes through to the inside. Really interesting to note the steepness of the wave between the bowl section and then when it comes through to that inside section. There's such a degree change in the actual face of the wave. You can see Lakey just roping that turnaround. Nice and low off the bottom. Really hard for these surfers to stay connected through that bottom turn with this chatter on the wave face at the moment, but she does it well.
I think that just that local knowledge coming in to play with the wave selection too. Here's Katie's second ride, came through to 3.67.
A little bit of a harder wave to surf. It's got a very lateral feel to it because it's kind of running out to sea. It doesn't really bowl up that much. I like the way she played that wave though, with that third priority, going a little bit deeper on the bowl and finding that wave. But Lakey's second scoring ride, I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to come through for Lakey, but while we do, let's hear from one of the locals. Vaughan, the crowd's got plenty to get up for at the moment.
Absolutely right, Ronnie. Ellie Harrison, wow, that was a great performance to start the morning. I mean, last year you set this comp on fire, you set the town on fire, you defeated Tyler Wright, a two-time Bells winner, two-time world champ. You made the quarterfinals. It was all a bit of a fantasy, but that performance then just really looked like business.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was fun out there. I don't know, I was really, really nervous for that heat. Everything felt like it was going wrong. My alarm didn't set this morning, so I woke up late. Everything just felt like it was going wrong. But nah, it was really, when I woke up and came down and there was waves, I was just, yeah, really excited to get out there. And it cleaned up a lot since the morning. So yeah, it was a really fun heat to have with Molly and Vahine, and really happy we just got waves.
Yeah, I saw you doing a few laps up and down the hill. I was like, what are you up to? Yeah, how different is this year compared to last year, just for attitude-wise? I mean, clearly you look so comfortable out there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, maybe, like, I feel like I know I can get scores on this level, so I know a little bit different, but I still feel like I'm, like, a bit, like, not meant to be here in a way. Just, yeah, in a way of just, like, I don't know, I'm not on tour, so it's like a wild card, so it's still a bit like, oh, I don't know, giddy and stuff, but yeah, I don't know, I feel good. Just see how it goes.
Richie Lovett made the point before, you paddle out against your heroes or you see a Molly Picklum in the lineup of Vahine and you're like, wow, this is serious, it's on here. You didn't look too rattled to me.
Well, yeah, I don't know, I'm just paddling out bells. It just feels like another day to just go free surfing. Well, that's why I try to tell myself. And like I paddled around Rincon, gave myself time and just sat there and was just like, oh, it's another surf out bells. So yeah, it felt really comfortable in that way. So just try to channel that, yeah, I'm feeling at home and like I've got all my family here. So it's just another day in the ocean at bells.
Fantastic, congratulations. A great way to start your Rip Curl Pro campaign in 2025.
Thank you.
Good on you, Vaughan. Ellie Harrison getting the jump on Molly Picklum and Vahine Fierro on that first heat. A massive confidence-building win for her. We had a 7.5 drop for Lakey Peterson here in Heat 3. We'll see what Katie Simmers and Carly Shanahan can do after the break. Right now, though, it's time for a Bonsoy brew break.
all about bringing colour to mental health through saltwater therapy, surfing and fluoro. Sometimes one wave is all it takes to free the funk. Riding waves and having a chat to your mates can honestly change your life, and sometimes it's the people you least expect that are suffering the most.
What does One Wave do? It makes that invisible issue of mental health visible. We've got some that are standing up, some that are on their knees. They're all supporting, they're all hooting, they're all cheering each other, and that's what it's about.
Welcome back to Live Action. Heat 3 unfolding. We've got the world champion, last year's Bells champion, out there in the lineup, trying to improve on a 3.67 to better her chances of avoiding the elimination round. Katie Simmers up at the moment. Good size wave, bouncing off the foam here. Katie so capable of huge finishes on this shore break section. There's a nice smooth turn. Doesn't quite get it back up there for the combination. But there'll be some credit for the carve. Ronnie sitting alongside Rosie and Rich for the call. And Lakey Peterson off to a great start here, Rosie.
Yeah, and just looking so solid at the moment. We've mentioned how fired up she looks. I like that little answer back from Katie. Something that I've, recognizing in the women surfing at the moment is the speed that they're carrying through their turns. There's definitely that elevated velocity going into the maneuvers, and it's a good illustration here with Katie, Rich.
Absolutely. Flying deep on the bowl here. Coming around this big section. Deep bottom turn. Will snap off the top, cuts back, gets back to that power source, but unfortunately this wave just sort of slopes out through the inside. There's another little cutback work here, looking for a big finish, but as you said, Ronnie, timing is so critical out here on the Bells Bowl. Just unfortunately mistimes that last turn, so she won't get credit for that. And this was Lakey.
Medium-sized wave, but great attack right there. Oh my gosh, that Lakey's coming into this one with a lot of aggression, taking this medium-sized wave and making something out of it. I mean, you can argue that there was that disruption of flow as she entered out of that maneuver, but she makes up for it over here. A little bit off time, but I really like the shades of what we're seeing from Lakey.
Yeah, good commitment, and often you'll see you can almost see the mindset of the competitor. They take an average wave and they're like, all right, well, I may as well throw everything at it because it's going to be really hard to better what I've already achieved on a wave that's half the size. So, even though it's not a keeper score for Lakey there, 5.33, positive signs, a bit more of an aggressive approach. It'll free her up potentially on her next ride. 5.5 minutes to go, and we were touching on it. Multiple champions, especially on the women's side here at Bells Beach. It's the 55th year, and there's only been 23 winners sharing all those titles. So Katie Simmers, I think she's a red-hot chance at going back-to-back. Just the form that she's shown this year. Just the one victory this season, but the forehands looked especially sharp. I think she rode the best. Well, along with Gabriella Bryan, probably rode one of the better performance waves in El Salvador, despite the fact that she didn't win that event, obviously. But she's just looked on this year. She's lost none of the form that saw her break through for a title last season.
Nah, she's got this this speed and acceleration about her, the way she surfs. The boards look incredible under her feet, and that just frees her up. Speed is everything in surfing, and when you've got it, it sort of allows you to do the maneuvers that you want to do instead of always striving for speed, trying to push for speed. She's got it. It's in the tank already. And that's something that's effortless for her.
A lot of competitors, you see their free surfing clips. You see their best surfing outside of the jersey. But some people just get comfortable from the get-go in bringing their very best, while they're wearing that jersey that can add pressure and kind of seize you up a little bit. But Katie's never had that, and she's always been very clutch. Even here at Bells Beach last year, clutch in breaking through for the victory.
And I think we've seen that happen on the men's side. Like, you know, the surf part theory of going free surfing, that's your best surfing. That whole script has been flipped with everyone doing such amazing things in the jersey. And Katie brings that component here on the women's side. And a clutch performance to win against Joanne Defay last year. She knows how to perform under pressure. She's won that first world title. But just to see her in that chase for her second world title now and how she's handling all that attention, especially as someone that seems rather shy and attention divergent, it just seems she's handling it so well. She's taking it all in her stride and she's maturing in front of our eyes.
Yeah, well, the colour of her jersey suggests she's dealing with it really well. Now let's dive into the GWM heat recap. It was Lakey Peterson getting us started here with a 6-point ride, looking very comfortable at her second home.
Yeah, I like to say that she really has controlled this heat right from the get-go. Gets the opening ride. Katie came bouncing back, getting a couple of nice rides as well to put her solidly in second place at the moment. But it's mature surfing from both these two. And, you know, it's difficult, Bells, to surf right now. It looks pretty. It looks spectacular, but it's hard to surf with these little bumps and ridges. And the experience of Lakey and the youthfulness of Katie has shone through.
Best wave of the heat at the 7.5. Lakey showing her intentions in this one, wants to get a little bit of revenge, I think, after El Salvador. And even talking about El Salvador, Katie Simmers had a funky semi-final heat. She lost, you know, with the best wave of the heat and then only needing a 2.5. So I think she needs to shake off that kind of little hump in the road for her. And this is a good test for her to see how she rebounds.
Interesting too, just seeing our veterans on the Women's Championship Tour and how they're going to rebound through this GWM Aussie treble, because it's, you know, it's going to be tough for them. They're looking like they're going to be struggling at this stage to get above that cut line. They've got a few events to turn it around, and it looks like Lakey's making her move right here.
I mean, it's now or never, because, you know, you spoke about her really great start to the season at Pipeline. She's had subpar results, but really close heats. And I think Lakey's trying to make, you know, that point of separation and really make it clear to the judges that she's winning, that she's out in front. And to get a good start like she has here, I think that's going to be that little confidence boost that she needs. And hopefully it kind of gets that switch flicked over and she goes on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, it's the start of the Aussie leg, but it's also the start of the cut pressure for a lot of these surfers. They're coming in here, they're really starting to look at the ratings and go, okay, what do I need to do in these 3 events to get myself, one, out of trouble or get myself right up the top of the ratings? So, yeah, this is going to be unreal to watch these 3 events unfold. I think we're going to have a huge shake-up in the ratings over the next month or 2.
And aren't Lakey and Vahine, aren't they pretty much tied on the rankings? Vahine's found herself in the elimination round, so for Lakey to make it through this heat and avoid that is, yeah, pretty good for her.
Movement on the outside here, just 40 seconds remaining, and Carly Shanahan's going to get a go at it. We've only seen her up once. Let's see if she can put one together here. You can hear the local crowd cheering her on, but it's a tricky wave. It's going to get away from her, but still they're letting her know that they're here for her. A big round of applause as she finished off that final turn, but she'll have to reset in the elimination round. That one's not going to help her chances of progressing through, just a 2.33. This one winding down. Impressive stuff from Lakey Peterson. Putting together 3 great rides. Even the 5.33 had a fantastic turn on it. But a 7-point ride and a 6 is going to see her through. 7.5 and a 6 is enough to get the victory over last year's event champion, Katie Simmers. Katie won't mind as long as you're not in the elimination round after the Hooter Sounds. You're pretty happy on a good Friday morning here at Bells Beach. We're going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more to look forward to today. Coming up next, Caroline Marks, Bella Kenworthy and Sally Fitzgibbons.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
There's Lakey Peterson coming in after a solid performance here in the opening round of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. A couple of solid rides for her as we gear up for another big heat here. Caroline Marks, world champ, who's already had a victory this season, up against Bella Kenworthy, one of the rookies, and Sally Fitzgibbons, the longest serving member on the championship tour now. And Sal, a great relationship with Bells Beach, a couple of victories, 14 previous appearances, and she's only missed the quarterfinals 4 times. 7 semis and 3 finals here. She loves this place. It's where she broke through for her first CT victory.
She's got some work to do though.
She's got a lot of work to do to get above that cut line. And it's sort of been the case for Sally. She's had no dramas in getting back on the championship tour, just powering through the Challenger Series schedule a couple of times now to earn her place. But, you know, come that last event of before the cut, she's really found herself struggling for a big result in the opening stages of the season.
Yeah, I actually had a couple of combos with Sally post El Salvador, and she described her year so far as a beautiful mess, her competition season so far, but she's up for it. She goes, look, I'm still really happy with the way I'm surfing. She's had a few equipment changes. She's really been working on a technique. And she's happy with her performance. It's just the results aren't coming yet, and you've got to somehow connect the two, get that electricity going, and let's just hope that she can pull it out here, because we love Sal. She brings such a good energy to the tour, and well, she's an amazing surfer and she deserves to be here.
Yeah, 25.5 minutes to go here. Plenty of time for these competitors to log a couple of high-scoring rides. Caroline Marks, she'd probably be the favourite as a goofy footer to break through for the big result. On the women's side, it's crazy how dominated the event has been by the regular footers.
Yeah, we haven't seen, I mean, a goofy footer have a successful Bells run in so long. I think Caroline's someone that's come close with the 3rd place last year, but I can't remember in recent history a goofy footer winning, which is insane, because you think about Chelsea Georgeson and the backhand surfing that she does. You would think that she would have a couple Bells trophies, but it has been very elusive for the goofy foots to take a Bells trophy home.
Yeah, well, 52 titles for the regular footers and 2 for the goofies.
Whoa.
And they're both from the same person, Frida Zamba. I know it was a non-CT event. Nerida Falconer had a victory here. But it's the CTs that are in the history books, in the stats here in front of us. But Caroline's just so sharp on that backhand, has great variation, has a nice carving turn out of the top that she can go to as well. You want to have that variation if you're a goofy and you want to do well here. So we'll see if she can get it done.
Yeah, you think about, you know, the successful goofy footers out here. On the men's side, there's so many icons to look up to, like Aki surfing that he was doing out here last year against Tom Curran was just phenomenal. Obviously, Italo has won, Maddie Wilkinson. So there's a lot of people that you can draw inspiration from and try and replicate that similar timing off the top and hopefully break through for a goofy foot win here.
Yeah. We don't need a lot of time to mention them all, so we'll go ahead and do it. Cole Houshman breaking through last year, that was huge. Damien Hardman with a couple of Bells titles. Barton Lynch was always strong down here, and Tom Carroll got the victory, but also had some memorable performances and big heats at different stages as well. Hasn't Bella Kenworthy impressed as a rookie. I know she's sort of carried some injuries through the opening stages of the season, but still breaking through for big heat wins.
She's been one of my definite most improved wow surfer on the tour at the moment. And just talking about that injury, caught up with her dad Jason down in El Salvador, and he said, you know, Bella's knee is not 100%. She's got an ACL tear that she's still working really hard to rehabilitate and get healthy. So she's surfing with a lot of discomfort, but just doing some incredible stuff, and really impressed with her.
Yeah, no, she's been super impressive. You know, I think she started off with a so-so result, but then since then I think she's had a run of fifths, which is incredible as a rookie. Great for the confidence. And just on the injury, sometimes that can actually play in your favour. If you take that pressure off you, you go, okay, look, I'm carrying an injury and maybe not in my best form. It almost makes you concentrate and laser in on what you actually have to do. You break away all the noise, you break it all down, and you just get the job done.
I like that. I like getting that insight from you both. That Bond University athlete health check there with Bella Kenworthy, and she's been impressive, opting not to go the route of surgery, Rich, which you know all too well about. They basically rip your legs off and reattach them a couple of times now.
Yeah, mate.
But it's just impressive. You know, there's so much for a rookie to take on anyway, even at full health, to be dealing with what she's, you know, had on her plate through those opening stages of the season, and still being able to achieve quarterfinal finishes in the last 3 events. That's pretty mind-blowing.
Just so competitive, both the men and the women's tours. Just incredible, the level of surfing. It blows my mind, actually, just how good everyone is. There are no easy heats these days. And I don't know, I think these youngsters coming onto the tour as well, they're not perhaps as intimidated as they used to be. They're sort of coming in full of confidence. They've often got coaches and teams behind them. They're getting propped up, and they're ready for action.
I love it too. You know, we've seen a couple of really consistent campaigners on both tours this year. Italo and Katie obviously setting the pace, but Molly Picklam's been super consistent and breaking through to the later stages of each of the events. But the wins have been shared around. No one's had multiple victories yet, and hopefully that continues, because it sets up a really close race. It means those two who are a little further behind the pack can kind of rebound if they can break through for a victory. There's certainly a few surfers who need that. Probably none more so than Sally Fitzgibbons coming into this contest.
And it just shows, I mean, how competitive the women's field is. Anyone can win a competition on any day. We've had, like you said, 4 different winners at the 4 stops. Sally would be coming in just with that, those memories, that first win. As we hear the leader.
Well, that is a heat restart, so no scoring potential really in the opening stages of Heat 4 here. We're going to give them a fresh clock, 30 minutes, and there is set waves approaching, and we're likely going to see a start now. Caroline Marks, Bella Kenworthy, Sally Fitzgibbons here in heat number 4. The 2-time Bells champ looking to chase down a third as Bella Kenworthy gets on the front foot here. A lot of speed, but can't find the bowl. And a bit more water will be drawn off the reef for this wave for Sally Fitzgibbons. It just taps through that first turn. Really just a transition move to try and find some open face down the line here. Nice little snap. No major turn laid down until now. Nice carve in the pocket there. Sally knows the importance of the big finish, adding just small increments to this number with some great work in between. And it's the flow that's impressive at the moment. So just the one kind of major turn in there, but linked it all together beautifully.
Yeah, the tempo was looking good. Bell on the inside.
Well, looking for a bit of a make-up number here. Didn't get a whole lot out of that first ride, but this wave standing up pretty nicely. Oh, Bella digs in. So we saw her through that last event, just wearing that knee brace as a bit of insurance. Looks like she's got it on again there. Couple of decent turns on the outside here. Again, I think every competitor in the field rides through that flatter section of water here at Bells, and you know, even if they're not able to let a huge turn go on the inside, they'll still commit as Caroline Marks looks to drop her first number as well. Just amazing how quickly she can swing that board around in limited space. Good rhythm for Caroline through that midsection of the wave, let go of a number of turns. Look forward to seeing the start of that ride, but great opening exchange for the three competitors after a restart.
Yeah, it was nice to have that set right on cue at the restart. There was one questionable wave that came through before they restarted that heat, and there was a lot of jockeying for position. So we watched the replay of Caroline on the backhand, squares up off the bottom, nice and tight, right off that top section of the wave. And this is the advantage of the goofy footer, being able to square up, have a tighter angle off the bottom, get more vertical in the approach off the top. Caroline just milks this one all the way through, and then it eventually just fills up. This was Sally.
Sally, a frothier wave, the second wave of the set, but this is my favorite wave. My favorite turn from her was when it started to steepen up. She gets to kind of set that rail through the section. This is the turn right there where Sally really gets to sink her teeth into it. Tricky wave with all that foam, but the tempo and the timing and how well she knows this wave, just beautiful rail work. Look how much of the board is buried there. This looks like the same board that she was riding in El Salvador, so definitely got an Old Faithful under her feet. And Bella, Richie.
Yeah, did well to pick this one up on the way back out. It was already breaking through the bowl here. I love this turn here. She came from behind the section, and that gave her all that speed and power. You can see the wave flattening off as it comes off the bowl reef. And she does some nice work through the inside. And it's a story of just connecting the dots until you get to that last little moment where it hits some of these inside rock shelves, and they pop up quickly. And then affording her the opportunity to just get that final snap. And then she ejects quickly before the water completely drains off.
So waiting for some numbers to roll through here. Sally Fitzgibbons managed a 5.17. Bella a 4.33. Expecting a decent one for Caroline Marks in just a moment. But right now, let's hear from the winner of that last heat. That local experience is really paying off here this morning, Vorno.
Lakey, what a great way to start your event, your campaign in the 2025 Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy. You defeat the world champ, you defeat the defending Rip Curl Pro champ, but best of all, you had a great time.
Yeah, I did have a great time. I think that is best of all. Yeah, it feels really good. Nice to just get some waves. It's kind of seems like it comes in flurries this morning, so I was really hoping to get on the right side of the rhythm when the waves came, and Bells was giving me some love back today. So yeah, felt really good to start off strong, and obviously, you know, having Katie and also the local trials winner, I knew it was gonna be a tough heat, so feels good to get some good waves.
They say that you've got to have a relationship with Bells to do well here. Ronnie mentioned that, you know, you're a bit of a local, you know it so well down here. Yeah, how does that play out for you? Do you feel like you're really strong on this particular?
Yeah, I mean, my husband grew up like right over the hill here, and so I've been coming here a lot for like 10 years now since we've been together outside of the event, just surfing and visiting him, and so it feels like a second home, and obviously we have our family here also, so yeah, I love Bells. I hope it continues to love me back this whole week, and I don't know, I do love coming down here though. It's epic. It really does feel like a slice of home for me, and at this point in the year it's really nice too. You know, we've been on the road a lot this year, so just to be able to come here and get home cooked meals, and I don't know, my mother-in-law's been baking away, so I'm gonna have to slow down on the treats, but it does feel good, and yeah, I feel like I have a good relationship with the wave. Obviously a nice right hand point break, something I love, so yeah, looking forward to a good week.
Unreal. And yeah, you know, we were saying just during the break there that got off to a flying start, a little bit slow for the last couple of events, but now we're into the Aussie Treble and three waves that really suit your style.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like I really hit my stride actually in El Salvador. I felt like things turned a corner for me there, even though I lost early in a close heat. I felt like me again, and I just let go of the nerves and the pressure of everything. You know, I think
yeah, last year was not the best year for me, so I've thought about that. But now I'm more in a place of like, I just really want to surf and attack the wave. And, you know, having the next few events that we have on the calendar, I feel like I can really showcase my style of surfing. And yeah, just looking forward to enjoying it, and hopefully that shines through.
Oh, it's such a good place to be. Attack mode and having fun.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Great start to the event.
Thanks, guys. Let's get it.
Blake Peterson, a strong performance working with Leandro Dora this year. And like she said, she found something in El Salvador. It certainly looked that way in her opening heat here at Bells Beach for 2025. Powering past Caitlin Simmers, avoiding that elimination round. And on a quest to get the job done here at Bells Beach. So 20 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Those numbers through from that opening exchange. Caroline Martz at 4.67. So this one is very tied up at the moment, very close. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more in just a moment. We love taking a trip on the Visit Victoria flight cam. Of course, the Great Ocean Road, one of the world's most scenic coastal tours, spanning 243 kilometres along the stunning Victorian coastline. Awesome cliff top scenery of the Southern Ocean and Bass Strait. Definitely worth checking out. Right now, the place to be is Bells Beach. The opening round of competition underway here with Heat 4 in the lineup, 19.5 minutes to go. And each of the surfers with a mid-range score in this one. The best of them belonging to Sally Fitzgibbons, a 5.17. She has since backed that up with a 4.13. And she has the lead. Bella Kenworthy in second spot at the moment. Caroline Marks, she's back in third with a 4.67, not needing a whole lot to jump up in a second. Everyone wants to avoid third position in this opening round heat and being bumped into the elimination round. You always kind of sense the nerves as we see the replay of Sally's 4.13 here.
Lots of speed through that first turn. This wave goes a little bit lateral. Sally's hoping for some critical sections to pop up. Looking alive, looking lively on that board. Activated, like we've been saying, just a good relationship with Bells.
Well, on the outside, we've got some good looking set waves. And those walls looking a little bit more groomed out here at the moment as Bella Kenworthy tucks into a couple of nice turns on the outside. Kicks on that tail And just looking to set up her run through the inside. Gets a nice section to deal with. Banks a nice little re-entry there as Caroline Marks on the outside, chases it down. Caroline always great timing, typically a fantastic feature of her approach. But you could tell that section just backed off on her a little bit. She had nothing to push that tail against and went down as a result. So she's kind of struggling out here at the moment to put it together. .17.5 minutes to go. Let's have a look at Bella's third ride here, Rosie.
Good attack of that oncoming section. Just love the commitment to that turn, straight through into that cutback maneuver. This wave goes a little bit sleepy here. She steps on that tail to kind of stay in the critical section. Now looking down the line, finishes it off, but definitely that hit on the outside, the standout point for me.
Then we had Caroline up rich, just trying to get herself back into this heat and out of that third position.
Yeah, this is one of the bigger waves that we've seen of the morning so far, but it looks like this one actually broke off the bowl. She comes into that inside section, timing just a little off. Very, very tricky end section. And then this is Sally on the replay. She picked this one right as she got back out the back. A beautiful carve down. Nice rail turn. And just a softer cutback. She works it all the way through to the inside. It bowls up again. Just waiting for that power to stand up again. She gets the little foam hit on the inside. So you can feel Sally's actually surfing into a good rhythm here.
Really solid. I guess that's one thing that when you look at all the former champs here, you know, the one thing that they have in common is really solid rail turns, especially on that forehand. When it comes to the goofy footers, you know, typically it's kind of been steeper years, bigger swells. Thinking back to Matty Wilkinson, Italo, even Cole at different stages through the event last year for him. You know, they had steep wall to work with, so they could really get some big solid hits happening. But when it's like this and the bowl's not doing its best impression of itself, you need to go to those rail turns. You're going to get some flatter sections out there, and Sally Fitzgibbons really clean through her rail turns out there at the moment. And as a result, you know, probably looking good to reclaim the #1 position here in just a moment.
Yeah, you can anticipate the sections a little bit easier on your forehand and really just work through those flat sections. And the tempo as it reaches that inside bowl, as it stands up at you, just seems a bit easier to read on the forehand.
Yeah, especially, see how it's broken up, the waves at the moment? It's not that perfect corduroy line. There's a little inconsistency to the lip line here. And as you said, on your forehand, you can really pick those moments and they pop up, and you've really got to take advantage of it at the moment with the surf the way it is. The best turn for me of the whole heat has been Sally's second or third turn on that first ride, where she really hooked into it. But Bella Kenworthy, she did something progressive on that first turn, and that's why it's gone up into that 6 mark, that 6.17, that first turn where she went right up and over the roof of the wave. She tapped into that progressive part of the judging criteria.
Well, the judges are picking up what Bella Kenworthy's putting down out there at the moment. 6.17, the highest number of the heat so far, has her out in front. Sally Fitzgibbons on her previous ride only managed to 4.77, so not enough to get back in front. Pretty close between those two at the top of this order at the moment. But Caroline Marks kind of struggling to find that rhythm out there at the moment as we have a look at CT by the numbers here and heat win percentages here at Bells Beach. Have a look at Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore there, 69%. Two of the absolute goats out here at Bells Beach. And then Caroline, great winning percentage, but hasn't got the victory here. Maybe this is the year. Sally right at the top of the order as well. As we see Bella just in good rhythm. We heard Lakey Peterson touch on that earlier, finding good rhythm out here and really attacking these opening sections. And that's going to give her a great chance at getting rid of the 4.33 here and increasing her lead over two really experienced competitors. I think Bells is one of those venues, Rosie, you can speak to this, that you know, you kind of think often that, you know, a rookie's going to turn up to and maybe struggle with, because it's so unique. It doesn't break like any other wave, really.
I flew in with Bella just a few days ago. So you're thinking about being a rookie on tour, you come into Bells for the first time, all of your surf sessions are essentially going to be super crowded with all the competitors trying to get waves. This is really Bella's first taste of having the Bells Bowl uninterrupted with only 2 other people in the lineup. Bella, those first 2 turns on the outside, if her last wave is a 6.17, I'm very interested to see the score, Richie, up into that big section.
Yeah, I love how she attacked the lip on that first one. That second one, super crisp and critical. Gets a little sleepy on the cutback, bit disjointed, but she cleans it up through the inside. But those first 2 turns, the flow and commitment between those 2, the judges are going to eat it up. She did well. She did well right out of this one, and you can see Reynos Hayes, her coach, was really, really stoked on that.
Yeah, I know she's gone on the record and said that knee brace is just some insurance, but you've still got to commend just the commitment to those bigger sections on the outside. You know, definitely in attack mode at the moment, holding nothing back, and guessing that is going to score really well for her. It does. It's the best wave of the heat. 6.83. Bella Kenworthy on fire, holding the lead over some very experienced competitors out here at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons after a 7.83 to get the first, but it looks like it's likely going to be a battle for second spot now between Sally and Caroline.
I feel like Bella's definitely taking on that role of nothing to lose as a rookie, just absorbing everything. She's got that injury we've been talking about, but she's just attacking everything in sight. She traveled here with one of her best friends, Talia Swindoll, who we're also going to be seeing on the Challenger Series later this year. So she's in good company. It seems like Reynos is very invested in her surfing at the moment. So Bella's done a good job of, you know, like surrounding herself with good people. Her boards look good, and she's looking fierce.
Yeah, Reynos is just such a positive influence over the people that he's working with, and another beacon of positivity is Vaughan. He's out there in the field somewhere.
One of the real joys of the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy is hanging out with the Bonsoy board caddies. Are you guys frothing or what?
We're absolutely psyched!
I'm psyched too, man. Tell us, you know, you get to actually carry the boards of your favourite surfers. How radical is that?
It's absolutely the dream. You just carry them down, talk to the pros. It's the best thing ever.
Do you ever get nervous that you might drop it or ding it?
Yeah, all the time.
You've got to be careful on those posts as you're going down the stairs. Now tell me, whose board do you have?
Tyler Wright.
2-time Bells winner and a 2-time world champion. How good is that?
That's so good. It feels pretty cool to hold her board.
And how do you feel about the fact that so many of the Bonsoy board caddies have actually gone on to surf in this event?
Pretty cool. So yeah, I hope I'll end up surfing this event.
That would be so cool to see. Are you going to surf in the Rip Curl Pro one day?
100%. 100%.
That would be sick. And just before we go, whose board would you just love to carry?
Either Ethan's or Aaron Brooks.
What about you, mate?
Griffin Colpinto.
Wow, let's get yours too.
Griffin Colpinto.
Wow, some Griff fans. And?
Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons and Brissa Hennessy.
You're already living the dream. Look at this, Tyler's board right there. Well, be careful with those magic sleds. That's the Bonsoy board caddies, a big part of the joy and fun down here at the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Oh, they do a good job, and sometimes they bring some magic energy to the surfers, and the surfers actually go, hang on, where's my caddy? I need the same one that helped me get the win in the first round. So hopefully that's the case for some of those Groms. 9 minutes remaining here. Sally Fitzgibbons had a crack at a wave, came unstuck, and it didn't factor into the heat for her, but Caroline Marks, with just under 9 minutes to go, is the surfer with work to do. Only needs a 5.27 at the moment, Caroline. I mean, it hasn't really been flowing her way so far in this heat, but I think she's marked herself over, you know, her championship tour career as a surfer that doesn't get rattled when she's chasing a number and there's not a lot of time on the clock. She just so often delivers.
Yeah, she does. She has that experience now. She's a cool character. She's happy. I spoke to her yesterday. She's like, I'm so stoked to be in Oz. You know, I don't care what the forecast looks like. I don't care what it looks like. We're going to the end of the waiting period. I'm here for a couple of months, so I'm just going to enjoy it. So, you know, she has got those positive vibes going. We can see Luke Eakin there just sitting on the stairs. The coach is probably more nervous than the surfer at the moment. But still just under 8 minutes on the clock. Caroline will just wait for the set to come through. She's in the box seat with priority. And she knows exactly what she needs to do to get that 5.27.
And then we saw Reynos on screen there too. And I think we're going to probably maybe go get some word out on the field. But is Reynos a new relationship coaching Bella? I haven't really seen. I think that's kind of a recent thing that's been happening. So that's pretty cool to see how, you know, these surfers are finding different people in their corner and who they're going to lean on. And just looking at Caroline there, you can almost see some nervous body language. Even though we've got, you know, just 7:20 on the clock, there's still time.
Still time, and the requirement's not huge at the moment. It's really Bella that's kind of on fire out here at the moment. Sally, she's had a couple of good turns, but certainly hasn't put it out of reach for Caroline just yet. Caroline well situated on the rankings at the moment, up in 4th position. And we did see Bella make a climb. She's inside the top 10. Sally well outside. Only had one heat win this year. But much like Tyler Wright, when Sally Fitzgibbons walks down these stairs just before she hits the sand, she sees her name a couple of times there.
And what a comeback victory for Tyler too. Like after that injury to come back, win bells, that was an emotional one. But yeah, got some regulars out in the lineup at the moment with Sally and Tyler about to hit the lineup.
Yeah, Tyler looking to sort of catch fire again like she did at the start of the season, winning pipe. As we see Sally on a medium-sized ride, a hell of a lot of speed here, but doesn't have a section to use it on. She's going to kick out. 6 minutes to go. Stop number 5 on the championship tour, and the 3 events of the GWM Aussie Treble to get through before we get to the cut. So the competitors afforded a couple more events now to get themselves above that cut line this year. I'm sure they're grateful for it. You just, you know, you think back to the last few seasons where it's been 5 events, and did feel somewhat premature, didn't it? It's like, give me a chance.
It was cutthroat.
Give me a chance to find a bit of rhythm here, people.
Yeah,
I'm coming up against world champs.
Yeah, your seed, everything as those rookies, you're learning so quickly. And just touching on the rookies for this season, heading into El Salvador, we had, you know, Vahine, Erin, and Bella all in that top 10 picture. They're doing extremely well on the tour this season. Bella's looking likely for a win here in this heat. Yeah, very impressed with the new talent that we're seeing on the tour this year.
Yeah, it's exceptional talent. You know, and you know, 2 of those 3 rookies have had championship tour victories already. That's amazing. As we see the GWM recap here, Sally Fitzgibbons always looks so sharp and in tune here at Bells Beach. I think if we see her on a higher quality wave, we'll see a much bigger number, but still some great moments out there, Rich.
Yeah, I did love that turn. And then here, Bella, this is the reason why she's out in front, because she's attacking these sections right outside on the bowl. It's higher risk stuff. You can see the speed in which she's surfing with as well. Bringing these waves all the way through. Great heat so far.
Just to go back to back with these 2 6s from Bella, just the moves that she's doing on the outside, she just hacks into this one so well, gets that weightless feeling. The high mark of the heat so far, just coupled up with that turn right there. Works this one through to the inside, but really, in reality, those 2 turns were the ones that were rewarded, the 6.83.
She's really banking the score on the first 2 turns, and then protecting the number by getting the finish, whereas Sally and Caroline have both kind of been trying to chase the major turn toward the end of the ride. And it's showing in the scoreline at the moment. A lot of credit and some, you know, some good reminders to the rest of the field. They know that criteria. They know how important those first 2 turns are, but it's being really communicated to them at the moment with the scoring trends here.
And also being on the set waves, finding the quality waves. Bella's done so well with her wave selection.
Yeah, condition change as well. We've had a total wind shift around maybe 100, 120 degrees throughout the entirety of this heat. It's gone right around to the south now. So coming from deeper in the bite. Hopefully that'll generate some swell through the week.
Love coming back here. Love it when Hell's Bells rings out. What's it like, Rosie, the first time you graduated to the championship tour and you got your first heat here? How was it running down those stairs?
It doesn't matter how many times you come to Bells Beach, that feeling of being a competitor out here, walking down those steps, the iconic feeling of being in that red sand, walking out on the rocks and knowing that you've got this amphitheater of surfing with the crowd watching, that energy. It's such a beautiful feeling, and you can't help but still feel that right at that anticipation.
Awesome. Unfortunately for you, you were here in an era that was, you know, the start of Stephanie Gilmore's domination at this venue.
4 of the years that I was on the championship tour, Steph took home a bell. She won in her rookie year. This was her first win as a fully fledged rookie on the championship tour. And then Silvana Lima, I think, got one on her. But yeah, she's just been so dominant and really someone that wrote the script on, you know, the new modern era of women's surfing on how to surf the Bells Bowl.
Yeah. And Rich, you got to see Slater go to work here and a number of others. But let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo here.
Oh, just attacks that section, comes from behind it.
Wow.
And as you said, Rosie, that weightlessness, she did so well to maintain her balance on top of her board, and then she engages straight into this turn. Again, nice and high in the pocket. She couldn't have been any tighter in that section. Snaps beautifully off the top, just reading the waves so well.
Lucky 13. Looking sharp out here at the moment is Bella Kenworthy. Just so impressive to, you know, keep your head together and still be able to bring a performance like she has against 2, you know, really experienced, proven champions. Impressive stuff. Just over a minute to go here. And I wonder, Caroline, if she'll get that opportunity with priority, needing a 5.27. This will be a good test of her nerve.
Yeah, nervous moments for Caroline. She'll be wanting a wave, but equally as nervous for Sally as well, because she knows that, you know, if Caroline gets the opportunity, her position in second place is well and truly under threat.
Always.
And there is some waves approaching. Will they get here on time?
Always felt Caroline's style kind of really helps her in those moments, those nervous moments. She's just got such a low center of gravity. She doesn't get too tall on her board, so she's always pretty balanced and rock solid in her approach. Let's see if she can. The challenge now is that second set going to make it here in time? Wave selection is so crucial here. And this is a bigger wave, and it might catch him out of position. On the inside, we've got Sally up, just trying to add to the requirement for Caroline Marks. The clock winding down, Caroline on the outside, Sally going to town here on a medium-sized wave. And Caroline's going to attack this first section. Gets it right on the outside. Great shot from the team here as these 2 surfers battle it out for a spot beyond the elimination round. As Sally moves through to the inside, Caroline gets a couple of turns done, but that wave is going to shut down. Was after a 5.27. Interesting to note that Sally only needs to improve on a 4.77 to increase that.
Smart surfing from Sally to take that first one, but for Caroline, that wave almost went off the bowl there, Richard. Like, there was a little bit sleepy on the outside section. Really good finish, but I think we have to focus in on what she got done on the outside and if it was enough.
If you take away the size of the wave of these 2 women surfing, let's check out what Sally does here. So her turns are nice and compact, very tight, speed all the way through. Now she starts to get critical here, gets the little slide. Caroline out the back, keep an eye on her. Full tail release there for Sally on the inside. Caroline kind of comes up late to that section, and as you said, Rosie, slopey now. Now she's just doing cutback work, waiting for it to stand up again. So Sally had more manoeuvres done. A nice finishing turn for Caroline though, but I just feel like Sally's going to itch a little bit further forward with her wave. She's going to increase on that low score of the 4.77, and it's going to just come up a little short for Caroline.
Well, Sally up the ante too. She pushed the requirement much higher. 6 for Sally on that ride. She found a steeper wall on the inside, got to work on it. Caroline's wave, it was a good size wave, but it wasn't a bowl, it was like a plate. It was a little flat, and she just surfed it really well for what it was. Thought the finish was strong, and it'll just really depend on how much credit they give her for being on that bigger wave.
Well, I think there's a picture here that the judges are painting. You raised it earlier, Rosie. It's the quality of the turn that they're really paying dividends for. And Sally had some good quality turns, even though it was a smaller wave. That's why she dropped the 6. It'll come down to whether they think that final turn from Caroline was big enough.
And that number rolling through, it didn't go there for Caroline Marks. So we're going to see a world champion in the elimination round. Sally Fitzgibbons hanging on to second place. Smart surfing to get herself a strong score there and shore up that second position. But it's a round 1 win for the rookie, Bella Kenworthy. An impressive performance, dropping some big scores. You can see how thrilled Sally is to avoid that elimination round. Stay with us, we got more big heats coming your way. Tyler Wright will be out there next, along with Erin Brooks and Luana Silva. There are the numbers on screen for you for Heat 4. And look at Bella Kenworthy, absolutely buzzing with that result. A couple of really solid 6-point rides there for her. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Felicity Parmentier for the call right after this.
My favourite place to come and unwind is here at About Time Bathhouse. The place is amazing, the facilities, the treatments.
Yeah, I'm so glad you showed me. I mean, it feels like we're miles away, but we're right here in the heart of Turkey.
It's amazing. Dream day.
Yeah, being here in Victoria isn't just about being outdoors and surfing. There's also a relaxing and rejuvenating side to it.
What a great place to relax before you've got to compete at the top stage in the world. Tyler Wright, 2-time Bells champ, 2-time world champ, just setting up that big first turn. Classic trademark stuff from Tyler Wright. And ends up throwing a little drift on the end section to kick things off in a great way for the Australian veteran. Always loves bells, really appreciates the iconic trophy that's right over my shoulder there. One of the most iconic trophies in all of sport. Tyler has 2 of them, Flick.
Oh, I mean, she's deadly out here. We know that. And we heard it in the piece this morning that the guys put together in preparation for bells. There was only one trophy she wanted to win, and it was that bell right there. And she's done it twice now, and she's off to a great start in this heat already.
She was on her way to potential 3 in a row. Last season, it was the Ellie Harrison story that shut that one down. But Ellie's back, Tyler's back, and trying to get that 3rd Bells trophy. How'd you like her start?
I just love it. Casual, but deadly at the same time. I mean, dropping this big hammer there, cracks it up into the lip. There was variation on this wave, which is what I really like too. Just not going to that same carving maneuver. Great wave choice. But just this casual approach that I really love. She looks comfortable. That's the word that's coming to my mind. And just great way to open up this heat. You know, generally you get these long lulls here, so nothing better than an early start with a good number on the board to get things going.
Just loves that cool lean back, showed us some variety, and she makes that end section turn look easy, but definitely a hard section to hit. She turns in a nice opener, a 6.67 for Tyler Wright, as she headlines this matchup. Heat number 5 of the opening round, a rookie named Aaron Brooks representing Canada, and Luana Silva on her comeback to the championship tour. The rookie on the back end here. Tagging that one off the top. Nice controlled bottom turn, starting to fill up, so she throws the fading cutback. Pushing back into the pocket. Little warbly on the inside corner. Late hit, incomplete for Aaron Brooks. An absolute phenom. Deciding she wanted to surf about the age of 9 when her family moved to the island of Maui, originally from Texas. Fell in love with surfing, seemed like overnight. Started hanging out around the WSL Rising Tides program, started to meet all of her heroes. Classic photo I saw recently of her standing next to Rosie Hodge at Honolulu Bay and just asking so many questions about the sport. Now she gets to be teammates with Ro on Rip Curl, and she's always so thoughtful about her career and who she spends time with. This definitely didn't happen on accident. A lot of hard work for Aaron Brooks to get here in such a short period of time.
So much hard work. I mean, you think about the numerous, I mean, we saw her coming from a mile away, right? The amount of different waves and experience that she's had all over the world, from Indonesia to wave pools. And I mean, she's been, you know, top of that conversation when it comes to pushing progression in women's sport, in surfing particularly. Let's have a look what she gets done. This is her opening wave. And first thing I've noticed, you know, that wind direction, Rich mentioned it before, but it's really done a 180 here. It's creating a little bit of a coping here for her to like sort of hit on that backhand. Maybe right here she gets it up into the lip. Wave right now just sort of pushing a little bit wide here, this one. She does her best to stick through to the inside. Maybe a little bit of a misread here on the inside, just not quite getting the finish that she really wanted, but feet in the wax, couple of scores on the board, and leaves Luana out the back with priority.
Luana Silva, representing Brazil, growing up on the North Shore of Oahu. Smooth style and approach. Steph Gilmore made the announcement that she was going to continue her sabbatical from the tour, and so Lulu got the call up once again, and fresh off a World Junior title win in the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. It's crazy to see, right, that I forget how young Lulu is. To still be competing at World Juniors and to win a World Junior title at the start of the year, I was like, hang on a second. You've been on tour for already a few years. And it was just a reminder of, whoa, she's so young still, and she's got this whole big career ahead of her. It's just easy because I think on the women's side that the average age is quite young, you know, and you forget, you know, that there's just, they're surfing beyond their years, but you forget how much of their career they had ahead of them.
I think it's such a smart game plan. You know, when you create schedules in sports, you know, as a manager, you're trying to build confidence in your team before the regular season starts. So the best you can, you're trying to get wins in the preseason to just build confidence, and also a chance for like Luana Silva, for example, to really surf free. That was her goal at the World Junior title. I remember Coco Ho doing that. You know, Coco was one of those young superstars, qualified very early. She's already on the championship tour competing for world titles. Next thing you know, she shows up in Canggu at a World Junior event and just owned it. But for her, it was just all a part of the plan to win big heats, build confidence, try some things. You're still within the age requirement, and put up a massive win. Obviously, she was a gigantic name in that junior locker room, just like Lulu was at the start of the season.
I think it's also, you know, unless you qualify for the tour, your wins are getting fewer and far between, right? Unless you've just got, you know, you're that Stephanie Gilmore energy where you're coming on and you're just absolutely nailing it. It's really hard to sort of find your feet, to get those wins. They're few and far between. So I think it's a smart decision to get that feeling again, like you said, Joe, to get the feeling of what it feels like to win, to have that energy behind you, the confidence that comes with wins.
So Luana surfing in every event so far this year, trying to put herself in a higher position on the rankings, currently number 14 in the world. But surfing on her front side always brings out her strengths. Always loved her front side cutback, but what I've been really enjoying this season is how quick she is in transition, going vertical in the pocket. Style might not be actually written in the criteria anymore, but that flow is definitely there. And all the elements with her flow state that she can activate at the Bell's Bowl, she should be rewarded if she gets a set wave right now.
For sure, I think there's a certain, I guess the lines she draws too, they're really just big, beautiful open arcs. And like you mentioned, that transition between the turns is beautiful to watch. Or, you know, I think of waves where she does really well and where I love to watch her surf. And, you know, Sunset Beach in Hawaii comes to mind. And I've seen some great surfing from Lulu there, just those big open face waves. And it looks like we're going to have a couple of sets roll through. It's just sort of picking the eyes out of it of what one is going to allow you the best scoring opportunity. And is it that first one? Do you wait for the second one when that first one's gone through? It's cleaned up the lineup a bit. Looks like Tyler might be having a looker here.
Yeah, Lulu completely uninterested in this wave, so Tyler Wright will lock in. Throws away the first turn. And now Lulu will be even more comfortable choosing this second wave, knowing that Tyler went down. There's that smooth approach. Luana Silva off the bottom. Clean cut back to start. Out in front and ends up slipping in transition on the second wrap. And there's that part of the wave that can really fill up under your feet. You can set your rail with the best intentions, and then you got to be light at your feet, pick your rail back up when you need to. That one taking Lulu by surprise.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was the smart choice to wait for the second wave. You could see, I mean, it had a really clean face to it. I mean, it was looking nice from the beginning. I mean, it's going to sting because time has chewed off the clock here. And I mean, Tyler's got a couple of waves on the board. Obviously, that 0.7 not really factoring in too much, but you kind of want to keep it pace right now. And yeah, it's going to sting a little bit.
So 2.83 start for Lulu. And she'll be in third. Aaron Brooks had the 3.83 as we see what happened here to Luana.
Yeah, so that beautiful first wrap comes back down around this section, sets a line here. And like you mentioned, Joe, I think it could have been the fact that it was filling up a little bit. Almost looked like her foot slipped slightly, hit a tiny little bump maybe. But uncharacteristic. I think this sort of open face surfing on her forehand is her bread and butter.
Yeah, ended up getting a little bit just sticky maybe with that wrap. And ended up just slipping off in transition. So Luana dealing with a 2.83 start, now back of the line for priority. Aaron Brooks coming into this event number 8 in the world. A rookie that came in with maybe the most hype out of the rookie class. Herself and Vahine Fierro already had wildcard wins before their official rookie debut. Bella Kenworthy's been building up her profile, especially in the last 2 stops. Bella just won that last heat with a 13-point total, but a stellar class this year. For Aaron, though, I think the talk was in the offseason, it was like, wow, are we going to see a rookie win a world title again like we saw with Steph Gilmore back in 2007?
I think it's possible. I think, you know what, though, coming into this start of the year, there was so much. I mean, obviously, we've seen, like I said before, we've seen Erin coming from a long way away. You know, that performance she put on in Fiji, Cloud Break last year, it was undeniable. It was amazing to watch her control in the barrel. And, you know, just the different lines she takes, the aggression that she brings in her surfing, the power. But you take that next step up from the Challenger Series to the CT, and, you know, she's going to locations that I don't know if she's necessarily spent that much time at. It's new. It's got a different feeling. You're full-time on the CT, competing against women that you've looked up to your whole life. You've idolized them. You've been at Rising Tides events with them, and now you're competing against them. So I think, you know, I really like the addition of the extra 2 events before the cut. I think it's giving, you know, the men and women a bit more time to find their feet, to get into the groove. And, I mean, she's number 8 on the rankings now. And I don't think you can't count her out of that top 5 picture yet.
Well, and that's a big point you're making right there, Flick. Top 5. You know, if she's the number 5 seed heading in Cloud Break, if you're a part of her support crew, you'd be fine with that.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler Wright's looking now. Two-time Bells champ, super hard off the bottom, punchy in that first section. Now into a nice clean wrap into the pocket. Nice speed on that Paizel surfboard. Nice bright colors under her feet, reminding you it is Easter weekend. Good Friday here, opening day. Tyler Wright now going the distance inside track. Still has some room to maybe just tap it shut. She will avoid the rocks there and step off. Good timing, good execution for Tyler Wright. Putting up a great number to go with her 6.67.
Yeah, it's good. Nice way to back it up. And just apply that bit more pressure on the heat right now. I think pretty kind of crucial moment. We're getting down to that halfway point. Bit more pressure. Just nice and controlled approach. I think she still has a few more gears to click up into, as we see. Now this is Erin, replay here for her. Goes up into this first section, jabs it in the pocket. Another sort of open face carving maneuver there. So much chatter on the face of this wave, and gets the finish. So also Erin finding a backup wave. Tyler just looks so cool, calm and collected though. I think it comes with her style too, that first turn. I mean, it was very tight and critical in the pocket. And that's obviously my favorite part of the wave. This next little bit horizontal, and obviously a bit small, but does well to get the finish here. But all those points are going to come from that first turn. It was just so nice and tight in the pocket, and judges are loving that.
6.33 for Tyler, 6.67 start. Tyler way out in front. Now let's check in with Vaughn Blakey hanging out with Bella Kenworthy.
Thanks, Joey. Bella, congratulations. What a great rookie season you're having. You seem to have clicked beautifully with the CT, a handful of quarterfinals there. And now you've come to Bells, a wave that can be quite tricky. Surfed it 4 times and just put away Carolyn Marks and Sally Fitzgibbons. That is incredible.
Yeah, I was trying to just block out the fact that that was only my 4th session out there, and thankfully like 2 good waves came to me and I got pretty lucky.
We heard that you've been surfing with a little bit of a niggle, but you seem to be surfing with so much freedom.
Yeah, I'm just like trying not to think about my knee. I have a brace on it, so I can surf as hard as I want, and thankfully, yeah, it's all good.
4 surfs at this wave. It's mind-boggling. How do you feel out there? Do you feel like you've kind of found a bit of a rhythm, even despite the fact you've only had the 4 surfs?
I got basically 0 good waves in my free surfs, but I'm just like out there like trying to identify like where the good ones are. I don't know if I really have like that great of a grip on it yet, but yeah, just trying to learn every day and take it all in.
And what's it feel like for you, being at this level now? I know you've had a few events to get used to it, but do you still sort of pinch yourself when you look over and there's Sally and there's Carolyn?
Yeah, definitely. It's very hard for me to like keep out of my mind that like all my the people I've looked up to my whole life, I'm like surfing against them now, so I just try not to think about it and try and just like focus on myself, I guess.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job. Congratulations. A great start to your Rip Curl Pro campaign.
Thank you.
Good man, Vaughn. Always great to chat with Bella Kenworthy. What an exciting rookie on tour representing Southern California. Great skateboarder, great surfer, and learning a lot on the fly. 4th surf out there, it didn't look like it. She was ripping.
Oh, I mean, it looked like she had a great read on wave selection too. And I mean, you know how hard these free surfs can be before a CT, but even at Bells, because there's just such long lulls, right? And so that crowd just accumulates, and the surf etiquette might get a little bit lost on who really does have that inside position. So for her to, I guess like when you're out there, you might not be getting waves necessarily, but you're still logging, okay, that if I could have that one, that would be one that I would want to take off. What is that location? Going and checking those landmarks. So you can still take a lot out of those free surfs, even if you're not catching waves, but wow. That's one thing I don't miss, hey. Those free surfs before the comp. I don't miss it one bit.
11:30 on the clock. Tyler out front. Some big heats to look forward to, including the very next one. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson getting some help with her jersey from her mom, Shinobu. She's coming up against Bella Nichols and Sarah Lindblad. It's time for the Pulse, kicking things off on opening day. We love it. Gabby Bryan still fiery hot after that win at Punta Roca. First heat of the morning, 8.33, 7.17. Went inside to the locker room, and Doug Marsh was talking about different boards, and Gabby's like, it all felt good to me. Ripping, 15.5 total. And things continued. Allie Harrison owning the next heat for the local crew.
Oh, she absolutely owned this heat, and I just have such a good feeling about her once again this year. She got quarters last year. Can she go further this year? Things are looking good.
Definitely. Lakey Peterson, an adopted local. Her husband's from here, and it certainly showed. Her local knowledge, 7-5, getting the win over Katie Simmers and Carly Shanahan.
Yeah, that's going to feel good for Lakes. I think, you know, obviously you said she spent so much time here, husband Tom from this area, so Lakey's no stranger to the bowl, and demonstrated that perfectly in this heat this morning.
Really love that act from Lakey Peterson. She was frustrated at her loss in El Sal and brought that all to the bowl. And then how about Bella Kenworthy? Fourth surf out here, believe it or not. Found the best wave she's had so far, Bells, in her heat over Sally Fitzgibbons and Caroline Marks.
What I like is she just attacked this. She wasn't leaving anything on the table. She went for it on those first couple of sections. I know that's noticeable to me. I mean, Coach Reynos absolutely stoked, but she was attacking those first sections, probably the most aggressively we've seen. Maybe the finish wasn't quite what she was looking for, but straight away, putting big scores on the board, so super exciting.
Let's join Water World race out there with Water Patrol on the Red Bull skis. Because we just had a big exchange during the break. Tyler Wright first.
Dropping an absolute hammer there. Big layback into another powerful carve. Just working this one through to the inside. So she's looking to replace a 6.33. And let's see the finish that she gets here at the end of this one. Tyler is looking in really good form right now. I love the way that that pink ball contrasts with the blue ocean right now. It's looking good. She's looking very comfortable behind her. Erin, just that trademark backhand whip out of the top. Goes a bit more vertical here for that second carve and snaps it up again into the pocket. So it's feeling good for Erin. Definitely already better than that first wave. And just looking to time this inside section a bit better than the first time, and she does right out of it. So there we go. She's got to finish now. And Lulu, whoa, bit of a bauble there for that first bottom turn, but she sort of regains control. And then into a nice swooping carve. Just working this one through this more quieter section. What she got on the inside here for us. Can she get a finish? She does. Couple nice moments out the back for Lulu, but I think she might still have a little bit of work to do. I think Erin's definitely made that job a little bit harder now with that last wave.
Really just like the look of the wave that Erin was on. It just had a nice, beautiful pocket. She kept whipping it right in the zone. It just felt like her tempo was refreshing. She capitalized on those big moments. And it looked effortless, what the judges really love here. If you're late, if you're trying to force anything, that's really going to show. And Erin Brooks, her timing was brilliant. But led by the veteran there, Erin Brooks will be happy to hear that she got a 7.43. Huge number there for the backhand rookie. And then Tyler Wright winning that exchange, an 8.17. Excellence from the two-time Bells champ.
Wow, I mean, it already had that feel. As soon as she took off, after that first turn and then straight into that big gouge, I was like, whoa, okay. Tyler's clicking into gear here. And, I mean, she could be on her way. I mean, things are looking good, and it could be presumptuous of me to say this, but whew, she's looking good for a pick to ring that bell for the third time. I mean, that was such good surfing. Just really commanding and really in control.
Certainly was. Some events bring out the best in you. For Tyler, it's a very connected feeling she has with this part of the country. Longtime Rip Girl team rider. She's been down here all the time for meetings, for little team managing updates, talking about new deals all the time. So it's been a very happy place in her career as we break it down with the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Just such beautiful surfing and just control and composure throughout the whole wave. I think also, I mean, to mention, you know, not only, yeah, she's been a long-time Ripco athlete, but just even coming down here probably one of the women on the tour that has the most experience. You think about even before the tour, we had Rip Curl National Grom Search Finals here, you know, her whole family travelling to this location, surfing here since she's probably been about 8 to 10 years old. So, I mean, she has got a wealth of experience out here.
What a roll Tyler Wright's on. 8:17, 6.67. Go to the CT by the numbers and just focus on average heat score at this venue. You can see Tyler Wright there, 14.12 coming into this event. Right now, 14.84. So she's building on that average, and just all the greats at Bells on this list. Carissa Moore winning 3 titles in a row here. The 14.67 average heat score when she came to Bells. Courtney Conlog winning a few times. Steph Gilmore's actually here on hand. I saw her doing some interviews downstairs. She's been hanging out at the Rip Curl headquarters. 4 Bells trophies for Steph Gilmore. And look at this list going all the way back to the 60s. Gail Cooper, the most successful surfer of all time at this event, coming from down the road in Lorne. She was here for the press conference. She's got the Gail Cooper Rising Star Award, which he handed out yesterday. And always fun to talk surfing with Gail. Winning in the 60s. She's basically untouchable in that era.
It's absolutely incredible. The most winningest surfer here. I mean, what a title at one of the most iconic events on tour. I think I saw Steph this morning too, and I heard she played with Spiderbait last night too.
Look at that.
Rip Curl media party.
That is
very, very
legendary.
cool.
Pretty cool to see Steph just enjoying her time, extending her sabbatical from the tour. She's kind of allowed to do whatever she wants. You know, it's like that Kelly status of being a goat. Just so happy to see her just enjoying surfing, her career. She's made an impact on Aaron Brooks and basically everybody here on the bluff today and around the world. And we'll check out Aaron's wave. This 7.43 was just brilliant.
Yeah, it was great surfing and good wave selection. Look at this one, hits the bowl properly. Allows her to get so snappy up into the top there. She's looking feisty, just so fired up. And I think it comes down to wave selection. Obviously the surfing she's doing is great, but she's always been a good surfer. Really, for me, it is wave selection out here to allow you to go critical in the bowl. And yeah, 7.43.
Well done. 2 minutes to go. Luana Silva in the pressure spot. She's already aware of the fact that there's some big names in the elimination round. A world champ named Caroline Marks, who has always been connected to this venue. Even got a semifinal in her first strike as a rookie a few years back. So when you have a giant name like that in the elimination round, it gets even more intense, and it's still on the cards for the afternoon today, right before the sun goes down.
It's quite a long time to wait around, so I guess you leave the beach, you regroup, you shift the mindset, and you come back, and knowing that it could look completely different too, I think, to what we're looking at now.
Tyler Wright kicked off with a huge win at Pipeline. Kicked off with the yellow jersey on her back, just showing that she's a veteran that's still hungry for that third world title. It's been a while since the second one. Was 2017, the era she went back-to-back. And it was due to illness, due to some injuries. She's had some time off. She actually was dealing with injuries last season. And I think with all of her experience at this venue and the ones to come, especially with the Gold Coast back in the mix, Margaret River, where she's been super strong. This is just such a great part of the year for the Australian to try to gain some ground on Katie Simmers.
I think it's also nice just drawing comfort in the fact that you're coming home. You're down under. It's, you know, so your familiar foods, your familiar places that Tyler's been coming for years. I touched on it before, but Tyler's, you know, Rip Curl Grom Search National Finals here since the age of 10. You know, she's been going over to Margaret River. She won an Australian title there at Mainbreak. So, I mean, and the Gold Coast, where she spent so much time growing up as a Grommie, you know, spending time at that high performance center there at Casuarina. Just, yeah, she's going to be feeling confident.
Tyler Wright going for a third bell this year. She gets the win, moves on with her Rip Curl team rider, Aaron Brooks, and they will be into the round of 16. Nice polished approach from Tyler Wright. She knows a lot of Aussies have gotten a few bells in the past, like Lane Beachley, who was responsible for getting Tyler in that first event at 14, where she's still the youngest ever to win a CT event. Tyler moves on. She'll get the rest of the day off. Great power surfing, great flow. Looking like she's at the top of her game. Heat 6 is up next. Sawyer Lindblad, Isabella Nichols, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson right after this. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University. Your ambition belongs here. Opening round heat number 6 just getting underway, about 10:15 in the morning local time here in the state of Victoria. What a heat. Sawyer Lindblad into her second season on the championship tour. The goofy foot from San Clemente off to a great start, and Isabella Nichols from the Sunshine Coast way up north in Queensland. Happy to be coming off a major final in El Salvador, runner-up to Gabriella Bryan. And Betty Lou Sakura Johnson went to her social media after El Sal and was saying, it's time to make some heats. Her surfing feels great. Her boards are feeling solid. She's in a happy place. She's learned a lot in a short period of time, and she's ready to play. 30-minute heat scored on their top 2. Joe Treble with Felicity Palmatier here for the call. Sawyer Lindblad out there in the red jersey. What are you liking from her here at Bells Beach?
Well, we were just discussing, but this time last year was sort of a sliding doors moment for her. I mean, she hadn't really cracked anything past that equal ninth, and she had that moment down, I think it was at Winky, and she ended up, I think she took down Molly Picklum, and it was her birth into a quarterfinal result, which led to her keeping her dream alive on the tour. So I think she's got some positive memories from this location, from Bells last year, but she's someone that all of last year, I mean, she obviously made it past that mid-season cut and impressed me. At all the events she just kept showing up to. I mean, Tahiti stands out, you know, dropping that, was it 9-point ride there, just on that big set of the day. It was kind of like everyone was hooting, and she's like, okay, I guess this is my moment. She just kept showing up throughout the year and really impressing me. So excited to see what she can do here.
Yeah, she really showed off her instincts as a natural surfer. Her natural ability came out, her relationship with the ocean, being in situations she's never had before, like big chopes or big Margaret River, going upside down and making the final. We got to see how Sawyer handles pressure, and it brings out her best.
Definitely. I mean, she had to make the final at Margaret River to keep her tour dreams alive. And I think that's when she first started working with Jake as well. So that was such a cool moment for me to see, you know, the two of them work together, the relationship start there. And I mean, you could just see how fired up they were getting. Every time she walked up that boardwalk walk at Margaret River at Mainbreak, Jake was there and he's like, well, one more, let's go. And I mean, to do it like that at a really tricky wave, I mean, main break's not easy to figure out. Yeah, she really impressed me, and yeah, performing under pressure.
There's Jake the Snake Patterson himself. Loves the game. Loves pro surfing more than anything else in the world, and we're all lucky for it. Brilliant breakdowns. He even took a little time off recently, started working for a company in West Oz, and it just made him uncomfortable. You know, he's got to get his feet wet on tour. That's where he belongs. Great relationship there, still growing with Sawyer. See Betty Lou and Isabella right next to her there. Isabella coming off that big final appearance, moving up 5 spots on the rankings, all the way up to number 7 in the world.
That's big for Isabella. That's really big. And you know what? It kind of just gives you a chance to be like, okay, we've got one good result here. Moving forward, I mean, we can start talking about that cut. It's looming. There's only a couple more events left after Bells. We can start talking about that final 5 picture a bit more. I mean, currently you see the CT rank, number 7, just outside that number 5. And for me, Bella, her strength is her forehand. We just saw it in El Salvador. She's here again, once again on the bowl on the forehand. I mean, I'm interested to see. I mean, we've spoken about it all morning, but there was such a tight turnaround between El Salvador and here. And, you know, surfers are literally just getting here a couple of days ago, still figuring out that jet lag. They've gone from board shorts and bikinis to 3-2 full suits. So a lot of change.
Drastic change, time zone change. We were at the press conference yesterday, and I think everybody there was just saying, hey, I don't even know what time it is.
Yeah.
We're here, but maybe not really. You know?
Not mentally, not yet.
And it was totally understandable. Watching this now, lines coming through, no waves yet, so you can just get old school and paddle around the pack, try to get deepest positioning for this one. Paddling is still Betty Lou. It rolls underneath him. Could be another possibility here. Let's see who owns this one. That one's going kind of underneath again, so a delayed start here. Sawyer Lindblad did get an 8.5 here last year, which was huge to get in the excellent range in your rookie debut at this event. And owning this right-hander at the start is Isabella Nichols on the wind-up. Nice arc there on the DHD. Perfect placement on the second jam. And just a quiet fade. Isabella happy to be on the DHD equipment, as he has accumulated so many bells in history. And Nichols fiery on the finish. That was well worth the wait. Now Sawyer Lindblad working on her finishing move. She frames that up so well when she can go vertically. Can change gears really quick and put a little extra into a big vertical finish. So Sawyer on the board. Isabella getting the start, being the deepest, and now Betty Lou will have priority out the back. Sawyer gets a lift on the Red Bull ski. And all of our pilots there take a nice lap around the buoy. They're all really talented surfers, and they make sure they're not going into any place where they'd create wake on the wave. They go to a nice speed where they try to stay really consistent on their lap around the buoy and then to the designated drop-off zone. Let's kick things off with Sawyer's opening ride.
Yeah, super excited to see the start of this. I mean, it kind of really late there, but does well to project out around that. Loved that second turn through so much spray. Whoa, into a third too. So I think she could be on her way to a good score here. She's looking good again on the backhand. She does get a nice little finish there too. Really aggressive, really snappy and feisty, which I really love to see.
Oh, 8 points.
8 points, he reckons. Okay.
He's one of the quickest scorers ever. When you're around him, his score is coming out as soon as the wave is finished, just instantly. He's got his scale, he's understanding what they're doing upstairs, and that's how he always competed on tour. He'd kick out of the wave, and he's already got the number in his head of what it felt like, and he's often right. So he's seeing that as an excellent wave for Sawyer Lindblad, and it kind of reminded me of the Aaron Brooks wave. It had a similar type of pace, And maybe Sawyer might have pushed a little harder on a couple points.
I think so. That's where my brain was going. I think her bowl, there was a bit more bowl, a bit more length of the bowl, and a bit more vertical behaviour on the backhand, I'd say. I think Erin was maybe forced a little bit out more onto the face, whereas Sawyer could just get a little bit more tighter, a bit more critical in the pocket. So really interested to see how spot on Jake's judging is right now. Putting him on the spot. Sorry, mate.
So Sawyer's number 6 in the world, 1 spot ahead of Isabella Nichols, and that's due to great consistency. She's made 3 quarterfinals this year out of 4 events, which has her currently 1 spot out of the final 5 at the moment. And now Betty Lou waiting patiently with priority. She went up 1 spot after her quarter, or instead, Betty Lou 13th and went up 2 spots after her quarterfinal at Punta Roca. Great start for both Sawyer and Isabella. It's going to be in a similar part of the scale to kick off heat number 6. And Jake's score, well, there was 1 in there. He threw an 8. 1 judge threw an 8-point ride as well. You're right in the mix, Snake. Well done. He gives himself a little clap. 7.5 for Lindblad. Just edging out Isabella's 7.33.
Yeah, very, very similar scores there. And I mean, I agree with that. I think that's a good read on the situation. I think Sawyer's was that touch better. I think she was able to go a bit more tighter and critical in the pocket, especially on that opening section of the wave. I think that's been a real difference today. I think back to the Bella Kenworthy heat, just where, you know, necessarily length of ride wasn't coming into it. It was just how hard you attack that first section. And I think, you know, both women, Isabella and Sawyer, just doing that perfectly on those couple of waves.
Isabella Nichols coming off the Challenger Series last year, finished 3rd on that tour and picked up another win back-to-back at Sydney on the Challenger. She's had the highs and lows of surviving the cut, falling off the cut more recently. I think what's really impressed me the most, even though she came off a big final and she was brilliant in El Salvador, is just her growth at backdoor and pipeline. How much time she put in, starting off with an equal 5th this year, and maybe one of my favorite rides I've seen of her at backdoor, where she got so drained.
That was really cool to see, because she's been pretty open about it, where she's like, oh, you know what, like, I've got room to improve here, and I feel pretty uncomfortable, and that's been really epic to see.
Flick, I want to hear your opinion on these scores. They're so close. 7-5 for Sawyer, 7-3-3 for Isabella.
Already, right now, Sawyer has gone more vertical up into the lip. I mean, she gets another 3rd section here in the bowl where she's able to go critical, whereas you look at Bella, she only had those first couple of sections forced out onto the face. Bella does get a nice finish here on the inside, but just, you know what, upon reflection, yeah, I just think that Sawyer just had that ability to go a little bit more critical in the lip, therefore that extra point too. I mean, in my brain, when I really re-watch that, I do see the clear distinction between those waves. Sawyer definitely getting the jump.
Yeah, it's interesting when they come out that close on an average. Each judge has a different opinion. They're like, okay, which one's better, Sawyer or Isabella? And Judge 2, for example, thought Isabella had an 8 and Sawyer had a 7.5. So a little mixed from the panel upstairs. Majority feeling Sawyer was just a little bit better on that opening exchange. As we focus on the components, what did they nail as far as the components are concerned?
Oh, for me, I think when I think to Sawyer's wave, it's got to be commitment to degree of difficulty. I mean, it was 3 big backhand belts in the bowl, right? I mean, it was really tight, it was in the pocket. And then when I think about Isabella, she sort of had a combo of maneuvers, right? So you can sort of see those 2 different approaches. I personally agree with judge number 5. I agree with Jake too. I think it was an 8 for Sawyer. When I rewatched that, I was like, whoa, it was so critical in the pocket. It was really dynamic. It was good backhand surfing. And just the way she was able to finish it too, really strongly. Yeah, 8, that was an 8 in my eyes. It was really well surfed.
So much time to enjoy the styles and the approaches of the world's best on a wave like this. They've got to adjust when the wave changes shape, and they'll be adjusting to this rising tide that's going to be a massive high tide later on today. Could have some wash-throughs potentially at Rincon section with the size of the swell. We'll wait till we get there. But up next, we are moving to the opening round for the men. Big day, hopefully getting 20 heats accomplished, finishing off with a women's elimination round. So On deck is Rio Waida, Crosby Colapinto, and Imai Kalani Duvall. As Betty Lou is just waiting for her chance. That's got to be tough as a competitor. Both your competitors in the water have got keepers in the 7 range, and you were just left out of that set.
It's tough, right? You got 15 minutes on the clock, half the heat's chewed up, and got to make things work, right? I mean, right now she's hoping for this next set. She gets pole, you know, she's got sitting there with that P next to her name. She gets to choose what wave she wants, and it's coming down to a critical moment because wave selection is going to be everything. Are you really necessary? She might let that first wave go because it is going to be a little bit bumpy. It's been a long time between sets, but I'm interested to see where her head's at and the decisions she makes.
We've got a 2-time Bells champ standing by with Vaughn Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Tyler, welcome home. Welcome back to Bells. We know you love it here. An 8.17, I mean, it's like falling into the arms of an old friend. Just a nice big embrace to kick things off.
It is like a warm hug out here, isn't it? It's really nice to be here. It feels so calming. Every year we go around, and the gap between events at the moment is pretty, the turnarounds are tough. So it is like a warm hug coming home here. Yeah.
It's a great start to the year for you, and now we're into the Aussie Treble. You know, we've got waves and events that you've got a great history with, and also that you feel right at home with. Do you think your surfing is where you want it to be right now?
Yeah, like I feel like this is the freest I've surfed in a long time. I feel like just like mentality, physicality and everything like that, it feels really good. I was disappointed. I was actually really disappointed with El Salvador. I felt like my surfing, the free surf was really good, and then the heat, I wasn't super impressed. So yeah, I really like, my boards feel great, and I feel fit and strong. So yeah, it's, you know what, you get to the point in your career where you just kind of, I'm happy to be healthy and surfing here when there's waves, and it's, yeah, I love it.
I know, and you've rung the bell twice before. Would a third one be just as sweet for you?
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, I feel like that's an obvious question. Absolutely, I feel like here, again, it carries so much. For everyone that's been raised here, for everyone that's been coming down to Wadawurrung country. I've been coming down here since, I think, 2006 maybe. And so being here at Jarrock, I think it does something to your soul. I think it just hits different, and it's a true honour and pleasure to just be welcomed here. We had such a beautiful welcome to country yesterday, and yeah, it honestly is just so beautiful to be here.
We love your connection to this place. We love your connection to this wave. Congratulations on a round 1 win, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vano. Brilliant from Tyler. You can just feel that comfort in the way she speaks about this wave and what it means to her. Happy to be in this event once again. Her 13th start. Talk about experience. We mentioned those back-to-back Bells trophies, but she's also been in 4 finals. She went back-to-back in her finals, runner-up to Carissa Moore from 2013 to 2014. So just a strong, beautiful relationship for Tyler here on the Bells Bowl, and also at Winky Pop, where she picked up one of her Bells trophies. 11:39 on the clock. During that catch-up with Tyler Wright, we saw Sawyer Lindblad back up the 7.5, turned it into a 4-point ride. Meanwhile, Betty Lou still waiting for her first wave.
That's tough, man. It's really tough right now. The good thing to remember, though, is, look, I know it's 10 minutes, but you got the beauty of the jet ski. You get a wave. The only unfortunate thing is you're going to be back at the rotation of the priority. She's going to kind of make things happen, but there is still time, but it's getting more and more difficult by the second.
11 minutes to go. 3rd place goes to the elimination round at the end of the day today. Betty Lou's best friend, Luana Silva, will be in that round this evening. Betty Lou, though, always knows there's a strong Hawaii connection with Bells, and there always has been. From, you know, Megan Abubo, feeling great out here, all the wins that Sonny Garcia had, 3 Bells trophies in his day out here. That open ocean type energy is really favors a lot of surfers coming from the Hawaiian Islands. So looking forward to Betty Lou getting started with now 10:30 on the clock. We're looking at about 12 Bells titles on screen. Gail Cooper and Sally Fitz. We'll be right back. Always loving our time in the state of Victoria, the great city of Melbourne, about an hour away from the Surf Coast, and it's really the coffee capital of the world. Had a flat white this morning. I haven't blinked yet. Just so fired up watching the action as you can shake it all in on the Victoria flight cam. It's really cool, Flick, when you go to a place like this and you talk to the old school crew and they're actually saying, hey, you know what? It looks the best now. It's a surfing reserve. So back in the old days where they're camping in the bush, well, it didn't look as nice as it does now. Now the local plants are thriving. Everyone taking care of this place. Thanks so much. Also, thanks so much, Isabella Nichols, for lighting this thing up after the break. Nice glassy open face, runner-up in Punta Roca, number 7 in the world, has a nice clean off the top and springboards over the white water. Sawzaw has been just loving these conditions. So whippy on her backhand. Watch her frame that thing up. She can just go upside down on demand. Love that. She's getting rid of that 4.0 potentially. Isabella getting a second score to go with the 7.33. And Betty Lou finally did get a start, Flick.
Yeah, she's got a score on the board, which is going to feel good, but there's a lot of work to be done. And, you know, both women now, Sawyer and Isabella, have that backup wave to their, you know, already their couple of 7s on the board. So let's see what Betty Lou got done here. Streaking down the line and goes straight up into that first section. I love that turn. I just love it when they put it all on the line. It's so critical. She gets a bit hung up here, obviously worked it through to the inside and gets that final little turn. So for me, a majority of the scores are coming from that big first belt. And let's have a look at Bella. So just backing up this 7.33 beautifully. She knows that she needs to put this pressure on if she wants to maintain that first or second position. So just smart surfing. It's veteran-like. It's okay. Let's close this heat. Let's not be silly here. Let's get a backup wave. Can't just rely on that 1.7. You know, Betty Lou's got a score on the board now and she's coming. So soy sauce out the back. I mean, there's so many nicknames for her.
Oh, just pick anyone. They're all brilliant. How about those turns, Flick?
Oh, just absolutely cracking it. I mean, I was wondering, like, Jake was clapping. We had a little replay of that, and I was like, okay, he must have liked something out the back. I mean, it was a great way to finish, too. I think she's going to come out on top here. She's looking very, very good. She just looks really great. Just so in control on that backhand.
Nice, comfortable approach for the second-year surfer from San Clemente. There's that buoy out the back where they have to circle. That's all designed so there's no wake into the lineup to affect any performances. See the young ring rows out there having fun on the Red Bull ski. Nice conditions, kind of gone a little more slack. So a little bit of chatter on the face, but it's been some nice bowly clean section that Sawyer's been tackling in this heat. Second scoring ride in for Isabella Nichols. A 5.33 did bump her to first. So Sawyer now needs at least a 5.16 to get her lead back. And Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a 4.5 on that opener. So we'll see if Betty Lou can surf a quick heat here. Sat for a long time to wait for that 4.5. Her goal was to start off in that 7 range, just like Isabella and Sawyer did, or better. She wanted to just get right into the mix, but she'll have to save her best work for last if she wants to win this heat.
There's a pressure cooker moments right now. I mean, you've got less than 5 minutes on the clock and time's counting down. Your back's up against the wall, and these are the moments where you got to make it count. I mean, it's hard too. I mean, as these lines wrap around the corner into the bowl here, they're corduroy, right? There's a few in a set. You've got to make a decision. What one are you going to go? Bella takes off now, first wave.
In attack mode, Isabella winding up. Nice timing to chase that section. It's got some nice flow there for the wrap. Fades it, trying to stick with it. And now running after a nice clean re-entry off the top. A lot of board speed building down the line. And a little punch out to step off. Getting a few rides. Sawyer waiting for a score as well. And down to 3:20 on the clock. Nadia Starbe in that elimination round, getting third this morning. Been a little tough for the backhanders here on opening day. But Sawyer changing that theme around with a total rhythm of the ocean, showing that backhand could be a serious strength out here. Quarterfinal last year in her rookie debut at Bells. And now the 4.0 is going to be long gone. And she looks like she'll be able to get the lead off. Isabella with a big 7.13, 14.63 combined total out in front for Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, I mean, so well deserved. Her wave selection for me has been a standout. Obviously, she's doing great surfing on her backhand, but she's managing to find 3 turns in that bowl when others are only finding 2, and just going so critical and tight in the pocket. I mean, I know, you know, obviously the high and low score gets dropped, you average the middle 3, but I tend to maybe sort of agree with judge number 2 there, and that's more in that 7.8 range. I just think she's surfing so well. Just a great read on the bowl right now, and yeah, commanding position in this heat. I mean, especially with Isabella coming off that 2nd place in El Sal, it's going to feel good for Sawyer.
Let's check out the GWM recap. It was all about Isabella Nichols controlling the first wave. She went deepest and got a brilliant score, 7.33, and Sawyer was able to outdo her just a touch, 7.5 out of the gates here.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, this speaks to what I was talking about. 3 turns in the bowl, beautiful connection to the inside, and just her wave selection. I think as a Goofy V regular out here, you're kind of looking maybe for potentially a slightly different kind of wave that can allow you to get super critical in the pocket, and Sawyer's nailed that. I'm so impressed with what I've seen. You know, there's only a 2nd showing here at Bells, and you know, not much experience in the bowl, so I'm really impressed with what I've seen.
Gosh, the way she opens up that front shoulder, it almost feels like she's just looking at it like a frontside hack. She has such great vision with that twisting motion off the bottom. Great technique and great control of this matchup into the final minute. Betty Lou does have priority, and 8.16 is what she needs. If she gets it, it'll be her best score of the season. Her best score so far this year on tour, 7.83. And she's hoping to avoid the elimination round. Had the quarter in El Sal. Had a brilliant ride in that loss, and just left kind of with like an unfinished feeling over at Punta Roca, knowing that she could have potentially gone all the way. 22 seconds. Let's see if she can get here in time. And she's going to spin and take this last wave. Can she do it? 8.16. Betty Lou's up. First turn, she slips off on the first section. A heartbreak moment with the wave to try to turn it. Betty Lou will be in the elimination round this afternoon. And Sawyer Lindblad, Isabella Nichols go 1-2 and will be reseeded into the round of 16. They're both 6th and 7th in the world right now, so very crucial in the early stages of setting up the WSL Final 5. But all these performances count as well for the GWM Aussie Treble. We'll find out who's the best in this great country once we wrap it up in Margaret River. Just getting things started. Great job, Sawyer. Absolutely ripping for the Goofy Foots today. We are going to men's opening round, heat number 1 after this. 35-minute heats. Rio Waida, Crosby Colapinto, and Imai Kalani Duvall. We'll bring in Richie Lovett, Ronnie Blakey, and Rosie Hodge for the call.
Day one of the event window here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, and we're underway. The opening round of the women's is finished, and we're now going to move directly into the opening round for the men. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Rosie Hodge and Richie Lovett. Great to have your company. Good to see you two once again. Happy Good Friday.
I know. How epic is this? I mean, it feels like it's just muscle memory at this point, coming back to Bells and being here and witnessing this.
Oh, it's awesome, man. And also, we got a beautiful day. Big crowd on hand to watch the opening rounds unfold. Conditions have been pretty reasonable so far, Rich. Expecting we're going to see some good performances because the pressure's starting to build. We're moving toward that cut line. Stop 7 is where we're going to see that chop happen. But, you know, there are some people chasing some big results. In particular, 2 surfers in this heat, Crosby Colapinto, Imai Kalani-DeVault. They need to charge up the ladder to maintain pace with people like Rio.
Yeah, absolutely. Rio's had a great start to the year. Some of his career best results, getting that second at Abu Dhabi. And he's in fine form. He is the hardest working man on the tour at the moment. He puts in so much into training and just the art of surfing. Working alongside Reynolds Hayes. We see a little bit of a paddle battle here. So jockeying for position right at the start of the heat here is Rio and Croz. So a little mini battle going on before they even get started.
You've got to love that. I mean, Crosby, he missed the first couple of events due to injury, Rosie, but pretty impressive how he's kind of gotten back into some form over the past couple of events.
Definitely, just catching momentum there in El Salvador, making it all the way to the semi-finals, losing out to Maddie McGilvery, but definitely impressed with Crosby. I mean, to make up that ground when you've missed out on those 2 events and then keep pace with the other athletes on tour, it's pretty impressive what he's done.
Yeah, a bit of a flex on the big bro too. He's only been in 2 events. So far, he's already overtaken Griffin on the ratings.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, Croz is accumulating points fast with each event. He's just stacking them all up. And, you know, it will come down to it once we get into Margaret River, and surfers can drop an event. But, yeah, I love seeing this little paddle battle. Many battle there between Croz. This was Imai Kalani-DeVault on his first ride from deep on the bowl here. You can see different conditions to what we've had earlier in the morning, just caught behind a little bit, and Imai just knowing he had to produce something special towards the end of that bowl section, and unfortunately coming unstuck. So he'll be looking for something more.
We've seen Imai put together some great rides here at Bells in the past. He needs it. Bit of desperation. You can even see it in his surfing at the moment, unfortunately, but just a 2.5 on that first wave. Such a talent, such a beautiful, clean style, really unpredictable when he lays into those major turns. But, you know, even by his own admission, he's had a shocker of a year so far. 3 times in the first 4 events he's been bundled out in the elimination round.
That sucks. That pressure builds too. All of a sudden you find yourself in a huge hole and you got a shovel and you just keep digging it. Well, in Imai, if there's a wave where his surfing is complemented, it's here at Bells. You know, he's got a beautiful flowing style. As you said, Ronnie, he's done some of his best surfing here. So see him up live, having a little look at that one. So he's down in 3rd priority now because he did ride the first wave, and priority yet to be established between Rio and Crosby. Tide starting to fill in.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see, you know, when the move happens, that shift to Rincon Rich. You know, tactically, you've got to be on. It's not there yet. We've still got, you know, enough reef exposed, and the waves are still standing up on the outside. But at some point, the waves will slow up on the bowl, and the surfers will be forced to move to the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. That pullback shot there, the reef just under the cliff there, that's the Rincon section. And that's where our surfers will no doubt be surfing later on this afternoon. You can see it there. Still plenty of reef exposed, which means all of the energy is focused on the Bells Bowl section here. The winds come up right around from the south now, which I like. It'll actually help push this swell in over the afternoon. And we've just come off a pink full moon, actually, so the tides are quite large.
27.5 minutes to go here. We touched on the honour roll for this event for the women earlier on. It's no different on the men's side. So many legends have won this contest. That's why that title is so celebrated, so sought after, so much prestige there. As we see Crosby up, looking sharp. Rips a beautiful carve and then up into the lip, releases the tail. Just fighting that whitewater now to find some open face. This thing will flatten out for a moment. Give him something else to work with on the inside. Building some speed. Gets the timing right. There's a nice hit. Still gliding down the line. And a clean little hit to finish that one off. And that gets a round of applause there from the crowd. His corner. Tommy Whitaker, brother Griff. Hampo, who does a lot of filming with the boys. But that was positive.
Definitely. Our first look at Crosby, a lot of speed through this opening section. You saw Rio and Crosby having a little tussle for the priority out the back. Crosby gets on this one and he makes it count. Beautiful rail work right there. I love the way he unweights his surfboard as he leans on that tail. Throws it up for a little something different over there. Beautiful flow and connection from Cros on those first 3 turns.
They're just milking one all the way through to the inside. And there is a formula to surfing bells, isn't there, Rosie? It's 2 to 3 major turns in the bowl, cut back, and then through to the inside for 1, potentially 2 more turns. And you need to hit those markers on this wave if you want to get up into that 6, 7, even the excellent point range, up into the 8s. And Crosby did it well there. The first turn was more of a setup, and the second and third, that's where most of the points are going to come on this next ride.
It's another kind of wave that can expose you. As soon as you're a little bit off on that timing on the first hit on the outside, you might as well kick out because your whole ride is going to be thrown off kilter.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a pace to it. I just remember surfing this wave countless times in competition. If you get too far ahead of yourself, you'll lose that rhythm and you'll lose that timing through the bowl. And I used to watch, you know, Andy and Joel and Kelly and all the greats surf this wave, and they had a perfect timing to the way they connected their turns. It was almost like they were stitching their manoeuvres together just so perfectly.
Who's your favourite, Rich, to watch? Who's your favourite surfer to watch at Bells compete?
Curran. Yeah, Tom Curran, back in the day, for sure. Just the lines he used to draw, very Parko-ish, but you know, minimal movement in between the bottom turn, top turn. It was all smooth. And I was just a huge fan of his style and flow. I just put so much emphasis on that, and to the point where I actually tried to emulate the way he surfed a lot, take some, you know, some technique advice from him, I guess, influences. So yeah, Tom was my favorite.
What about you, Rosie?
I love Mick Fanning. I think he's just was someone that was so explosive and really wrote that script of getting that early entry into the wave, really making that first section count, and then absolutely hammering it through that first section. And all his wins out here have been so iconic. But yeah, Curran, that footage of him, that was something that as a Grom growing up in South Africa, we would watch that over and over and try and emulate that style too. So that is also another really good memory of how to surf bells and how to surf in general.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot of the competitors in this field have studied the tape. They've watched the highlights. Now, Occy for goofy footers is an easy go-to. Fanning, one of the modern greats at this venue.
Who's yours, Ron?
Oh, thanks for asking, Rich. Look, the first year that I came to Bells was the year that Occy won, 98. That was pretty spectacular. It was pumping that year, not so much for the final, but in the earlier rounds. Just loved the way Occy squared up in the bowl. His bottom turns were unrivaled, still timeless. watching him was awesome. But yeah, I think Parker as well for me on the bowl was, you know, one of the greats.
Yeah.
Just anyone with that deep bottom turn who could hold a rail from the top of the tallest walls out here on the big days especially, kind of stood out. 22.5 minutes to go here. Really solid start for Crosby Colapinto here, 6.67. Yet to see Rio tap into one, but he's got that priority at the moment. He'll have his pick of the next set that rolls in. Rio had a fantastic run here last season, got himself all the way to a semi-final finish. You know, he was unlucky in a really close heat with Griffin Colapinto not to break through to the final last year.
Yeah, and you think about him with that third place, he's obviously the most, that's that advantage to Rio. And right now, I mean, how much muscle mass this guy's put on. He's going up to longer length in his surfboard, a bit more volume, and that longer rail line is suiting him so well. He's coming off a great result in Abu Dhabi. I don't know, I'm just enjoying the headspace of Rio coupled with the surfing.
Really well-rounded competitor, Rio. I think, you know, with all the time that he's put in out there on the Bukit Peninsula and at Uluwatu, his backhand is exceptional. It's so vertical, but his forehand's gnarly. And that was, you know, basically formed on the beaches around Kuta that get really good. And obviously can tap into some great right-hand reef breaks over there in Bali as well. But yeah, he's just a powerful surfer, as you said, Rosie. He has a lot of punch. Kind of reminds me of Felipe. You know, pound for pound, he's got exceptional power. As we see Crosby up again here. 6.67 on the first ride and backing it up. Tries to whip that tail into a rotation. Can't complete though.
Oh, it's a miss. It's a bit of a miss. Unfortunately, that would have put Cros in a real power position if he had made that turn. 2 decent scores on the board. That one's going to go begging now, unfortunately. But you can really see the intent Crosby puts into these turns, accelerates out of them, really pushing hard on the tail of that surfboard.
Even the ambient noise from the crowd, you hear them going, oh, that's that excitement factor that he's trying to bring at this moment in time, and maybe just pushing a little bit too hard for what the moment's kind of calling for. But still, I like it because this is where we get invested. When you're doing that exciting stuff, when you're putting a little bit of risk on it, keeps everyone engaged.
Yeah, still recovering from that break. Smashed his arm earlier in the year, his left arm. So you'd have to say probably not back to, you know, a fully fighting fit Crosby just yet, but really sharpening with every session.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can see how he's roping that turnaround, really pushing hard. It's almost a full 360-degree carving turn that he's doing at the top of the wave there. A lot of power. I do see these little shades of a young Jordy in Cros. Just, you know, obviously the height and the similar stature, but just that big power wrap that they've got, very similar.
And he's another one that's grown so much in a short amount of space. Like, watching him at lowers go from, you know, a talented junior surfer to really taking his place on the championship tour. He's put on a lot of muscle. He's grown a few inches. You know, the boards that he's having to recalibrate for that, but it really just suits his surfing, having that bigger stature to him.
So cool to have another brother combo on the championship tour. There's been plenty of greats over the years, but Crosby, just like you said, Rich, a bit taller than Griffin, has a bit more range. You see it in some of those big frontside turns, a bit more leverage, but both so talented. Griffin wears the number 99. And brother Crosby just flipped it upside down. He wears 66. Really cool to see, but yeah, exceptional talents. I just love, you know, how much these two charge too. Like they really do have a good dig when the waves get bigger. And Crosby's had some amazing winners over in Hawaii. You know, fetching that wave of the winter in the past. Absolutely goes for it. So looking forward to seeing some chunkier conditions come our way on the schedule this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It actually reminds me of the Hopgood brothers. You know, they used to surf together all the time, push each other, especially at the reef breaks, you know, like Fiji and Chopu, places like that. Those guys were just, you know, hooting and hollering at each other, pushing each other onto a bigger and better wave. That same energy with the Colapinto brothers for sure.
Oh, the Hopgood brothers had a great heat out here. They almost bit each other's noses off.
I was going to say, I mean, they're all maniacs, and obviously it's very competitive. And I think with the Hopgoods, it's more of like that, like kind of sparring energy, where Griffin and Crosby, they're filling that aura of positivity, lifting each other up. It's kind of weird. You almost think, is there going to be a point where that kind of switches around and they do a 180 and it almost like gets a little bit more heated? But it is. They just carry themselves so well. They're great to run into, always smiling.
Well, the three of us have older brothers, and, you know, that's guaranteed. I always had a thing with my older brother when we would fight physically as kids. He would never punch me in the face as the older brother. I had no dramas in punching him in the face. And I think Crosby and Griffin are kind of similar. So fingers crossed, Rosie, we get to see that in the future.
It's survival.
At the moment, though, I can't see, you know, too many haymakers being thrown out there in the lineup at the moment. Not with their fists anyway. Crosby's throwing that board around. A couple of decent numbers for him, or one in particular. But a slow start for Imai, and Rio just forced to be patient with that priority. Hasn't been a, you know, a decent set wave for him to have a swing at yet.
No, not yet. And, you know, credit to Crosby to hold him off in that little paddle battle, because it may come down to being a pivotal moment here. Rio knew, just because of the inconsistency of the waves at the moment, you know, you have to make that wave count when it comes through. You don't get many goes at it at the moment just because it is slow. And Rio wanted that inside, and he wanted that 6.67 that Crosby has in his scoreline now. So now's where you need to keep your cool. You can see him standing up on his board trying to look for that next set. It's coming through, and he needs to keep himself contained and calm, so that when that wave does come, he'll be ready to go.
Rio just represents Indonesia so beautifully in the Olympics, obviously, but at the CT level, he's already achieved so much, but it feels like he's really warming toward a CT victory. A couple of seconds now. Just he'll get more composed in that final stage of the events when he reaches that moment again. Crosby, just with that solid number already, is willing to go looking at some of these smaller insiders to back up the 6.67. Hasn't been able to do it just yet, but he's got a pretty healthy lead at the moment as we get to the halfway mark.
Yeah, patience is what's needed right now. It's the hardest thing to do when you're waiting for a set, is to stay calm and patient.
Well, let's catch up with the winner of the last heat of the opening round for the women while we wait for that set to roll in. Take it away, Vaughan.
So rock solid performance to kick off your Rip Curl Pro campaign for 2025, and a really dangerous heat against Izzy and Betty Lou.
Yeah, that heat was pretty stacked going into it. I was like, oh, whoa, first round, another hard heat. But yeah, I was happy that I was able to be in rhythm and be on some good waves.
That's really cool. We heard the commentators earlier talking about, you know, naturals versus goofies out here, and even though the naturals have kind of been dominating, there's some pretty epic goofy performances out here. Who have you looked to for inspiration over the years?
I remember watching Owen Wright out here, and I always wanted to like surf like him. I've always watched his clips and like studied his technique. So yeah, I mean, that's always been it's always been really iconic when a goofy footer wins. And last year Cole winning was also really cool. He's from my hometown, so yeah, I actually watched his heats before this to get inspo.
That's all time, and it really does look like you're clicking beautifully with the rhythm of this wave.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard wave to surf on the backhand. You have to time it really well, and yeah, all I really want to do is a frontside carve, but there's no lefts on tour, so got to do my backside snaps.
I think the Aussie treble will be quite a while before we see a frontside carve, unless you get a left at Margie's, but you know, we'll see what happens. So congratulations, great start.
Thank you.
So Lindblad impressive in that last heat of the opening round for the women, getting the jump on Isabella Nichols and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the opening round of the men's event here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach right after this.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL.
Welcome back to the show. Big crowd down here on Good Friday watching the opening round of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy get underway. As we see out in the lineup now, Imai Kalani Deval making his move, had a throwaway to kick this heat off, but this is a much better wave. As he swings that tail, the crowd eats it up. Rides fakie for a moment before reverting, and he is looking sharp. Needs a huge result here. I mentioned it earlier, 3:33 through those first 4 events. Let's have a look at this one from the outset, Rosie.
Yeah, so scratching into this one, eyeing off this section. It's got that little bit of texture on the face, but it's creating this nice coping for him to make a bit of connection with. So fast off the top there. Really, he's surfing this wave up. I feel like, you know, when you look at the flatness that this wave has on the open face and how he's keeping his rail engaged, it's pretty impressive. You know, pretty subpar wave. He does a couple of really nice turns on this inside section.
Yeah, Crosby with a nice finish there. So we're going to see a few replays here. And this is Rio Rich.
Yeah, so opening right here for Rio. Beautiful snap to start off. Is he going to get another section? Yep. Another swooping snap. Does he get up high? Big foam rebound. Does a bit of cutback work, through to the inside. You can just see a steady pace here for Rio. Wants to get to the finish. Little check turn, bowls out again. Another clean snap. All the way through to the inside and gets the finish. Well composed.
And here's Imai's replay, Rosie.
Yeah, this is Imai. So looking at him, like engaging on this wave, really waiting for this wave to stand up. He does well to find a bowlie connection. Lays into it, gets a little bit hung up. Fights his way back out onto the open face. Just getting loose with that turn right there. Like the finish. And then this last maneuver, again, freeing the tail.
Unbelievable combo to finish, and probably one of the more, you know, progressive turns we've seen on the inside through the morning as well. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of credit he gets there. I think just getting hung up on the outside is going to cost him a little bit.
I could feel his blood pressure going up as the wave went on, and he was a bit frustrated with what happened outside. But as you said, he just clicked on that inside section. Put together that combination, really flared out those last couple of turns.
I think he really saved that ride.
Yeah.
Come through at a 5.57, and Imai's got himself off the bottom of the ladder here at the moment with just a couple of scores. Rio Banks at 5.93. Crosby, though, just continues to build here, 6.17 out in front at this stage of the game. Just over 8 minutes to go. Let's get an update on what's coming our way today here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Day 1 of competition with Vaughan.
Jesse Miley-Dyer, how are you? Things are absolutely firing. It's been a fantastic morning. Women's round 1 is complete, and we're into the men's rounds, but things are looking a little challenging at the moment. So where do we go from here?
Yeah, so we're going to go on hold with the CT event. We're going to come back at 1:30 for a potential 2 o'clock start. And you know, when you're looking at those kind of tides, you're starting to look at Rincon. But we have a lot going on down here. We've got 2 things. So we've got the Rip Curl Icons heat, and we've also got the Stone and Wood Expression session, which is a twin fin session. And then the Rip Curl one, I think, is got a couple of headliners that people will be pretty psyched on seeing.
There is nothing better than getting down here on an Easter Friday and seeing a couple of real legends paddle into the Bells lineup.
Oh, it'd be unreal. I mean, yeah, I mean, we've got Mick and Steph down here, and there'd be a lot of people that I think even remember Steph's many wins, but Mick's wildcard win, I think. I was down here I'm kind of aging myself, but I got to see that one as well. I was down here competing when it was a QS, so it's always great to see people like that come back and, you know, fan favourites.
I was reporting on that one, so if you're feeling old, whoo, spare a thought for our Fawny. And just in regards to like being on hold, we've got these 2 heats. How long will they go for, and when will the next call go down?
So the next call is going to be 1:30 for a potential 2 o'clock start. We'd only be looking at running through that men's heat 8. of that opening round. We know that, you know, you're going to get dark. It's going to get dark, and we're going to run out of light. And then with these 2 specialty heats, I think, you know, it'd be good to give them as much time as we can, depending on, you know, how quickly we can get out there. Probably about 40 minutes.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for the update. And there's a massive crowd here. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset to see Mick and Steph paddle out, and maybe another special guest. We'll wait and see.
Oh, bring it on, Vaughan. Sounds like a great plan. Had a surf with you, Rosie, just yesterday over at Winky, and Mick made an appearance.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I just came in and just threw my surfboard in the bin.
He's so good.
He's still so good.
He's still
absolutely ripping out there. But no, he is in fine form. Steph, been enjoying seeing her free surfing clips drop on her Instagram lately. Looking forward to seeing her out in this lineup once again.
Yeah, played a gig last night with Spiderbait at the Rip Curl Media Night. Apparently, she might be going on tour. I don't know.
Spiderbait was psyched. I think it's the biggest crowd they've pulled in ages.
Yeah, it raged. It was so great. I mean, what can't she do?
5.5 minutes to go here. What a start to his campaign. Crosby Colapinto. I mean, a semi-final finish at El Salvador, and he's just banked 2 mid-range 6s against a couple of tough opponents in this heat. Really taking control of this lineup.
Yeah, really smart heat IQ Cros on this one, and you know, it's been a tough one. Little inconsistent, and he's been on the 2 best waves, and he's produced some really good surfing on it. So putting the pressure on, and really it's Imai and Rio who are going to fight it out in this last couple of minutes.
If you're a Rip Curl team rider and you come to Bells Beach, when you get off the plane, they're throwing rose petals at your feet. It is, you get the royal treatment here. It's a red carpet from Melbourne all the way down the freeway to Torquay, and Crosby. You know, you can see he's kind of feeling at home. They really look after their own here, and they've got some added responsibilities too. That comes with surfing in your sponsor's title event, and here at Bells especially. But I think they all enjoy it. It's all good fun.
They really do make it their mission to make the team riders feel as comfortable as possible, as laced up as possible when they're coming down here to Bells. It is true, though, they do have a few added little extra bits and pieces here and there, sponsorship requirements, obviously, but the flip side of that is that support and just getting that good treatment coming here.
Yeah, well, you sense an increase in the numbers in the grandstands and down there on the beach for the Rip Curl riders, because, you know, they're a big part of the campaigning that happens prior to the event. So I think, you know, Crosby will be well celebrated as he makes his run through this event. It feels like he's going to be moving past that elimination round, which every competitor is hoping to do on that opening day of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talk about red carpet. I saw Cros at the Rip Curl store yesterday. He was filling up his bag with a whole bunch of clobber, and so are we. Big thanks to Rip Curl for looking after us. We get treated, you know, very, very well here, the commentary team. And yeah, again, big shout out to Rip Curl for the amazing gear. They look after us all week, and just they make us feel at home too.
Crosby's pretty much got an unlimited budget in there, but your box was bigger than his, Rich. That was a little bit embarrassing, how much you took out of the place. Hopefully you didn't damage the stock levels for the Easter weekend, because they get pounded.
They said go for it. I obliged.
2 minutes and 45 seconds here. Crosby Colapinto, he's looked back to the beach for the first time. He's really been in the zone out there, just super focused on his own performance. Imai Kalani, he wouldn't be feeling too safe in second spot at the moment. It is a shaky position he's in at the moment. He's standing on a glass floor, and it's cracking under his feet at the moment. He needs to get rid of that 2.5 and give Rio a heftier requirement. Looks like we've got some set waves maybe rolling in. It looks like a medium-sized set to me. But that's all these two are chasing at the moment. Low scores to get themselves above that dreaded third position.
Yeah, let's see how Crosby plays out this last few set waves, as he's got that priority. It's all about Rio too in that second priority, and then what he rolls the dice on, only requiring with that small number, the 2.14. Things are going to change here.
Rio's making his move here. Doesn't need a whole lot, just a 2.14. We'll see him up in a second. He wants a lot more than that though. Good looking section here. Blast through the lip. Decent timing. This wave's starting to flatten out a little bit. Rio looks out the back. Re-engages with what's ahead of him and gets a solid finish there. So that's likely going to be more than enough to see him in a second. But will Imai get an opportunity on the outside? It looks like he will. So he's going to need something out of this one. Fades a little. The wave not really standing up just yet. And Imai's going to go down. Things just not going his way on tour at the moment. Still a bit of time on the clock. Rio. He can feel pretty good about that ride. Never really got a section on the outside on either of his rides to show us what he can really do. Kind of just chipped away through the opening stages of both his waves. But this one is going to give him what he needs to get ahead of Imai.
Yeah, connected with that first section. You can tell he could have gone up earlier for that second turn. This is a surfer that's surfing for maybe a 5, not a 7. And you can tell he had restraint on this wave. He knew he just had to put this score on the board, get to the finish, put that pressure on Imai and take that second place position, which he is going to do.
Yeah, it was clean. Ticked the boxes. Not going to be a massive score, but like we said, only needed a 2.14. Turns in a 4.27 and gets himself up in the second position. Crosby Colapinto with a comfortable victory, and Imai Kalani de Bolt again is going to have to try and surf his way out of the elimination round. Try and reconnect with some of the form that's taken him to solid finishes at this venue. If there's a place for him to reconnect with some form, it's here at Bells Beach. So let's hope that he can get it done in the elimination round. The numbers for you on screen. Crosby Colapinto, he'll be happy with his work. So will his coach. And we are about to step away from the opening round for the men. We'll be going on hold, but do not go anywhere because we've got a big performance about to unfold out here at Bells Beach. And we've got the Stone and Wood update show with Joe Tapel, so stay with us.
Good morning, everybody. Still a wonderful Good Friday as we just saw the opening round, heat number 1, come to a close for the men's side. Crosby Colapinto coming off a nice win. Still hot after that big performance in El Salvador, making the semifinals. And now we get to the Stone and Wood update show. Thanks for being with us, Joe Treble, Rosie Hodge, and Richie Lovett. Nice to kind of catch our breath on opening day. Still sunny, still some waves out there. And now we're going to mix it up with some icons of the sport, Rosie. A lot to look forward to today.
I love this. I mean, we're going to recalibrate real quick. There's still some waves over our shoulder, but I'm really excited about the surfers we're going to have out there putting on a show.
Did we hear the rumors? Is it actually going to happen?
Yeah.
You're going to get some icons out there, some legends.
Yeah, saw a guy named Mick Fanning earlier. That's a big deal. I mean, one of the best ever. Steph Gilmore, one of the best ever. And guess what? Mason Ho, I just saw him walking through the bushes with his boards.
Really?
And he's going to be sneaking out there in just a moment. But before we get there, let's recap some big moments that we saw happen through the day. I mean, start off opening day, really clean, rippable conditions. How about Katie Simmers, Shanahan in the mix as well, but Lakey Peterson owned this heat.
She did. She was from the get-go. She was on the opening wave of the heat and just looking solid, Richie.
She really was. In bumpy conditions, early morning, there was a bit of sickness on the wave face, but Lakey got the job done. She picked up 2 gems. And Katie Simmers, she got some great rides as well. But again, just, finding these little bumps to navigate through, some great surfing, and these two progressing through.
Really think it was one of the more emotional losses that Lakey had in El Salvador. Rosie, remember, she went to social media and she really was open about how much that really stung. People telling her, hey, we had you winning, and it just was making her more uncomfortable knowing that she was in kind of event-winning type of form.
Exactly, and she touched on it in her interview. She said, I like the way that I'm surfing. It all felt like it was clicking into place in El Salvador. So I think to kind of wash that loss off here in Bells, come away with a heat win, that's going to just up that tempo as we move through this event.
You start wondering, what's inspiring, the veterans of the tour like Lakey, who's been in the title race in the past. Won J-Bay, last time it was on the calendar, but right now she's just trying to be re-inspired by this youthful movement that's owning the top rankings. And for a nice classic venue like Bells, which really promotes that experience type approach, this could be her mark to really climb back towards a Final 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw little glimpses of that in her heat. She put those 2 good waves together, and then on that 3rd wave, she really started going for it, tapping into the progression. And I think that's what she needs to bring here to actually keep up with these young starts that are, man, they're bringing it. They're bringing it hard.
So crucial for Lakey and the crew to get those top 2 spots in the opening round to avoid the elimination round, as we've got a great opportunity to really think about the icons of the sport that are going to be preparing for Bells today. When you think about all the bells that they've collected over the years, Rosie, I mean, this is really special.
It's so rad. I mean, we're thinking about some of the best in our sport. Obviously, this is the most iconic, longest running professional event in our sport. So to see 2 of the best that really set the standard for how to surf this place, put on an exhibition, pretty fun.
That's right. Yeah, as we have a lot to catch up on. Green's us a good time to check out the pulse for today. Obviously, some big performances led by Gabrielle O'Brien. This was first thing in the morning, into the 7s, into the 8s. She kind of felt like she walked through this heat, Rick.
Yeah, well, she was my pick for the event. I'll just remind you that. And that was the type of performance that made me pick her. I just think she's absolutely on fire. I put her in my fantasy surfer. She's my double whammy surfer.
Ellie Harrison is back, and she showed up this morning.
Man, she was so fun to watch this morning, just shaking things up. Said she was really nervous going into this one, and it really didn't show through in her surfing. She's matured so much in a short amount of space of time. Tyler Wright was unbelievable too this morning, Joe.
Gosh, she looked great, didn't she? Ellie kind of ruined the dream for her to go 3 in a row at Bells last season, but she still has intent of getting that third this year. Just classy veteran form from Tyler. And then we went on to a goofy foot named Sawyer Lindblad, getting a lot of points from the panel upstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Working close with my old tour mate, Jake Patterson, and really doing it for the goofy footers. Square off the top, hard off the bottom, and really surfing the bowl quite well. You know, she doesn't have a lot of years under her belt surfing this wave, so she's really figuring it out fast.
Last year, quarterfinal in her rookie season, which helped her get closer to saving herself with the cut. Finaled at Margaret River, and she's just been dangerous ever since. That was a great performance from the goofy foot and set up some wild heats in the elimination round that's still on deck for potentially later on today. Caroline Marks, that's a heavy name in the elimination round, Ro.
That's a heavy heat. I mean, thinking about qualification for Luana Silva, Carly Shanahan coming in as the event wildcard, but definitely a couple shakeups this morning in that women's opening round, and the elimination rounds are stacked.
Caroline Marks has a great connection with this venue. Third place as a rookie back in the day. A backhand just makes sense out here when she approaches it. As she lost out early at Punta Roca, she's looking to gain some more momentum here at Bells Beach. Elimination round, heat number 2. Just as dangerous, couple goofy foots, Nadia and Vahine, join Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson later on today.
Yeah, and wasn't a good start for Betty Lou, unfortunately. She'll be looking to bounce back. More of a frustrating heat than anything. You know, we know she's got the ability, but yeah, all of these elimination round heats, they are super nerve-wracking. As a surfer, it's where you do not want to be, and it's where the pressure really starts to build.
Then we float into the men's opening round, heat number 1, before transitioning into watching our icon surf in just a moment. It was Crosby Colapinto staying on fire from that semifinal at Punta Roca, getting the win. Second, Rio Waida. Imai Kalani Duval, unfortunately, ended up in third in that heat, Rosie.
Yeah, early start from Crosby, and he really controlled the entire heat from the moment that he got up on his board. He just looked so solid. He was the man to beat, Richie.
Yeah, didn't need too many waves, only need a couple, put it together well. Really consistent, just good solid surfing from Cros.
It's weird how you see how rhythm happens for a surfer, and it's weird when you say actually sitting on the sidelines creates that fire, but it certainly did for Crosby. It was like a lion let out to feast when he finally got back into the system in Portugal. Then he really unloaded at Punta Roca, and he just looks more confident than I think I've ever seen him before.
He does. He looks so settled, and someone that had to fight back in this heat was Rio Waida. He only surfed 2 waves, his last one coming in like the final 20 seconds of the matchup, and he just really smart surfing from him to take the second spot and see himself into the round of 32.
What a year it's been for Rio Waida. Really just building in his performances on tour, specifically here at Bells last year. Lost in a close decision in the semifinals to Griffin Colapinto, but he's only gotten better since then.
He's gotten so good, and as I said it earlier, you know, he's one of the hardest working surfers on the tour in terms of fitness, dedication to the craft. He's always looking to improve and get better. He's got Reynos Hayes in his corner now too. That little marriage seems to be working quite well. Yeah, Rio's on a tear.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how he's going to approach the next round, round of 32. Third place, remember, goes to the elimination round, as we'll see what the commissioners want to do for the rest of the day. I'm getting really excited about seeing the legends take over the bowl. They deserve it. I wish we could give them the rest of the day, you know, in conditions like this, Rosie.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. We've spoken about the surfers we have on deck. I can't wait for them to be introed and just to see them rip, just to have a bit of a free surf and really tear into it. That's always nice. It's one of the perks when you're a champion. You get to go free surf Bells when it's kind of pumping.
That's what it's all about. And now let's get ready for the introductions. We'll send it over to the stage with Vaughn Blakey.
Welcome to Easter Friday here at the Rip Curl Pro, presented by Bonsoy. You guys are in for a massive treat. Rip Curl Pro might be on hold for a second, but we're just about to send out 8 bells into the lineup, and one of the most electrifying free surfers of all time. It's the Rip Curl Icons Expression Session. A round of applause for Mick Fanning, Stephanie Gilmore and Mason Ho. Mace, let's start with you, mate. Bell's such a really important place in your family history. Your dad used to come down the coast with Michael Peterson to surf in this event. You've surfed in it yourself a few times. How good does it feel to put on that rashie and paddle back out?
Oh, it's like it gives me flashbacks because when I was a kid, I came here when I was 16 and won like a little junior pro, and it was the first time I ever got to travel and do a contest like internationally. So when I come down here, I always think like, whoa, this is where I almost kind of felt professional, like a pro surfer for my first time. So it felt cool just to feel it, and then I realized I got to go surf some heats with the real legends. So I feel really lucky.
Mate, that's all time. You guys have spent a lot of time in the water together on the Search most recently, but this is a new one. You're going to be surfing a heat against each other. How's that going to be different?
No, I think it's going to be really fun just because they are two of my favorite surfers, and also there's not like a $30,000 prize purse, so we don't have to battle each other, because if there's probably $20,000 or something, maybe we'd kind of have maybe battle or something. I don't know, but it's been super fun, and I can't wait to go surf with them in expression session.
And just finally, mate, this Victorian crowd, you know, they welcome you guys down here, the Ho family, always have done. And how's the reception been this year?
Oh, this year it's been extra special, like always, but it just seems like everyone is just like reconnecting with surfing. You know, it just seems like every year it's like another reconnection down here at Bell's, because it's got so much roots. So just to come and see it firsthand. I'm from Hawaii, so sometimes I miss it, but every year I do come, I remember the history, and it kind of hits me pretty hard, and I'm super happy to be here with everybody.
Round of applause for Mason Ho, everybody. What a champ. Righto, from shredding it on stage with Spiderbait last night to shredding it out in the bowl with Mick and Mace. Steph, how's your bells going? Jeez, it's hot down here today.
It's so hot. I'm ready to wrap this interview up real quick. Yeah, it's been an amazing time. Great few days, and yeah, just nice to be back with the Rip Curl crew, and yeah, hopefully get some fun waves out there right now.
You're the most winningest bells winner in women's history, and Mick is the most winningest bells winner in men's history. 4 apiece. This is big. Someone's going to walk away from this with bragging rights.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm on a twin fin, so this is my way of getting out of getting completely murdered by these two. So.
And just finally, what's it like to be back in front of this, you know, surf-stoked Victorian crowd?
Yeah, it's great. You guys are awesome, and thanks for coming down, and yeah, enjoy the show. I think it's going to be a great event.
Well done, Steph. So stoked to see you back in the bowl. Mick Fanning, wow, the memories you've given us at this place, mate. Do we expect to see another one right now?
Oh, I don't want that pressure, but yeah, look, it's been incredible at my years coming down here. First year in '97, so you know, a couple more years, it'd be 30 years of coming down. But yeah, what a special place it is. There's so much history, so much incredible stories, so much folklore here, and yeah, I'm just honoured to be a part of it.
And mate, tell us a little bit about being able to surf with these guys over the past year, especially on the Search together. It must be pretty special to share these lineups all over the world, exotic places with two of your best mates.
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, Mason's just so in his own world doing things that we never dream of, and it gets me inspired to change up my life. And then Steph, you know, she's just incredible. Watched her since she was a little kid, and but yeah, I'm a bit nervous because last time we actually had a heat at Snapper, she smoked all of us, and so yeah, hopefully I can stand up.
And mate, we know how much these people love you, the Victorian surf fans. We see your name emblazoned on fences all over Torquay and Jack. What's it mean for you to paddle back out in front of this crowd again?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I've always had so much, I know, Bell's always felt like, even though Snapper is my home, this always felt like my home event, and the people down here are always so supportive, and you know, to come through the town and see banners and stuff with my name on it, it's pretty special, and now I get to show my kids that, and it's pretty funny walking down. He's like, my son's sitting there going, "Dad, do you have to sign so many autographs?" Like, it's pretty funny, so it's pretty cool to be able to show the family that now.
And I think a lot of people in this crowd will be feeling the same way about being able to share a moment watching you three in the bowl with their kids. So thank you so much from all of us here. We're really stoked that you're down here. Have a great session, and thanks for coming.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for letting us go surf.
Please give one more big cheer for these guys. Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore and Mason Ho. Back to you guys.
Well done, Vaughn Blakey, as we get so excited to see three legends Having a moment there, taking a selfie with the crowd here. Ton of people coming down on Good Friday, and they're getting surprised with a special treat right in the middle of big competition. We got some of the all-time greats at Bells, Steph Gilmore, Mick Fanning, and also Mason Ho take on the Bells Bowl right after this quick break.
It took me a day or two though.
Great to have your company here on opening day of the waiting period for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Xander, Lily Fanning, Bree. So excited to see their pops hit the bowl. And just like the Queen would do it, nice little ride out to the lineup for Steph Gilmore off the Red Bull ski, as we're going to enjoy this performance from the icons of our sport and really specifically making a huge mark on their legacy at the longest running event on the calendar. Steph Gilmore with 4 bells, Mick Fanning with 4 bells. Mick tied for the most on the men's side with the great Mark Richards and Kelly Slater. Steph with 4, the record is with Gail Cooper with 10. But you can tell how inspired Steph Gilmore has been in her career, being able to grow up with Mick Fanning at Snapper Rocks, having the same home break, being from the same town, and when the whole world was emotional knowing that Mick was taking bells as his swan song and calling it a day, I think Steph was more invigorated than ever to try to be on the podium with Mick. Steph ended up winning that 4th bell in that retirement party for Mick Fanning. As we remember, Mick almost went all the way, runner-up to Italo Ferreira. So many great memories. Mason Ho just joining the mix as one of the most exciting free surfers on the planet. He's going to make this one fun. Joe Treble with Flick Palmatier and Richie Lovett. Who knows what Mason's going to do, Rich?
Anyone's guess, mate. Anyone's guess. He's just, he's like a unicorn, this guy, man. It's lucky we're even seeing him now. We never know what he's going to do, but, you know, that's the beauty of Mason. He keeps surfing just so entertaining. He always looks like he's just having the best time when he's in the ocean. He rides all sorts of different equipment, and yeah, kind of interesting to see him on somewhat of a functional shortboard setup out here. So I think he means business.
I just love his personality. We all do. You know, keeping the fun in surfing, that's for sure. And Fanning seeing a lot of great friends returning to bells here, which includes the entire Water Patrol team that have been right there with him in the middle of the biggest moments of his career. Coming here in the late 90s, had his first moment as a wild card victory in 2001. That was the heat with Danny Wills back in the day, where Mick said he learned a lot. He went to go shake his hero's hand. Danny was like, brushed him, and he's like, oh my God. I'm gonna remember that. Maybe I'll use that for the next generation later. And I think he gave it back a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Mick became one of the most revered, fierce competitors on the world tour, and you know, well, there was a generation of surfers that were inspired by how Mick approached his competitive career. You know, the training, the dedication to it, the commitment. You know, everyone else followed.
I just can't wait to see these icons go for it. I mean, just it's just iconic that Steph's going, you know, out there on a chariot, the jet ski, dropped off out the back. Mick also. I mean, Mason, it looked like he was floating around on the inside there. I like positioning right now. I'm just like, what's Mason going to do? Is he going to do a chop off over that inside rock? Like, some interesting things going on. He's on his chariot as well. Mason's making his way out the back.
It's the fun is just to figure out what Mason's up to. Even before this Icons Heat started, we're getting all these messages. We can't find Mason. We can't find Mason. And he just has this little cheeky smile on his face, kind of pops up in the middle of the crowd. And everyone's like, no, he's right here, he's right here. It's like, he's a really intelligent human, you know? And I think sometimes he's just having a little fun with everybody. He's been here the whole time. He wouldn't miss this for the world. There he goes, paddling right next to Steph as they count in this specialty Icons Heat here on the bowl. Remember, Mason did get a start out here as a wild card. He did that frontside punt in a heat with Mick Fanning, and he got the win in that opening round heat.
Good memory, Jack.
Flat White's working down here. Here we go, Rich. What are we going to see here? Steph Gilmore.
Wow, Steph up and riding on the twin fin. And there's that classic style that we know and love from Steph. Up and into the lip of that one. Beautiful gliding turn. And you can see she had to nurse it just a little bit through that final cutback. Through the bowl section, just a little bit of rail work, milking it all the way through. Just so beautiful, and so much flow the way she surfs. Goes for the little layback hammer on the inside, but here we go, here's Mace.
Flick, what are we gonna see here?
Oh, just already, ooh, karate chop to the head from the lip.
Ouch. So Mace just having fun, getting his feet wet a little bit there. You just never know when he's going to zig or zag or do an ollie over somebody in the water. He surfs waves that aren't necessarily surf spots back home on Oahu. Some people just follow him around, and he's got to be like, hey, this isn't a real spot. There's dry reef everywhere.
Don't surf here.
And here's Mick Fanning, Flick.
Wow, I mean, it's just brings back so many memories watching him surf right now over the years. Just so good here in the bowl. Got such a good read on this wave. Silky smooth surfing. So interesting, as soon as I see him stand up, I go to the surfers on tour now currently that have emulated his style a lot. You know, I see a bit of Ethan, I see a little bit shining bits of Crosby every now and then. It's amazing how much influence his surfing's had on, you know, generations.
I mean, and for you, Richie, being on tour and having some experience on tour before Mick Fanning popped up in those early days. I mean, you guys saw him coming miles away. Before we get there, here's Mace throwing the fins towards the beach. He's having some fun. But what was that like, you know, being from Oz, knowing there's this kid named Mick Fanning coming up fast?
Yeah, it was pretty intimidating, to be honest with you, because, you know, I was on tour with Jake and Nathan Webster and all these guys, and we kind of came on as our own little gang, and we kind of felt like we owned the tour, and we kind of kicked, you know, Damien and Barton, and we kicked those guys off. And then all of a sudden there was these coolie kids that came on, and Joel and Dingo and Mick, they came in, and all of a sudden they just did not care. You know, we'd try and bully them in a heat, and they just like stood up when, no, we're actually going to bully you. So they came on super strong. It was really intimidating. They were all surfing so good. But Mick had this kind of white lightning thing going on. He was so quick, so fast, and he made his mark on the tour really quickly. So it was intimidating, and they made their mark quickly. But I'm stoked that I kind of got that transition and being able to surf a bunch of heats with Mick and Joel and all those guys that came on. It was a real special time.
Special memories unfolding here in the Icon Specialty Heat with Mick, Steph, Mason, and now Kaipo Guerrero in the water on opening day. How you doing, Kipes?
I'm doing great, Joe. I'm out here for this iconic heat. Finally got out in the water, and I couldn't come out here at a better time. And yeah, we talked about 8 bells. Probably the most, you know, interesting surfer in the world in the way of Mason Ho. So this is a show right now, and I get to have front row seats right here.
Well, Kaipo, you've had a front row seat to all these guys, but let's start, you know, back home with yourself and Mason. You know, when he was little, did it always look like he was going this way as being maybe one of the most creative artists on the water?
We have a Hawaiian word called kolohe. It means rascal. And Mason, I have to put him into the rascal category. By the way, we got Mick surfing, but just another thing to touch on with Mason. Oh, actually, I heard something big.
Yeah, that was a reverse. Yeah, back to you though, Kipes.
Cool. I got a hairdo report also. Mason Ho sporting a proper North Shore mullet.
Can you break that down? What does that mean? What does it mean, the North Shore version?
Well, I feel like it's a little like, it's not as pronounced as the Australian mullet, but it is a slight mullet, but you also have a lot more hair involved with the North Shore mullet. So a little bit of it, but overall, I'm just frothing out here. That was my froth. I'll do better next time.
You got to take in a little bit of the Southern Ocean, don't you, Kipes?
I love it. Hey, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. I love it on the sea, and that's just between you guys and me.
Gosh, we love it. And also with Steph out there, she's on a twin fin. That opener just looked so graceful as always. There's no such thing as retirement.
There is no such thing. I mean, the GOAT's still the GOAT, right? And it's silky smooth. I think the twin fin is a good choice. She was second guessing herself when she was walking down, like, oh, I don't know if I got the right board, but I think the 20's looking good.
Gosh, really free flowing. And then going to Mick, Kaipo, with all the memories here on the bowl, that emotional one with Italo, that kind of felt like a passing of the torch moment as well.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 4 bells. And interestingly enough, Mick, when we talk about boards, is on a DNA from Darren Hanley, and that DNA is the model that he surfed here at Bells so well to all those victories. So back on the DNA here at Bells, what a combination.
Stoked you're getting your gills wet, Kaipo. Check in with you in a moment here in the Icon Specialty Heat. I just saw Darren Hanley moments ago in the VIP area, and you think about the legacy of Darren Hanley surfboards really growing, and Darren's always quick to say Mick Fanning, you know, being his biggest teacher, and Mick learning from Darren and vice versa, building just one of the best stables we've ever seen in pro surfing.
Definitely. I mean, obviously Steph as well, riding DHD, and I think, you know, that's seen them to so many multiple world titles, and I feel like both Steph and Mick are, you know, they're guys and girls who really get involved in the numbers, and they want to know, and they want to refine their craft. And I mean, it's cool to see all the shapers getting involved. We've obviously got the shaper rankings as well. I saw JS getting around this morning. So I think Britt's down here too. So everyone's around.
Oh, it's the best to talk shop. Darren said Ethan Ewing just broke Mick Fanning's record of boards in a single season. One year, Mick Fanning had 110 boards in the world title race from Darren Hanley. Last year, Ethan Ewing, 121.
You kidding?
He said it was a growing year for Ethan, so there's some volume increasing there. And he said Ethan's getting just as good as Mick Fanning with feedback. You know how important that is.
Yeah, Mick's psycho when it comes to board knowledge, equipment knowledge, fins, anything, you name it. Mick is so on it. And well, Kelly was another one who was just so tuned into his equipment. And as an athlete, I think it pays. I think it's an advantage to really understand your craft, being able to work with your shapers and make those little refinements to, I mean, these are the tools of your trade. If you don't have the right tools, you can't compete properly. So, you know, Mick feels totally confident and did through his whole career on what he's riding. And that's a huge thing. To feel confident on the boards that you're riding is a huge part of the puzzle. You know, you don't want to be thinking about, is the board going to work? You just want to know that it's going to work.
Wow, just going straight. Always looks good for Steph. Now she'll fade on a twin fin. Just gets even more graceful as the years go on. And she benefited from Mick Fanning's insight with equipment and working with Darren Hanley. How's this contrast? 110 boards for Fanning that year. Then that year for Steph, when she went on that 8th world title run, it was really 3 boards. Remember the cash cow program? Just didn't need much. And just these boards were so effective, and she wasn't breaking them. And like, what a difference that is, going, hey, you've got an efficient athlete on tour that's winning events and doesn't really demand much from you in a world title race. That's Steph Gilmore.
It's crazy contrast, right? I just can't get over the 120. I mean, some people don't even get 120 in their lifetime, you know? It's just, it's radical. But I mean,
they deserve it.
They do. Well, I mean, you're the best in the world.
Yeah, you got to try it all.
You know,
one every second day of the year. Try a new one. Why not?
You know what though? Some of those boards would not even touch the water. Like they would get them in a batch of 6 or 8 or whatever, chuck them under the arm, feel the weight of it. And these guys are so tuned in. Like they can actually feel if the board's going to go by just putting it under their arm and feeling the balance of it. And yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Great that we can spit them out these days and have them all replicated so closely.
How's this? Mason throwing a little climb and starting to fade through the inside. One of the best free surfers ever, as we're going to be joined by Tommy Whitaker, super coach, longtime CT competitor with a ton of experience. Wits, how are you enjoying this icon seat so far?
Oh, we're loving it, mate. We've got Griff down here and Jacko Bunch, and watching the goats go at it.
I mean, to see this live, you know, how special is it for pro surfing history to have these characters still around and prepared to give us a show today?
Oh, on Good Friday too. The beach is packed down here. It's pretty cool for those spectators. They're super into it. I loved them. They just paddled out straight to the spot. They've obviously got their lineups from over the last, 15, 20 years. And I reckon even Mick played a bit of cat and mouse and dragged Mason in there and go straight back to his spot out the lineup.
Tommy, as a competitor that got to be on tour with Mick, you know, what are the things that you learned from Mick Fanning over the years as being a rival and obviously a good mate?
I mean, Mick sort of took the lead on that professional performance. So he dragged us all to be better and look at ways to look differently to be better outside of the water. But he always had a smile on his face and did it in the right way, which was awesome. I remember had a decent result here with Mick, and after we both got equal third, and after that he came and gave me an Easter egg with a little bell under it. He goes, mate, you know, a third at bells, you deserve a little bell. So he gave me one of them, which was pretty classic, something I'll always remember.
Oh, it's the balance, right, of doing the hard work and then enjoying where you are in the world. I see you passing that down to your crew these days as well. Tommy, also being able to coach Steph Gilmore, that experience for you in your coaching career and what'd you learn from that experience?
Yeah, that's special. Every time you mention it, look, I get goosebumps again. I mean, it was just a privilege to be on that journey with her and watch her achieve that 8th world title was really special. And the way she applied herself and again, did it Steph's way, you know, didn't take any back steps and always stuck to her guns. And it's nice to see her traveling the world, catching some beautiful waves and, you know, leaving her mark on it.
I mean, for Tommy, looking at Steph, I mean, she started off her career kind of without a coach all those years. You know, it was kind of relatively new, hitting up Snake and then yourself, you know, for her to like enter a coaching pattern, did that take some growing, or was it kind of an automatic kind of quick relationship you guys had?
I had a pretty quick one. Obviously Snake and I have come from the same sort of breed on tour as surfers. We used to sort of mentor each other, I guess, or help each other. And I think that's how Steph started out her career. You'd lean on other competitors and friends around the area. And so I think it's just that sounding board. It started off like that, and now it's turned into like the fun coaching positions that we have. And again, I'm still pinching myself. I get to stand on these bell stairs and coach some of the best in the world to rip as hard as they can and put on a show.
Thomas Geek, it's Rick Love. Let's change gears and just have a little chat about this morning's, work for you. What was, how'd that go? What were you saying to your surfers? What was challenging today, huh?
It was a little. I mean, we always know that Bells is a little slow. It has its sort of lulls, so it was just picking apart the lulls and what waves are the sets. And we've got our little system up here on the stairs at Snake and Oak. Oh, just saw a cool thing jump out the back, actually. Big sets coming too, guys, so it's going to get entertaining.
There we go.
But this morning it was nice. It was clean for some of the ladies earlier to sort of rip in. It's been a really quick changeover from El Salvador, so battling the jet lag and getting some energy has sort of been the #1 focus for our squad. But Crosby went out late and had a great heat, and Katie caught some fun waves, which was really nice to see her lay some tracks. And Betty Lou sort of showed us that one mistake in a set here can really put you in a bad rhythm. So she'll learn from that and bounce back.
Definitely. Tommy Whitaker, always a pleasure. Thanks for your time, my friend.
Look at this set, guys. Enjoy.
Awesome. Witsy bringing in the good energy. Southern Ocean lighting up. Some walls approaching the area. Remember, it's all up to them. If they want a party wave, that'd be fun. A couple little S-turns, crisscrosses down the line. They've done that before.
There used to be that event at this time of year every year, wasn't there? Like the doubles event, right? And you had your tag team surfer and you had to take off on the party wave together, right?
Yeah, totally. As we look at Mick Fanning, we were just talking about Jordy winning his first event 2010 and then winning in 2025. Those are different locations. How about longevity for Fanning? 2001 as a wild card. Most recent belt 2015. And that was in a tie break, that recent one with Adriano de Souza. It's just that precision timing, professional act. He was never one to worry about paddling around the corner up to south side or center side. He was always just like, okay, if you want to play that crazy positioning game, I'll let you make a move first and I'll answer back. And he was allowed to do that because of his unbelievable ability on the bowl.
Yeah, just incredible surfer. And I'm just looking at Mick now, and it's amazing, like when you see a surfer retire and they're off tour for, 5 years, 10 years, there's a pace that they lose to their surfing. They look visibly slower when you watch them. But Mick doesn't seem to have lost that pace. He's still going as fast as anyone. And this is getting to be pretty kind of slopey, full high tide, bells, which is hard to surf, hard to keep going fast. And Mick's doing it, man. He looks so loose and free, and just an incredible athlete.
One of the all-time greats, giving us a show, and Mick Fanning. You look at, Kelly, the GOAT, 11 world titles, 56 championship tour wins. You look at Tom Curran, 33 CT wins with his 3 world titles. You go to Tom Carroll, who had so many event wins around the world with 2 world titles. Mick Fanning, he's in that top 5 list of greatest ever when it comes to the tour. And Mason, happy to be a part of his family legacy in pro surfing. His uncle Derek, the first Hawaiian world champ in '93. That was in the Kelly era. As he blows the tail into reverse, giving us some memories of the one he did land in competition as a wild card a few years back. But I think, you look at Mason and Coco, McCoy, they're always so thankful of what their family did around the world because everyone loves them. They're like, hey, I met your dad, I met your uncle, like, hey, come this way, eat at this restaurant, this is where you sit. It's just the spirit of aloha just transitions through the entire family as Steph's having a blast on that 20 flick.
Oh, it looks so fun. She's making it look fun. You mentioned it before, Joe, but I think the favorite thing for me to watch is just Steph go straight. Her high line. It's just so beautiful to watch. I just love those iconic images that you've seen of her just drawing that beautiful high line on those twin fins that she just absolutely, she tears it apart on the 20. I mean, it's just stunning to watch. And
And we don't break down the high line, you know, too much more than just a stylistic moment that makes you feel good. However, when it's forced, it kind of looks sticky, you know, or if it's portrayed or too much theater. When Steph does it, it looks real.
It's a fine line.
It looks meaningful, doesn't it? Rich, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's, you really can't manufacture this stuff. Style's one thing that you're kind of born with.
Yeah.
You've got to make the most of it.
Kaipo, you having fun?
I'm having super good fun. We were just talking to Mick and checking him out because he found the key. He had to step off on the last wave, just took off on this one. Take it away.
Mick Fanning now making a move, that classic competitive drive. Hunting and ends up just hopping out. No pressure here for Mick, but he does always want to put on a show, a total professional. He is so in tune to pro surfing, you know, even though he stepped away, he watches every event on tour. We can message him in the moment and he will respond with a reaction, his opinion on what's looking good or who could go on the way to win. I just love just tapping into his mind at each event on tour.
He was the first down here this morning.
He
was the first car in the car park. I met him down here and said hi, and you know, chatted, a little fin talk, and then yeah, he was the first one there.
Ugh, you can't break those habits, can you?
I texted him last night. I was like, "You gonna surf?" He goes, "Yeah, man, I'll be down there early." He texted me at like 5:15. He goes, "I'm here." I was like, "Yeah, we're not even down here yet."
Well, that was part of his routine back to 2012. This was an insane moment in Bell's history as we break open the WSL vault. Kelly in his prime. Remember, Kelly won his 11th world title 2011. He was right in the mix the following year. Is Mick versus Kelly a rivalry? Kelly said he went up to talk to Mick in the final. He ignored him and then did that. Perfect 10 on that big frontside punt in the flat side he was doing all year.
Oh, it was absolutely incredible. I was here, I watched this live, and I mean, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I mean, Kelly getting that big 10 with that massive air and then still to lose to the absolute hero Mick. I mean, it's got to feel good. I mean, it just brings back so many memories. You just watch that vault footage and I just love it, you know. That's like who I looked up to when I was a Grommy and all those sort of memories. And I mean, honestly, he's looking just as good today. It's like, to your point, Rich, it's just, he hasn't lost any of that speed, any of that flair. He looks just as good. It's like a rip on Arashi and goes, you know, I was surfing this opening round of the men.
Totally. I remember that final so clearly. I was standing on the bluff next to Neil Ridgway. And Kelly's the all-time favorite around the world. You know, he gets more people on the beach. It's the Kelly factor. It always happens, and for good reason. But that day, we knew who the crowd was going for. This Aussie crowd was backing Mick. And when Kelly did that full road, I remember Neil's like, that can't be an 8. And I'm like, I think it's a 10. And next thing you know, it was not only the score he needed, and then it came down to Mick answering back with just that classic Bell's rhythm and stole it off Kelly, even though Kelly did have that perfect number. And gosh, the rivalry they've had is unbelievable. It's gotten rough at times, you know, but it's really done some great things for the sport of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I was on the sideline for a fair bit of it on tour, and it was entertaining for sure. Wasn't so good for the results, but
and for Steph, she was one of those superheroes that came on tour, and it didn't take her long to figure out any wave. We'd see her in the car park and you're going, I don't even think she's checked the surf yet, and she would just grab Arashi and go win. 2007 was that rookie season where she not only created a record that still stands as the only rookie to win a world title, but also due to that Bell's, and then to also own this event just consecutively was just absolutely magic.
She's the goat. Steph just, one thing, and Tommy Witt spoke to it, but she just shows up and she is who she is. And she's never going to change that.
Michael Eugene Fanning. Just enjoying the bowl. Even single maneuvers just look so polished in this so-called retirement. But still surfs every day, going on trips, still actively in the shaping room with Darren Hanley. I think once he hears about Ethan getting 121 boards, he might get back in the mix. Try to get that record back. Mason enjoying a chat with Steph. Steph's one of her best friends is Coco Ho, Mason's sister. They were just spending a maybe a month. Some good weeks on the North Shore together. So Mason and Steph have been surfing a bunch in Hawaii as we send it to the water with Kaipo.
Now, they're actually going to go surfing right now. Hey, what's it like right now? What are you thinking? Because a wave is right here. She's going to get the second one. Mason's on the first one. There we go.
Right in the mix is Kaipo. And Mace creating some lines. Nice foam climb there. What a brilliant surfer. Big part of the Eddie Aikau event. Absolute charger. Goes switch stance on the bottom of like a 40-footer. Flick, you were right in the mix with that. That must have been insane.
Yeah, we're in the same heat, actually. And it was just funny, his mentality, you know, just yahooing and wow, just so stoked to be out there. Yeah, whether it's 2-foot or 20-foot, he's just, his approach is still the same. Fun. As we see Steph just gliding on through to that inside section there.
Steph enjoying her time, just taking a break from full-time competition the last 2 consecutive years now. She's kind of delaying putting on the jersey. She had a wild card for the start of the year and then told Jesse Miley Dyer, hang on, kind of enjoying this, give me some more time. And they're like, yep, of course, you know, take your time. And I just love that she's at an event like this to put on a show. Kaipo is with Mick Fanning.
I'm with Mick Fanning, that's right. And you know what, there's a rare, I don't know if it's a heat or a celebration, but a mid-heat interview.
Yeah, look, I think it's more of we got to go surf, so we went surf.
Exactly. I like the step-off strategy. I would see more of those.
I'd love to. Bells at step-offs, really fun. Save you the paddling.
That's right. So let's call the Red Bull jet skis over here from Mick Fanning and get some more step-offs.
You need all the help you can get. So.
No, work smarter, not harder, my man.
That's a good point. I might start using that one, Copper.
Any great memories from here? I mean, you got 4 bells.
Yeah, it's incredible. Just being out here with Steph and Mason, awesome, 2 icons. But then also just looking back at the crowd, like it's so cool. Like so many memories pop up. You know, I used to warm up in the cave over there before my heats, and just coming down the stairs. Like I got to walk down with my family, which was really beautiful. And yeah, it's sort of a lot of big emotions come back, and yeah, it's one that will always stick with us.
Looks like your equipment, you're back on DNAs for bells. It's like a combination unbeatable.
Yeah, this board pretty much, I've been riding it since 2012. And I've been playing around with different rockers, but I had to come back to the one that I know works at the bowl, so I didn't embarrass myself too much.
Love having you back, Mick. Enjoy yourself out here.
Love you, brother. Thanks.
So great to see Mick Fanning enjoying this time and bringing back just so many great memories of competing in front of this Victorian crowd. As he said in the lead up to Von Blakey, he's like, yeah, my home break snapper, but this always felt like his home event. You just drive through Torquay and Chanchuk and people just put out huge signs, just go Mick Fanning all over this place. They're up again. They almost knew this thing was gonna happen. I never get the memo. This is such a great surprise, a nice treat on opening day.
Oh, it caught me off guard too. I was like, holy, I'm supposed to be back in the booth. Here we go.
Here we go. Enjoying a break from the opening round. Barron, Joao, and Samuel Pupo preparing, watching the greats. The classic top turn wrap, which every grommet had to learn at some point.
The little top turn wrap, a little switch foot. Yeah.
Just body torque in motion, where he turned that lateral turn into so much power and rail work, where he demanded excellent scores with how much pressure he was putting on that rail.
Yeah, no, he really went from being this kind of spindly little lightweight, you know, whippet, and he was just super fast. And then he obviously had the hamstring injury, came back, put on a bunch of bulk, bunch of muscle mass, and then he became one of the most powerful surfers in the world, you know. And then he, like you said, to your point, his technique, the way he used that power was flawless. That big wrap, just so technical in his approach. And yeah, I mean, he's still super fit. You look at him now, he's, you know, he's like a racehorse, this guy.
Certainly is. He was one of those guys that could beat people before the heat started. Just based on his professional prep work. He looked like the Terminator before a heat. Just his focus on the lineup, laser beams towards the water, put his headphones on, and he just silent all the noise and just take over every event on tour. Here's Mace.
Wow, in and out. But back to your point, Joe, I think already just knowing, like, I mean, Rich, you spoke to it too. He changed the game in terms of performance and preparation, right, outside of the water. And I think just having that confidence from that and knowing that he put in all this work, and you already rock up, like, that was a pivotal moment in surfing when things really started to change and there was more people paying more attention to that sort of thing. And Mick was at the forefront of that. And I just feel like rocking up to events, knowing that you've done all this extra work, that you're at the forefront of that, you just kind of already like, yeah, I've got this. That's
you feel like you deserve it.
The confidence is there before you even hit the water. Yeah, exactly to your point, Joe.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I've worked with Mick a lot, obviously, through the FCS connection. And his fin, his signature fin, is the most successful fin ever in history. 41.
My favourite.
41 WCT events have been won on Mick's fin.
Wow.
Across the men's and women's tours. That's it, the stats.
Carissa Moore loves that fin.
Totally. And, you know, that's, again, coming back to, you know, we talk about the DNA and Hanley and the equipment. You know, Mick worked on that so hard. There was no stone that wasn't unturned. It was every little inch of what he was doing was checked over, worked on, so that that point where he put the jersey on, all he thought about was winning. That was it.
Total professional with his equipment, with his training, like you mentioned, was a response to a floater that went wrong. Maybe one of the most famous injuries in surfing, the comeback to becoming a world champion for Mick Fanning. Hamstring ripped off the bone and had to sit on the sidelines and just dedicated himself to a crazy fitness program, which became popular. Sort of the time was surfers maybe pretended that they didn't work out. And everyone did. But Mick Fanning just was like open about it, saying that I'm doing this, I'm working on, you know, underwater training, increasing his lung capacity in heavy water waves. And he just got stronger and stronger and stronger. And look at what we've got out
big
the back.
set. We got a good set coming now.
Whose turn is it?
Ladies first.
Let's go, Steph. 8-time world champ.
Mick knows, second wave of
I
the
don't know,
set.
I think they're both on the second wave.
They know too much. They know it all here on the bull. Everyone letting that first one go through.
Well, it's kind of true. It normally is the golden rule. Second wave of the set of bells, especially in an increasing swell. That first one just grooms the bells bowl. Here we go. Looks like Steph's going to have a little look.
Steph Gilmore connecting once again with a wave that's given her so much. Little bouncy one on the 20, but still smiling her way through. 2007 rookie season, world champ, Bell's victory as well as she's flowing. And just throwing it all out. Are you kidding me? Wow, she almost picked that one back up.
Loosey-goosey on the twin. Oh, we got follow cam here maybe. Oof.
Maybe Mace.
Let's go.
Mason first section, nice and chunky. How's this? Rad. Follow cam down the line. Mason's used to this kind of coverage. Crossing it up with a Red Bull ski. Uses that to ollie.
Oh, made a little section for him too.
He actually appreciates stuff like that. And then the full roundhouse, making his dad proud. And then no way. Of course he did. He's pulling into shore break at Waimea. He'll pull into shore break at Bell's, no problem.
Oh, that's the entertainment factor.
So good.
Oh, right. He trains. Of course he does. Yeah, it's a great mind space of Mason. It's like the Pied Piper. Everyone wants to be around him. His spirit's infectious. He's learned so much from his heroes, which are most of the members of his family. Michael Ho used to spend so much time with Michael Peterson. MP would put the judging criteria on the windshield of his car sitting at Bell's and just go, yeah, this is what they're looking for, and he'd just study it, staring at this paper, and Michael Ho would be right there with him, like looking at the criteria, what's working. How's this?
Just ran out of water. He's going to have to get the shampoo and conditioner out after that one.
He is so good at acting like a starfish, isn't he? And it's important for the waves he surfs with no water to catch his falls. He knows how to lay flat, where you look like he'd just be injured all the time with the waves he likes to surf, but gosh, he really knows how to wipe out without any water underneath him. So that was easy practice for him on the inside.
Definitely a bit of an art to it. I mean, far out. I mean, some of those waves that he surfs, just how shallow it is, the rocks that are there. And I've seen him basically surf over dry reef and do it successfully and still have that board all in one piece. I mean, it's an amazing feat. I mean, he from 2 foot to 20 foot, that Waimea shore break too. I mean, he's tackled that thing head on.
He definitely has a spiritual connection with the ocean. Nothing ever seems like too overly planned, not just with the way he rides waves. A wave you might see someone might throw away, he'll turn into a keeper in a movie part. Because he sees things so differently, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's very unique the way he approaches the wave. That's why that's why he's so entertaining, because he keeps you guessing. He's not predictable in any way. Definite entertainer. I'm wondering whether we're going to see someone sneak over to Rincon pretty soon.
Yeah, it's
tide's starting to fill in.
Exciting times. Remember the main event on standby during this specialty heat. Steph Gilmore with so many great memories. She's had 2 10s here in her history. This is one of them, going back to 2012 Flick.
Oh my goodness, look at the water displays. I mean, so powerful and just silky. Such silky surfing. It's just classic Steph Gilmore. But look, also, she doesn't look that different today. I'm telling you right now, she's looking just as smooth, just as silky. Okay, yeah, she's on different equipment right now, but just, you know, just
2026? 2026, maybe?
Well, I was just about to say, will we see?
Please.
Look, yes, please, but also, if you want to keep enjoying your life, go for it. You know, either way, we're going to see good stuff come from Steph, whether it be free surfing or comp surfing. I mean,
please come back. Yeah, Steph got a 10 the following year, so that was 2012, the one we just watched. She got another 10. She had 2 10s in her career. That was 2013, but she actually lost that heat.
So both are bells.
Both are bells.
Both 10s. Wow.
Really
That's
demanding
special.
wave to get a 10 out here. I mean, how perfect you have to be from start to finish. It's a rare thing to see that perfect number.
Yeah, I can remember Curran got one where he got a big barrel through the inside. Joel, I think, got one in that heat against Mick. Yeah, Kelly's had one. I've seen a few.
That was one of my favorite finals. I think that was the 50th year celebration.
Yeah.
Joel and Mick in the final.
Yeah.
They both ended up finishing the final down by Winky Pop. They were like just rolling up on the beach. That was amazing. Mason is hanging out with Kaipo.
Yeah, Mace. How was the shore break?
Oh, it almost, I tried to get barreled, but it didn't really barrel for me.
What about the push-ups? How many did you get?
I got 4 in there. I just was trying to show that we're working hard over here.
You feel like you went faster with the mullet right now? Because I think he looks good, mate. I said mate, I should have said bra.
Nah, either one goes for us over here. But no, yeah, I'm psyching on the mullet, but I seen everyone's been ripping with them, so. And actually, I told my barber to give me the same haircut he always gives me. And after the thing was done, I was like, looked, I'm like, bro, I've never had one like this before. But he was like, you're going to Australia, relax, everything's gonna be okay. Right.
I'm gonna tell you something right now, Mace. I got a starter mullet going too right now. So I'm on the same program. My barber did the same thing with the sidewall.
The subtle mullet's smooth. And even the gnarly mullet's pretty smooth too.
How nice is it to be here with Rip Curl?
Oh, it's always an honor checking in with the Rip Curl family and just feeling the roots of the company over here, because over here you really feel it. And then it's been a blessing to surf with the 2 legends right here, Steph and Mick, at the iconic beach, Bell's Beach, you know. So I feel really lucky and blessed.
Well, thank you for being here. Mason Ho, the world's most entertaining surfer, and I've said that before. I'm saying it again. I'll keep on saying it.
Thank you.
We're right there with you, Kaipo. We love the entertainment. We love the update on the haircut. A little bit longer. That's actually called a Kentucky waterfall back home. And he's getting close. Still just a few more minutes of this icon specialty. Let's soak this up. Mick Fanning, when he announced his retirement, had so much emotion behind him. It was like this whole crowd was just willing for that perfect ending, you know, to that story in the final with Italo. But then when he lost, it still felt perfect. It was like, that was a moment where he saw how much it meant to Italo. And I think for Mick, he was like, okay, I do feel good about this.
Yeah.
Or say if he won, he's going, wait, am I still in for a title hunt? It's
true.
But it was almost the closure he needed, that he was like, hang on. Seeing Italo jump out of his skin, and that was the turning point. He was going, yeah, I'm ready to walk away.
Yeah, 100%. It was like a fairy tale moment for Italo, wasn't it? And it was Mick kind of waking up from his dream, you know, and it was a bit of a, I guess, a passing of the torch, and like, okay, that means so much to you. I've been there, I've done that for so many years. Now it's your turn. See you later.
He ended up coming back as a wild card later and joined Seth Bells, and we were
so
able to
relevant,
celebrate
though.
it. Yeah, it's so great just to see him in this kind of form. He's going to be ripping for decades. Now a happy father, family man, son and daughter. Breeze up on the top of the bluff, and he's just going to stink bug his way over the chop. He wants another lift. He deserves it.
Oh!
What? Surfing his way onto the ski. Almost pulled that off. He got absolutely coned, and ex-Cyclone Alfred, which took the sand away from Snapper. As we see the little rebound for Mason. Emotional moment for Mick when he kicked out of a wave and saw a guy riding his brother's board on that session a few weeks back. So Mick still getting the best waves of his life.
I mean, that cyclone provided, didn't it, before it absolutely destroyed, but there were some amazing waves that were surfed. Incredible, incredible waves. Incredible waves by the women too. I saw Ellie Harrison, who's a wild card into this event on the women's side. She got a really good nugget there too.
Love that. Mick Fanning still the biggest fan of the sport. Crazy finals. We got to live that one with Kelly, Joel Parkinson. Early one with Danny Wills. The other one was the tie break with De Souza. When Mick went through that heavy moment at J Bay where he split the points with Julian Wilson in the final, Adriano was already at the airport in Port Elizabeth. Changed his flights, turned right around to go say hi to Mick Fanning and give him a big hug. They had a great relationship. They shared one of the finals here together. And a tie break, I mean, that's rare at the CT level. We saw that at the start of the season at Pipe, but it rarely happens. Those are actually the only two I could think of. Here's Steph wrapping up the heat for us. Little slide out on the 20. We'll find out what her plans are for the rest of the year and hopefully for 2026. I'm almost scared to ask her. Just maybe she'll take another year off. Love to see her come back and make another run for it. But gracing us with her presence today, the GOAT, 8-time world champ, breaking the record that she held with Lane Beachley. 33 event wins. That is #1 on the all-time win list for Steph Gilmore. And now Mason will get a ride into the beach as we'll stand by and prepare for Barron, Joao, and Samuel Pupo. Always fun to see Mace. He'll just chop up his way out of this heat. And let's get Mick Fanning a ride in.
I reckon Mick wants more. I reckon he wants another 35 minutes.
Oh, for sure. He deserves it.
He's probably got that much pull down here. We can actually just say, hey, start the clock again.
Yeah, right after this, it's going to be the Stone and Wood expression session. Let's keep all these guys out in the water. We'll stay tuned to see who's going to be in that heat. Kipe was with Steph.
How cool is that, Steph?
So cool. Mick and Mason are like two of my favourite surfers, so to share the lineup with them is super cool, and we've done a couple trips lately, so yeah, they're absolute legends.
Yeah, you're searching, aren't you?
Well, you know, life is a search, isn't it? For good waves.
So I just heard you're not getting out of the water, though.
Well, I think we might just stay in. I mean, there's no one else out here, so get bells to yourself.
Good idea. Thanks for joining us, Saf.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome Kaipo, so great to see Stephanie Gilmore absolutely ripping on that twin fin, one of the greatest ever of the sport, especially here at Bells. 8-time world champ, having an absolute ball with Mick Fanning and also Mason Ho. As the Icons heat has run out of time, we've got more to look forward to as we send it to the stage with Vaughn Blakey.
Thank you very much, Joey. Ladies and gentlemen, what about a round of applause for Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore and Mason Ho? That was so cool, iconic Rip Curl Icons heat. And the fun keeps going down here at the Rip Curl Pro. Even though the comp is on hold for just a moment, we have got a delightful afternoon full of lots of fun coming up. And speaking of delightful, make sure you get up to the Stone and Wood bar up the top, or come down to the bowl and watch the Afternoon Delight expression session play out. We have got absolute legends that we're going to invite onto the stage right now. And let's start with a recently inducted Hall of Famer, Luke Egan. Please make him welcome. G'day, Louie. The Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight, mate. Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the Rip Curl Pro, and this is the unofficial comp of the Rip Curl Pro. How frothing are you to have a crack at it?
Yeah, I'm psyched to get out off the bowl with only 5 other crew and ride one of these beautiful twin fins.
That's right. The Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight is twin fins only, and we're going to actually draw the boards out of a hat, except that you're so legendary, man. We're actually just going to let you pick your first board. So, I mean, there's a few here, beautiful craft. Let's start up this end. Kersey and Hamo's draft. We've got Sharma Buttonshaw's 20 there. Bobby McTavish, what a legend. Neil Purchase Jr., one of the great goose from up there on the Goldie. And, well, what about this one on the end here? What do you make of this? The great Mark Richards, a 4-times Bells winner.
Well, being from Merriweather, and the reason I became a professional surfer was the guy that shaped this board, so I'd have to take the MR. So it's taken.
There you go. Luke Egan picks the MR. No surprises there. Round of applause for Louis, folks. And we're going to start inviting our other competitors up. Let's get Rosie Hodge, the WSL competitor and commentator. Absolutely delightful human being, surfing in the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight competition. Hi, Rosie.
Hello, good to be here, Warno. Let's have a look.
Okay, do you have a board here that you'd like to get hold of, or are you happy with anything?
I'll go with anything. I just feel like all of these shapers are pretty legendary, so yeah, not really too fussed about it. I think everyone's going to have some good equipment.
Okay, let's see who it is.
McTavish.
Wow, the Bob McTavish. Nice work, Rosie. Oh, it is beautiful. The twin fin. It'll be so friendly. I know, it's a work of art. All right, our next competitor is also a WSL surfer and commentator. Please welcome to the stage, Jess Starling. Come on up, Jess. How are you feeling? Have you surfed heats in the bowl before?
No, actually I've only surfed Bells twice, and I've been over the last 2 days, so we'll see how we go.
It shouldn't be too nerve-wracking. There's only about 20,000 people here and the live broadcast watching. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it's whatever, Vaughn. We'll roll with it.
Let's get you aboard. Who's it going to be?
Ooh, Neil Purchase Jr.
Nice, Percho. Well played. Oh, yeah, it's a good size. Oops, sorry, Jono. Come on through. The Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight expression session has 2 surfers to go, both locals. Let's get last year's wildcard entrant trials winner. Come on up, Tully Wiley from Torquay Board Riders. Yeah, Tull. Mate, I bet you can't wait to paddle back into the bowl with a rashy on.
Yeah, it's good to get another chance to get back out there, and it looks fun, so can't wait.
Are you expecting this crowd to get right in behind you, or do you reckon they might be right in behind the next bloke?
They might get around the next bloke. He's had a better result than me out here, so I think they'll be getting around him, but no, it's going to be fun.
2 boards left, mate. You're a big fella. They're pretty little boards. Let's see how you go.
Sharma
Buttonshaw, there you go. Nice work, mate. Come on over. And just finally, Let's get our last competitor in the Stone and Wood. Afternoon delight. He's going to take the draft. Do you want to take it out of the hat? Ladies and gentlemen, the 2009 Rip Curl Pro runner-up, Adam Robbo, one of the all-time great performances by a local in this event. How's it feel, mate? Boardies, you're that confident, eh?
Oh, I didn't have a Weddy in the car, so this is all I could find.
Well prepared, mate. Memories of surfing that, just for this crowd. We want to take you back there. It was so special.
Yeah, long time ago now. Sort of years keep creeping on by, but no, it's good. I mean, anytime they get to surf the Bells with not many guys out, it's always good. And yeah, the year of 2009 was unreal. The waves were really good, so that made it a bit easier for me to surf well. And yeah, always a good memory.
It was a great memory, mate. Well done. A round of applause for Adam Robbo. Such a legend. He'll be out there on the Kersey model, the draft. And we're just about to kick this thing off. So, no, that's just the hat protector, mate. So there's our competitors, folks. Give them a round of applause. Luke Egan, Rosie Hodge, Jess Starling, Tully Wiley, and Adam Robbo. And don't forget, the Stone and Wood Bar will be open all afternoon. Get up there, enjoy a cold one. And we'll have a band playing the Savo as well. Velvet Club. Check them out. Let's rip into it, folks.
Thank you, Vaughan. The Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight Twin Fin session about to go down. Some big hitters in that lineup. Some incredible twin fin equipment. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch as the beer starts flowing up there at the Stone and Wood Bar. It's going to be fantastic. Don't miss it. We'll be back with the action in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. A beautiful afternoon here at Bells Beach for the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy. And we've had a special treat today, getting the opportunity to see Mick Fanning, Stephanie Gilmore, Mason Ho out there in an expression session, an Icons expression session. And now we are moving into the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight Twin Fin session. We met the competitors that will be out there, or the players, I should say. Adam Robinson, who's finalled here at the Rip Curl Pro in the past, working with Surfing Victoria these days. Tally Wiley, another surfer who's campaigning on the Challenger Series, has also broken through into the main event here and done some damage in the past. We've got our very own Rosie Hodge out there. Jess Starling will be joining us at different stages on the commentary through the Australian leg. And Luke Egan, one of Australia's finest, one of the best goofs of all time, will be out there riding a Mark Richards twin. Going to be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. Rich, Luke Egan, you travelled with him for a number of years on tour. One of your favourites. Just such an iconic style.
Yeah, Louis and I, we did a lot of years together on the tour. Stayed everywhere, really, all around the world. And yeah, I actually looked up to Louis, somewhat of a mentor on tour. You know, he was sort of half a generation before I was. And yeah, really loved his style. Again, I was always drawn to these surfers like Tom Curran, you know, Parko, Luke Egan, the real style masters of our sport, and Louis right up there.
Never got the Bells victory himself, Luke, but has coached many a Bells champion, as we see Tully here on the Sharma Buttonshaw design.
We'll talk about big goofy footers.
I saw your eyes kind of light up when they were running through the quiver, Rich. You've been punching out a few twin fins yourself.
Yeah, plenty. Yeah, absolutely. I've been shaping for close to 20 years now, designing and shaping, and yeah, I love the 20s. It really is, you know, it's an essential for the quiver, I think. And there's a huge difference between the feel between a thruster and a twin fin. Just eliminating that centre fin just gives you all this freedom and speed. It eliminates the drag. But there are some adjustments that need to be made if you're going to surf a 20 well. You know, there's a little bit of heel-toe movement that you need to do. You need to be very conscious about where your back foot's parked. That's Robbo there on the draft.
Like he's got a loose fin.
Yeah, one of Kersey's creations. Maybe he hasn't screwed it in.
Asking for a fin key out there. Yeah, easy choice for Luke. The Mark Richards, the MR looked like the biggest board in the quiver on stage, but also MR, such an amazing track record here at Bells. 4 victories, equal with Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning for the most wins here at Bells. So something about his equipment at this venue that really worked.
Yeah, well, MR, you know, really put the twin fin up in lights and made it popular and won his world titles on that design. It only seems fitting that Louis from Newcastle is riding Mark's boards, and I was actually checking it out before. It's actually set up as a twin +1, but Louis just opting to put the side fins in only. He took the stabilizer out. We weren't going to let him cheat and put the little stabilizer in, which adds that little bit of control. Looks like we might see, no, well, everyone's paddled up to Rincon. So this is that high tide break right under the cliff there. It looks like some of the competitors are out there too, warming up, which could be potentially, it could be on again this afternoon up at Rincon. Should be exciting.
Pretty good chance. I've seen a couple of decent waves roll through there already, as we see Luke up now. Mentioned that classic style. Just had so much power on the forehand, but broke through for some victories with his backhand as well.
Yeah, that board's it's got the gloss polish finish on it as well, which look amazing. But you know, tell me a high performance thruster that has a gloss finish on it. They don't, right? Because they are actually slower in the water. They don't travel through the water. Water tends to grab onto that gloss polish finish a little bit. Here we go. Here's Robbo.
Adam Robertson just loves experimenting with classic equipment in particular. We'll often get some
Greg Webber
creations, and just some experimental boards, and get them out here on big days. He's checking that fin.
Things wobbling all over the place.
Yeah, looks pretty shifty. Might have to hit the beach and tighten things up a little bit. But great to have your company for the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight Twin Fin session, day 1 of the event window here at Stop 5 on the Championship Tour, and a special treat, making use of this sort of in-between moment on the tide here, which often happens at Bells when you don't have a big day. And
well,
it's afforded us the opportunity to see some great surfing.
Well, it's actually great that the WSL took the time to put these, let's call them transition heats in the water, because in days gone past, we would just run through and you would be out in the heat going, should I sit on the bowl? Do I go to Rincon? And there was always these 2 or 3 heats where you'd feel like you got skunked, or you really needed to commit to one or the other. And it was a real gamble. It was a red or black moment at the casino. You just had to go, okay, I'm either going to stick with the bowl and hope a set breaks, or I'm going to take the chance and go up to Rincon. So we've taken the decision out of the equation, and if we do get heat starting again, it'll be right up at Rincon.
So talk to us, Rich. I think there's been a massive resurgence in the number of twins that you're seeing in lineups these days.
Yeah.
People have kind of fallen back in love with them. There was a sort of a period through the late 90s, early 2000s, where it was just nothing but high performance thrusters. It's just such a great variation in the equipment that people are willing to take to a lineup these days.
Yeah, it's a different feeling that you get from riding a twin fin, and I think when people think about 20s, they normally think of a flat, wide board, you know, and only tiny little waves, as we see Louis throwing the backhand 3.
How good is that? That was silky. And Luke, you know, he was obviously inspired by, you know, some legendary surfers, Larry Bertelman back in the day, in particular, throwing 360s. But Luke is kind of one of the first guys that we saw, I think, drift in the tail with power and swinging his board into reverse on the forehand. It's a move that he'd often go to, but that was a cool little backhand 3-0.
That was a nice little shimmy. And just back to your point, though, like twin fins now, there are so many different variations of twin fins. A lot of them are all actually rocket out, and you know, shapers and designers have started to experiment using concaves and twin fins. It's not just a flat V-bottom, you know, plank that's typically used in 2-foot waves. You know, you ask Mark Richards and he'll tell you the twin fin will go in anything, in huge waves, in big surf, and you know, they're not necessarily intended for mushy waves. You just got to know how to design them to make sure that they perform in bigger stuff.
Great lineup out there in the water at the moment. We're enjoying seeing Adam Robertson back out there. We're going to tap into the WSL Vault and have a look at his wildcard run to the final back in 2009. He mentioned that the waves were firing that year. He thought it gave him a fantastic opportunity to pick the eyes out of the sets that were coming his way, but he does have some big committed rail turns, Rich, that he can lean into.
Oh, just so silky smooth. This rail game is just flawless out here on the Bells Bowl and on the Simon Anderson. So again, fitting Mr. Thruster, the 81 Bells champion. And this was Parko. So a real, not even a contrast of styles, very similar approach, these guys.
Yeah, Joel got the edge on him, but he beat some big names. Chris Davidson beat Durbidge, Tommy Whittaker, Kakao Picalso, Freddie Pataccia, losing out to Joel in the final, but still celebrating like he won the event. And I'm sure they put a statue somewhere of him in Torquay. I don't know where it is, but have a look at that. I think he's finally lost that blade.
He's actually lost it. The skeg's fallen out.
Well, let's check in with Kaipo out the back.
Whoa, hey, just wanted to comment. Robbo, they build them tough as nails here in Vico. He's just out here in some board shorts, bareback in it. And it's not warm, but I guess this is nothing when you live over here. By the way, my cameraman Sam thinks it's really funny the way I say Victorian. Evidently I have an accent.
No, it's I love your accent, Cops. It's a beauty. Mate, beautiful day out there for you. One of the more, I think, comfortable days that you've had out on the ski.
This is true for the island boy, because I'm actually like pretty comfortable because it gets bitter cold. But today, no problem, Ronnie.
I love it, and I saw you over at Rip Curl yesterday. Usually they try and line you up with a new 4.3, but you pack your own 5.4 for the Australian leg.
I didn't want to make any mistakes. Yes, I have a steamy 5.4 Rip Curl, and I'm feeling at home out here. I'm just going to stay out here until the battery runs out just because I'm so comfortable.
We love it. Great lineup out there. Just a little different, a great collection of humans, but I know as a goofy, Luke Egan is one of your surfing heroes. He's probably got the jump on the field out there at the moment. We've cleared Kibes.
Might have lost Kibes, but yeah, he is. Big Louie, Bigfoot. He's schooling everyone at the moment, and he would just feel so comfortable, so at home on one of MR's 20s here. So Mark's 20s are very classic. He has this panel V up front, and then it goes into a sort of a V spiral out the back, and he's got this little wing flyer down in the tail there. That creates a little bite point, which bit more control with the 20s. Here goes Tully.
Big, powerful unit.
We can see the different approach. Tully's really digging in hard, bringing a more high-performance approach to this, whereas Louis has just geared down a little bit. He's just creating a bit more style and flow.
Yeah, well, Luke would have, in his earlier years, had some time riding twin fins before the thrusters really took over, especially in MR town. Everyone had a couple of twins, and his MR's got a couple of different twin models. He's got his retro twin, which is, I think, what Luke's on at the moment. Then he's got his
well, there's the
super twin.
The super twin, which is the most popular, and then he's got his free ride twin, Bush Ranger model. This is Jess Starling up and riding on the Neil Purchase Jr.
Yeah, enjoyed calling heats with Jess on the Challenger Series last year. I think she's going to be joining us again at different stages during this Aussie Treble, GWM Aussie Treble.
Yeah, I didn't get a really good look at Jess's board, but Neil Purchase Jr., he approaches the twin fin setup in a different way. He actually puts two single fin boxes in there and has the fins quite parallel down the back of the board there. I actually haven't ridden one, but feedback is very, very good.
Yeah, I've seen people riding his boards in pretty sizey conditions, and still getting plenty of drive and hold out of that board. And as someone who commits themselves to riding the twin fin will tell you that if you know how to surf that rail, that you don't lose any drive. You just got to really commit to the rail turn, and you can actually rip through carbs as you would on a thruster. Someone like Asher Pacey is a pretty good example.
Yeah, I really like watching Rasta ride a 20, and even the classic sort of Steve Liss, Richard Pavel style sort of wider tail fishes, and you watch his back foot even move from one side of the tail to the other just to make sure he does get that rail engagement and keeps his control.
I think we've seen some people too improve their performance when moving to the twin from the thruster, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, Kersey obviously exclusively rides a 20 these days, and I think we're going to see him pop up on the Challenger Series at Newcastle.
Amazing.
Cool.
Sure, he'll be attacking the Challenger Series with his daughter Sierra this year. Yeah, Glenn Hall was another one. I mean, he had some okay results riding a thruster, but the surfing that he was doing around the CT events on twin fins when he started coaching was, I think, better.
Well, was it the Phil Byrne 20 that you've been riding the last couple of years? Ian Byrne, sorry.
Yeah, I've had about 4 boards off.
Oh, mate. Well, that first one that you got, that you brought to G-Land and everywhere, and you won all the heats that we had together. That thing was so good. And I've seen you do some of your best surfing
thanks,
on
Rick.
that board.
Thanks for bringing that up. Here goes our mate Rosie Hodge. Did a number of years on the championship tour, just scrambling to get into this one at Rincon. She's on the bottom, McTavish. McTavish obviously with a couple of others, get some credit for inventing the V-bottom. Big part of the shortboard revolution, still punching out beautiful equipment. Classic boards. And one of our, our board design trailblazers.
Yeah, Bob McTavish, huge influence on surfboard design, not just in Australia, but globally as well. Really focused his energies down around the Brookvale area in Sydney, New South Wales, became this sort of surfboard manufacturing hub, and then went up north to Noosa area, but really a pivotal character in the whole shortboard revolution.
Yep. Got his store in the industrial estate at Byron Bay there, which is worth checking out. You can see the full range of equipment. As we see Tully on the outside. Yeah, you can tell Tully is really just attacking sections on this twin fin like he's riding a normal shortboard. Luke, he's just settled right into the groove. Luke's one of those surfers that I think for a long time, if you're a goofy footer, it was Ockie and Luke, Tom Carroll back in the day. These days it's probably, it was Owen Wright. Now it's probably Medina, Italo. But the goofies are really looking to for that inspiration as Tully finishes off a nice one there on the inside.
Yeah, Louis had that real knock-knee stance, and for such a big guy, he didn't look tall when he was surfing. He was quite compact, and again, just a style master and just iconic goofy footer in history. Iconic. Here he goes.
Looking young and ripped at the moment. Little tweak on the tail there from Louis. It's like grabbing a bunch of bananas when you shake hands with Luke. He's got a big mitt. As he brings this one through to the inside, MR would be proud that Louis chose his board to take out there into the lineup here at Bells. Rincon's the perfect place for it as he rolls through to the inside.
I think that thing's going straight in Louis' board bag after this heat.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Kaipo enjoying things out there in the lineup, and he's tracked down Robbo.
Robbo, it's just another, what is it, another summer day for you, just out here barebacking it. No wetsuit needed.
No, I actually didn't have any wetty or board in the car because normally I'm just running up and down the hill all day. So they said to do this, and I just had a pair of boardies in the car, and here we are.
How are you feeling?
Well, I haven't had a wave yet. I tried to do a bottom turn on the board before, and the fin came out, so I'll try and get one in a minute.
Okay, we're going to give you a toe out. Get one for us, actually, Robbo. Here we go. All right.
Robbo. Well, looks like it's the first time his shoulders have seen sun this year, or maybe in the last 10 years, but he'll get a nice little bronze on out there. So some solid set waves rolling our way. Let's hope that one of the players in this afternoon delight twin fin session, courtesy of Stone and Wood, can tap in.
Oh, we got a step off.
Step offs. It's Tully Wiley driving up into that first section. It looks like he's found a bit of a flow on this board now. And I believe that he's riding that draft equipment shaped by Hamo.
I think he's on the Sharma, maybe.
Oh, sorry, he's on the Sharma, but sure, excuse me. Driving through to the inside.
Oh, clicks it.
He's found something now.
He clicked it on the inside.
He's worked it out.
And this is what the 20s are all about. You got to work out. You got to get that little sweet spot with the back foot. Get that spot right above the fins where you can keep the control.
Bumped into Tully's dad, Nickel, when I arrived down here at Bells. He was heartbroken that Tully wasn't able to seal the deal and get a victory in the trials, but they had a big celebration night before last for Torquay board riders, and Tully's actually stepped up as a big player in the community. He's the president of the Torquay Board Riders Club. doing a great job. They had a massive night from all reports. Vaughan Blakey joins us now.
Hello, Ronnie.
Speaking of big nights, Vaughan, big Ain't That Swell show last night.
Yep, it was an unbelievable night, actually. Yep, went down to one of the local establishments, had Ross Clark-Jones on, Mason Ho on. Ethan Ewing came on as a special guest. It was so epic to just get in a real sort of solid community hub and just feel the gratitude from this town that just loves having everyone come in. It was really cool.
I love this event.
They love it.
They love good surfing.
They love it, Ron.
And we love it. Look, have a look at this. We've got a great lineup out there at the moment. Vaughan Tully's kind of struggled on his first couple of waves to get used to the feel of this twin. Shaped by Sharma Buttonshaw, and he's just really let go of a couple of beautiful turns.
Yeah.
But Luke Egan's kind of dominating out there at the moment.
Is he? Yeah, not surprised. Louis got his choice of the boards. Everyone else had to draw it out of a hat, but because Louis was, you know, the recent inductee of the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame, we just thought, no, take your pick, Louis. Here you go. Here's all the boards. You take your pick. He just walked straight over the MR, went, yoink, thank you. And off he went with it down the hill. Everyone else left to fight it out over the other sticks. But there's some epic 20s down there.
Mate, really special night, the Hall of Fame induction, and you were hosting that one. How was the evening with Luke?
It was so cool. Yeah, it's a who's who. Like everyone from sort of the Australian surfing culture gathers for this big night and to honour, you know, a guy who has been one of the great servants to Australian surfing, particularly power surfing. Yes, he could blow the fins, but there was anything better than just Louis fanging down the line and just putting the back foot on the tail and just heaving it.
Yeah, ripping it.
He had the best frontside hack shots in just about surfing history. A lot of them taken by Bosco, the great Bosco.
Yeah, that's right. Well, another good goofy footer out there in the line. Two good goofy footers out there at the lineup. Talking story, Kaipo and Tully Wiley.
Thank you, Ronnie. Tully, how's the step off?
The first ever one I've done out here, and I've lived here for 24 years, so pretty sick.
That is it. Hey, what about Torquay board riders, mate, and the performance that you guys put on over there at the ABB?
Yeah, it was one of the best competitive days of my life. Like, I surfed out here a few times, but to put on and represent like my home, it's pretty special.
Well, it's a special place, my man. Enjoy your time on the twin fin. Yes, Tully Wiley.
Well, Tully, he's done really well in the main event here at Bells in the past. A couple of times he's made that main event and taken on the world's best.
He's one of those guys, Tal, who, when he takes off, you just know that at one point you're going to see such a massive kaboom that it's going to make noise that you can hear from the beach. You're like, he's such a vicious attacker of the lip line, and he's one of those surfers who I reckon a few years ago you were kind of looking at guys around his age going, oh, I wonder who's going to sort of stick out of this crew. And in that last few years, he's just become such a force, man. Like on the Challenger Series, probably had a first year on that just to get experience, and his second go around will be something special.
Yeah, he's getting close, I reckon.
He's really close.
He's in good form at the moment, and he's probably sick of hearing it, but there's shades of Wilco in there, in the style. Looks like Wilco on steroids, really. His thighs on him, like tree trunks.
All right, so let's see if we can get a ride from Rosie Hodge out there at the moment. She's on the McTavish. I think it's...
Who's winning? Surely it's got to be Louis out in front.
Is it our call?
Or has Tully got it on that big bomb?
Is it our call?
I think it is.
Well, Rosie's on that Bob McTavish. Jess Starling's on the Neil Purchase Jr.
Well, I think there's been a bit of a switcheroo go on, because I just saw Jess looked like she was on Steph's 20. So I think she's given...
Really?
Yeah, I think she's given whatever board she was riding to Robbo. So they're not making it easy on us.
That's all right.
I just saw Rosie's on the McTavish, though.
Rosie's on the McTavish.
She got it right. That thing is so beautiful. Such a work of art. You feel bad whacking
all their boards are works of art. They're just absolutely stunning. And they've actually got a store down in Brookie now as well. So they've got Byron and Brookvale.
Beautiful.
I drop in there for my Bonsoys and occasionally enjoy a Stone and Wood in there, actually. It's just around the corner from work.
Plenty happening out there in the lineup, not so much at the moment. So let's get to where the real action's unfolding, the Stone and Wood Bar with Flick Parmentier.
Thanks, guys. There's a few things in life that Australians love. Number one, we love good weather. Number two, we love sporting events, especially surfing. And number three, we love beer. And this afternoon, I'm down here on the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight Bar, and it is popping off. We've got beautiful weather. It's Good Friday. Got the big replay screen in front of me that you can check out all the action. And yeah, come down, check it out. If you're on the event site, it's a beautiful place to be.
Oh, it's a great place to tap into the energy of the event, watch the big screen unfold as we see Rosie up now. Oh, wow. 9-time South African champ. And obviously did a solid run on the CT too.
Just when you think someone can't have any more style, you see a line like that. Just this effortless glide on a pretty lumpy little insider. Cool. Very cool.
Well, Rosie played a part in helping Steph secure, I think, a first world title. For Silvana Lima and Steph were going at it that year. It was a tight race to the finish line, and Rosie knocked Silvana out of the event at Honolulu, and Steph was crowned world champ. Pretty impressive.
That's really cool. It's crazy how those things happen, isn't it? Like, there's a draft surfboard out there that makes me think of Josh Kerr's little helping hand in that 2012 world title race where Parko and Slater were on either sides of the draw. Whoever got the furthest would take home the world title, and Kersey climbed out of a hospital bed to beat the GOAT and hand his fellow coolie surfer the
I don't think
Remember
he had
that?
designs on getting second in the final.
No, he didn't. But, I mean, Parko hadn't won an event that year, so had to be done. And speaking of another little cosmic coincidence, Luke Egan happened to be on the beach that day and said to Joel before he paddled out, "This is your moment, mate. You're not going to win a world title without winning at least one event, so go get it done."
Sick.
How good are those yards? Look at that, all linked together by the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight twin fin session. Who would have thought that that's how it would play out?
Amazing.
Can we tie Jess Starling into this somehow? Well, she's...
Oh, she'll be commentating at the Margaret River Pro, and...
yeah, go on, link it up.
She was probably born that year.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's true. I get to commentate quite a few events on the regional queue with Jess Starling. She's such a good surfer. She surfs in a lot of the events, but also gets into the commentary booth with her sister True, who's commentating on the beach here.
Oh, here's Rosie now. Has lost none of that classic style.
That 20 just looks so perfect for the tempo that Rosie's surfing at.
Yeah.
Oh, look out. Someone's gone left.
Robbo.
He does know this is a predominantly right-hand break. Has anyone told him that?
Well, if anyone should know.
He's out there in boardies because he left his weddy in the car. No, he didn't have a weddy in the car. So he just got down here and they said, "Do you want to go out there?" And he's like, "Yeah." I thought he was just flexing on all the other crew, like, you know, like locals tend to do.
Yep.
Oh, you call this cold?
Yeah, it's all shorts and TOs for the locals out here at the moment. Beautiful weather on the opening day. We want those cold fronts to kick in at some point. Often bring that swell.
Well, the wind's come around. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's definitely lining up nicely through Rincon at the moment. And as that tide continues to fill in, those walls will steepen up nicely, and there is a great chance we'll get competition back underway with the opening round of the men's. But right now we're watching Luke Egan, who's just been styling his way through the Afternoon Delight twin fin session. Nice little backhand threes. A couple of solid hits. Here goes Jess. Nice cut back there. Drives up over the foam here. Clean work. Only a third surf out here at Bells. Doing pretty damn well.
Cool style. Tali Wiley. Plenty of drive. I heard you talk before, Rich, right into the shore. You know, 20s, they can be loose, but you talk to Asher Pacey and Dave Rastovich, and they'll say you can put as much weight onto that tail and get as much drive as you like if your technique is on point.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's definitely a way to surf these things, and also setting them up. You've got to make sure they're positioned on the board correctly. They need to be far enough back so that you can control the board and not too far forward that they, get real squirrely off the bottom.
Are you 20 guys? Do you guys surf 20s, mate?
Love them. Surf them all the time.
You hear a lot of guys come off tour and say, oh, it's so nice to just be on a 20 and just not have to do any work.
Yeah. Yeah, they are effortless. You can generate speed super quick compared to a thruster, which obviously has more control because of that centre fin, but the 20s are just so fast. They're so quick, they get up and going, and really fun.
My go-to board at the moment is a light shade of brown. I've been dragging it around the world. I just can't get rid of it. It's a Nav Fox 20, keel fins, and I love it. Can't get off it. And yeah, but I saw Mick, who's always just got the most extremely bright, white, fresh, high-performance surfboard. I saw him in the lineup yesterday. He said, "What are you riding?" I said, "Mate, it's my dream board. Can't get off it."
It's the same colour as Vorno's Smile as well.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty close in colour to the old pegs these days.
I went and got a teeth whitening session when I was in Bali last time, and they said, look, just don't drink any coffee or have anything with, too much colour in it for at least 2 days. And I walked out and got this little chicken soup that I didn't realise just had like 4 spoonfuls of turmeric in it. It was like, I don't even know how to describe the colour of my smile after that.
Yellow.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Like a sunrise.
It was bright. Yeah.
Or a sunset. Afternoon delight.
Afternoon delight, exactly. Yeah, actually, look, it was about the same shade as that orange on the Stone and Wood logo.
We got 10 minutes to enjoy watching some of these incredible surfers on these twin fins that have been assembled, especially for this Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight session.
Got another little 20 anecdote for you, Ronnie.
Oh, go.
I was paddling out at Winky one day. I was on a 20. It was about 4 to 5 foot maybe, and I was sitting out there. I'd been waiting for ages. I was at the very top of it, and Simon Anderson comes paddling around the corner, around from the button, and he says to me, "Don't worry, Vaughan. I'm not one of these people who paddles around the button, expects to get the first wave of the next set." And sure enough, the next set paddles up and he starts paddling for it. And I'm like, no. All right, well, he said he wouldn't do it, so I'm going to drop in. So I dropped in on Simon Anderson on a twin fin, went to bottom turn, and my fin snapped out and I took out Simon Anderson. And Joel Parkinson was paddling past. And he was absolutely gutted. He was like, I can't believe you just dropped in on Simon Anderson, the guy who invented the thruster, unleashed it at Bells on a twin fin and took him out. It's one of the great insults.
I was going to say one of the great examples of karmic justice.
Yeah, it was a mad moment. But, to be fair, I had been waiting for ages,
Rich, here we go. We goes Rosie Hodge again. Found a nice little clean wall to work with here. And Rosie's found the spot on this McTavish board, hasn't she? Really clean combination there.
What do you score that? Is that a 10?
So much flow.
Is that 10? But, Rich, I was going to ask you, there's obviously we've been celebrating the twin fin and talking about, performance-wise, just where you can go on it. If you know how to make it work, if you've got great technique, you can really throw down some big turns. Yet we don't see them a lot in competition. Can you even think of the last time you saw one in a championship tour heat?
Nothing springs to mind. I go back to Curran way back in France against Matt Hoy. I think the story goes he pulled it out from under some house somewhere, and the thing looked like one of these Yeti Eskies, the lid on this thing, had a couple of fins sticking out the back of it. He went out and just schooled Hoyo. Hoyo just put the white flag up because Curran was just so stylish. Thing was a log, and he just made it look so good. Was that the last one?
That's the last one I can think of.
Yeah.
You guys probably have mentioned it in the start of this heat, but Josh Kerr just qualified for the Challenger Series exclusively on 20s through the regional queue.
Yeah, and he'll stick with that.
I guarantee you, he'll be surfing that Challenger Series on twins, no doubt. Draft twins.
Did Kelly ride a twin at an event recently in the last couple of years?
Quads, definitely.
He's definitely ridden quads, and he's definitely ridden 20s with a stabilizer, but a straight 20, I don't think so.
No. Yeah, might be right. Might be Curran. All those years ago, that would have been, what, 95?
Yeah, in France it was.
1995, so that's going back. So be good to see. There is certain venues, I think, you know, probably Head High Bells might be a good place to unload it. So we see Luke up once again. This is just a celebration of good surfing. Well, not that. But we're not scoring these competitors. We're just loving that they're out there having a good time.
It's appreciation time. Appreciation heat.
How many of MR's Bell's trophies were won on twins, do you think? Because you'd think maybe the first one could have been on a single still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really good question.
Mark, let us know. If you're listening, let us know.
Yeah, he would know the dimensions, the template of the fin. He'd have it all written down somewhere. Here goes Rosie again. I think Rosie's making a late charge for the victory in this afternoon delight sesh. And yeah, incomplete there, but still looking sharp. So not a whole lot of time left, and then we'll be considering potentially getting the men's opening round back underway. We do have some big heats lined up to get through this afternoon. Barramamea, Joe Chianca, Semi Pupo, they'll be on call for the first heat if we do get to resume competition. As we check out Steph's board there.
I don't remember seeing the DHD in the Stone and Wood.
Well, we had a fin blowout for Adam Robinson.
He ripped the whole plug out.
That's what happens when you put it under the feet of just a big power mongrel. Louis. What do you reckon, Rich? This is one of your contemporaries. How stoked were you to see him inducted into the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Give you goosies?
Yeah, absolutely. So stoked for Louis. He's been, you know, just such a big figure in surfing for so many years, and not just when he was on the tour. Obviously, he's got all these accolades and all the events he won and all the things that he's done as a professional surfer, but then post that as well through the Merriweather Board Club. You know, coaching.
He's been huge for him.
Yeah, you know, he's won his world titles through coaching, which he never got to win as a competitive surfer. So, yeah, amazing to see him get the recognition he deserves.
Yeah, when we were little Groms, he was just right up the very pointy end of your favourite surfer list. On the back of, you know, Green Iguana and those Jack McCoy films. He was such a hero. But when he got on tour, I think it was about 19 or something, he made a final, a really famous final against Barton Lynch. At Pipeline.
Yep.
And then it took 10 years.
He had a mad mullet back then too.
A huge mullet, a real Jason Donovan looking thing from his peak era neighbours.
Makes Masons look like a crew cut.
But 10 years on tour before he broke through for that win at G-Land, and then all of a sudden the floodgates open and he won it pretty much every quality left. He won Mundaka, he won Fiji.
Yeah, Fiji.
Incredible stuff. Like, he needed quality, didn't he? And it was right when the Dream Tour really started firing that Louis found his world title for.
Yeah, absolutely.
A world title challenging for him.
Yeah, Robbo. Another big hit there on the inside. But I remember even before the Billabong days, as we see Jess Starling coming through the little inside section at Rincon here, and he was on the O'Neill team, and I got sponsored by O'Neill at that time, and I had to go and do mock heats with him and Brad Gerlach and Robbie Page, and they were training with Greg Day at the time, and I was just couldn't believe it. I was going, oh my gosh, I get to do training sessions with these guys. It was phenomenal. Such a special moment.
That's so sick. And you guys never were on the same team where you pierced your nipples and got all stuck together with chains?
No, we never did the hot tuna thing where things got a bit crazy. But
not even for fun?
Well, we travelled together a lot, and but we never joined nipples. No.
Maybe after this comp, mate. What a cool session.
Great shot there too of the crowd, not only enjoying what they're seeing out there in the lineup, but enjoying a little shory bash. The Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight twin fin session about to come to a close. Luke Egan just blowing our minds with the timeless style, throwing his MR twin into a couple of spins, couple of backhand threes. On the outside, people are starting to make their way in.
Well, Stone and Wood is the unofficial beer of the Rip Curl Pro. Unofficial, Ron. And there's a lot of people drinking unofficial beers out there right now. The vibe on the hill is so cool. This is kind of the unofficial comp. The unofficial 20 session.
Pretty sick.
It's pretty cool. They got a band about to fire up out there too, just to keep all the punters who have come down. You know how like Bells are just. We've been talking about it, Ron, recently. It's just such a bigger event than just a surf comp.
Oh,
It's a big cultural gathering, and like. It's not just for surfers, it's for everyone. Like, if you love sport, as most Victorians do, they'll make the effort to come down here and check it out and be a part of it all.
It's the town and it's the coastline as well. Like, people will leave here and then they'll go into town and go and check out the Rippy store. And I mean, this is Surf City, really. Victoria. Huck down the Great Ocean Road.
Yeah.
So much to see and do.
Do you get a few non-surfers coming up to you guys saying like, hey, where's Kelly Slater? Yeah. What's he up to?
You never know when he's going to pop up.
You never know. That's the thing. You could just imagine him paddling out without even telling anyone on a 20 and surfing this heat. You never know.
Oh, Luke Egan up again here. He's gone the step off. Cruising, looking out the back. I think we're into the final minute now. What a treat, though.
How good's Crosby and Rio feeling? Through to the next round.
Yeah.
Big performance, heat number one.
Crosby was frothing. He had that kind of spark in his surfing that you get when you've been injured.
Yeah.
You know, when you've been forced out, you don't have the choice not to surf. And he was just looking so comfortable and ready. Saw a bit of that over there in El Salvador, but he's brought it here. He looks sharp. The free surfs of when we first rocked up, he and Griffin were out there looking deadly as. Be good to see them get a repeat of that Bradley heat from last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got skunked for waves.
Yeah, they did. We want the repeat. We need it. Unofficial winner or not? We giving it to him?
Oh, I don't know. Rosie was pretty special.
I think it's I think we
split decision.
We saw something magic from everyone that was out there. Rosie's making her way in now.
Oh, it's Steph-ish, isn't it? Really?
So cool.
Ah.
Oh. Oh. There's that speed you were talking about, though. When you're on something that thick and wide and flat, the 20, no drag at all.
Yeah, they just go. There's a great shot of Luke, and you can see the outline of that board. And the McTavish, not too dissimilar, a little wider.
Yeah, look good under Rosie's feet, that's for sure.
Bob is the most frothingest human you've ever met. You bump into him up there all the time. He knows his brain is just like dialed into all these like minute little measurements and rail angles and all sorts of things, and he's just frothing, mate. He's one of the best blokes you'll ever meet, and still the most psyched surfer. So epic that he's still making such beautiful boards too.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. The Stunted Wood Afternoon Delight Twin Fin session is a wrap. Good performances from everyone. We'll get a call on what's to come this afternoon right after this.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. We are just getting an update right now and the contest is called off for the rest of the day. Next call will be tomorrow morning at 6:30, bright and early to try to finish up the opening round of competition for the men, but we'll be right back with the Stone and Wood post show to go over all the big highlights from opening day of competition. We'll be right back.
Starting at 2 o'clock up in the car park area, Stone Wood. Afternoon delight sessions will be taking place at 2 o'clock, so we'll be making a call tomorrow morning for a possible restart at 7 o'clock. Yeah. So both we're looking at bells that we can possible options for tomorrow, and we're making that call for potentially a 7 a.m. start, but Yeah, so unfortunately the tide and the wind got the better of us, but don't go anywhere because they've actually happened up on the stage or on top of the car park there where we'll kick off with the Stone and Wood leisure sessions. Yeah, Bell Club, they'll be kicking off at 2 a.m. Well, 2 p.m. So I think around here getting going.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's time for the Stone and Wood post-show opening day of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. How lucky are we to watch pro surfing at this level each and every year? We look forward to the gathering of the tribe at this event at Bells. I mean, it really has seen every radical change in pro surfing history. I mean, we can actually say that. That's real. That's Bells. Joe Turpel, Vaughn Blakey, Richie Lovett. Vaughn just appearing here at Bells Beach, walking over the cliffs, talking to the legends, running into Mick and Steph and Mason, and kicking off on opening day on Good Friday. How good does it feel as a surf fan?
Oh, it's as good as it gets, but really, I think what hits you in the chest the hardest, Joey, is being on the stairs first thing in the morning, the free surf's all winding up, and you just hear that bong of, you know, AC/DC hell bells ring out. Just something flares up inside you and you just go, here we go. Here we go. Pro surfing is back in Australia. Let's rip in.
Yeah, it's cool just seeing an event and a wave that has aged so gracefully, maybe better than us in this room. But Richie, I mean, thinking about it, it's like you can go back into old days with the longboards and the shortboard revolution, the thruster, and you still look forward to seeing who's going to be on top each and every year.
Yeah, absolutely. It never, ever, ever gets old coming down here, and you get this feeling, like you were saying. You come down, you see the amphitheatre, you see Bells, you see the break, and you just go, oh, this feels right. It feels right to be here. And that's just us. I can only imagine what the surfers feel like each and every year they come.
Let's go over some big moments. I mean, we always got to follow what Katie Simmers is up to because she is the reigning world champ, Bells champ from last year. But it was all about Lakey Peterson stealing the spotlight this morning.
Yeah, Lakey surfs so fast, so determined, just searing. Really good connection with this wave. Obviously spends a lot of time here. And yeah, no small thing to come up against the defending world champ, the defending Bells champ, but just a really strong performance.
It was tricky Bells as well.
Yeah.
You know, it was tricky Bells to surf. Katie looked on, but again, just a couple little edges caught by both the women. Luckily enough, still progressing, but some great moments there. And you can see the experience of, well, we've got to call her a veteran now, don't we? But really just jamming it up in the pocket. And coming off El Salvador with something to prove, I think, because, you know, she has been surfing well. You can see the pace of her surfing has increased over the last couple of years. She's been putting she's been putting heart and soul into everything. So great to see the result paying off this morning.
That's right. Her husband's from this area, Thomas, a great surfer. So she spends a lot of time here at Bell's and Winky Pop and just bounced that back with a 7.5. Back up a 6, Katie Simmers in second, and it was great to see Carly Shanahan making her CT debut, coming out of the trials, representing Victoria, and a little bit outshined by her heroes, but I think getting that one out of the way, she'll feel more confident in the elimination round. It's a big spotlight, big cameras, big energy on the steps.
Yeah, I mean, even Bella Kenworthy said that she still paddles out, looks over, sees, you know, Carolyn Marks in her heat and just goes, what is this? And, you know, for Carly, it's all about getting to really enjoy this experience for sure. She's got the nerves out of the way now. Let's see what she can bring in the next round.
As we get to now the Boost Mobile heat of the day, and it's a wild card performance by Ellie Harrison. Upset the roll of Tyler Wright last year when Tyler was going 3 in a row and came back and just looked classy this morning, Rich.
I just loved it in the post-heat interview. She goes, you know, I just feel like I'm just having another surf out Bells, and being able to just black that out, that you're in a CT, highly competitive heat with some of your idols. It's a great thing to do for such a youngster. And, you know, she surfed with maturity, picked the right waves, and she really put in a CT level performance.
Molly Picklum, Vahine Fierro in the mix. We're stuck in the 4s. Both numbers for Harrison in the 6 range. So a pretty easy win for Ellie Harrison number-wise.
It was just so cool to see how far she's progressed since this time last year. She set the whole town on fire when she beat Tyler Wright. It was such a big story. The crowd that starts to, you know, make the pilgrimage out to the break. As soon as she got through that heat with Tyler, it was like, oh, we've got a chance here for a local win. And I just felt like all the nerves and all the energy, everything that she absorbed from last year, you could see that it had just built a beautiful foundation for this year's Assault.
The wildcard story is just part of the fabric of this event, isn't it?
It is.
And I mean, we have that story at a lot of venues around the world, but there's something about the locals here, the Victorians. They're Board Riders Club. They're proud, aren't they? And I mean, for Cale Bell Warren, he's coaching, you know, Ellie coaching Xavier Huxtable. It means so much to this town, and they're not just showing up, they're delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. The Victorians, they love their sport, they love their surfing, they're so passionate about it, and the whole town gets behind them, and you really feel that energy. The surfers feel that energy, and that's what sometimes lifts them up to perform at their best. And you've got to draw on that.
So many great memories. Adam Robbo almost going all the way against Parco
so
that one year for the Vicos.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You get down here and you do see the locals paddle out, and it goes up another, you know, decibel, or quite a few decibels, actually. It gets so loud and proud. I mean, even this morning, Joey, when we rocked up, you know, they're such frothers. Like, give the Torquay Cricket Club a shout out. Well, guess what? We're giving you a shout out. We know you love it. All sport, not just surfing, cricket, AFL, you name it. They come out in force, and it's going to be fun to watch Ellie in that next round of the support.
That was our greeting this morning, and they gave us a great parking spot over up on the bluff. So thanks so much to the locals.
Got looked after big time.
That was big. And now let's look over the Surfline forecast, because we had big plans today. We wanted 20 heats. We got stopped short. Thinking on first thing in the morning, Rich?
We're definitely going to be down here first thing in the morning, having a good hard look at it, because there is still swell in that we're looking at here. You know, we've had the biggest of it, pass yesterday. We had that residual swell today, so tomorrow there's every chance that we could be running some heats again, I think. As we see those little red patches hit underneath Australia there, the Great Australian Bight, that's what we want to see. We want to see them generating up into the bight there and bringing all that swell up. So if we have a look at the next 4 days, you know, Saturday all the way through Tuesday, we've still got decent size there. We may have to play a little dodgeball with the wind. We've seen it come right around to the south now, which is kind of good. We want it coming from that part of the world. We want it coming up, generating those southwest swells. But yeah, I mean, we'll come down and check it out in the morning and see what it's doing. That's Bells. It's a marathon.
Yeah, not a sprint.
Always is. It's always a marathon down here.
Check in the morning. So Baron Mamiya, all the guys on deck, Joao Chianca, Sammy Pupo, that thought they were going to surf today, they could be first heat in the morning tomorrow. Baron's in that happy place of still being in the top 5. coming in stop number 5 of the world as we focus in on the Hydrolite heat to watch. Coming up potentially tomorrow, Felipe Toledo, Joel Vaughn, and Al Cleland Jr.
That is just fire. It's a kindling pit, just ready to explode. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. I mean,
this.
you don't want to get too excited, but it's hard not to. On paper, that is one of the best heats we've seen for just pure, explosive, futuristic surfing.
Yeah, definitely.
You guys can take it.
And I actually picked Felipe for the win here. I just think he's going to bounce back. The surfing he was doing in El Salvador was amazing. He was one of the best there, although he didn't get the result for sure. And he's won here before. He knows how to win here. And I feel like there's a little anger just burning inside him. You know, he wants to start.
Looks like he's looking serious in that photo.
He definitely is.
Oh, it's classic. I mean, for Felipe, he's shown us great surfing, but he's ready to wake up. He's ready to shake up that top 5, and he's won bells in the past. He's basically won every event from here on out. So it's his time to really blow up. Al Cleland will get another chance at him because he upset him in El Salvador, and Joel Vaughn is just so spring-loaded, and he's ready for an upset. It's just a moment's notice. That is a classic little rookie class moment to hang out with a 2-time world champ.
The great thing about that heat too, Joey, is it really doesn't matter what the ocean dishes up. Like the potential for really special surfing, really above the lip surfing is right there, and you think that's what we'll see regardless.
Looking forward to that. Now we get to the BioGland Daily Dose. A lot of great moments that we saw on opening day of competition. Number 5 on the list. How special was this? The icons light up Bells Beach, Rich.
Yeah, this was amazing, and just to be graced with the presence of Steph Gilmore, Mason Ho, and the great Mick Fanning. Steph went out there on the 20 and just laid down some amazing lines. And Mick looked like he could just throw the jersey on and just be back in competition mode. He's so sharp, so fast, so fit. And the legend Mick Fanning just really, you know, giving the crowd a bit of a treat.
Oh, a little coping grind. Yeah, we actually introduced the surfers on stage. Heaving Easter crowd down here on Easter Friday, and they were so frothing to see Mick, Steph, and Mace in the flesh. Mace doing the typical thing, getting bashed in a shorey.
Ah, so good. And then the twin fins got handed out. Louis Egan getting old school for us.
Yeah, Louis, of course, grabbed the MR and went out there and put on a bit of a show. This was Adam Robbo.
In boardies.
In boardies.
Not feeling the cold, never does.
That's what locals do. Weather like this. Crosby, happy, inspired with what he saw from the legends, and earned the number 4 spot on the BioGland Daily Dose, says he's still hot from Punta Roca.
Yeah, and this guy was so frustrated to watch the first 2 events of the year go by without him in it, and he looks like a guy who has sat on the sidelines really chomping at the bit to get back in the Rashi.
Yeah, absolutely. I've parked him right into my fantasy surfer team.
Same.
I reckon he's going to do some damage out here at Bells. I just fit with every year, with every heat, with every event, he seems to be growing and getting better and better.
Coming in at number 3, Crosby still on fire. Gabby Bryant, just the powerhouse, shows 7 to an 8-point ride in the morning sunrise.
I can't remember seeing a better power surfer in women's surfing. She has just rewritten the book. Her lines are incredible, but her aura, her comfort is just on display every time she engages the rail. It is so tricky to just pull your rail through turns like that. Look at the speed she's generating. It's incredible. Formula 1 surfing.
Yep. Yeah, amazing stuff. Again, she was my pick, so hoping that she goes all the way.
Number 2 on the list, Tyler Wright, absolutely feeling engaged and inspired by her favorite event on the calendar.
Well, she said it. This is the one she wants to win. This is the only trophy she really cares about. She's won it before, and I dare say she's looking good to do it again. One of the highest scores of the entire day and of the event so far.
Gosh, doing such a great job, just feeling so comfortable in her rhythm there. Tyler Wright just looks destined for greatness as this venue. She was chatting to you about it, Vaughn.
Yeah, I said to her, you know, would a third bell, would ring in that bell feel as good as it did the first time around? She was like, duh. I was like, yeah, obvious question. Sorry, my bad.
And then winning the BioGland Daily Dose is the local hero story from Ellie Harrison, 6.83 and a 6.17.
I wonder if she's actually started to think whether she could win this event.
Like, definitely in there.
Yeah, it's got to be in there somewhere, right?
Well,
as a rookie, but you know, as a wild card, Do you dare dream that you could win it?
There's affirmations. There's those things where you're lying there, fantasizing and picturing it, but then there's belief. And I think she's surfing with real belief, Rich. She looks so much calmer, so much more experienced, and she's really soaking in the moment and enjoying the spotlight here in front of her home crowd.
Well, even the interview, you could tell from 12 months, has passed, and she seems more comfortable within herself, her performance, and the way she's, conducting herself in front of the media. So, yeah, who knows? Big question mark.
Well, the confidence boost of knocking out Tyler Wright the year before, feeling the hometown crowd get behind you. She gets free food around this town when you have that kind of performance. Then the Challenger Series, having some great results. So there's been a lot of comp practice since that debut last season. And, when you talk to guys like Troy Brooks, he's calling for wild card victories on both ends.
Yeah, I think that she has just, on the back of that confidence and that growth and, the results as well, she's surfing, I would almost say 3 times better than she was at this time last year. And she was already knocking out world champs. So, I mean, that's a scary thought considering how dominating she was in that first heat.
What a great day, gentlemen.
So great.
Great to be in your company.
Yes, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Rick, always a pleasure.
Always.
On behalf of all of our crew down here at Bells Beach, thanks so much for watching opening day. Check in tomorrow, 6:45 local time, to see if the contest will be on. Looks fun. We'll see you then. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.